So Chair Esquivel, you should be able to go ahead and start the meeting at any point you'd like. We are streaming live at this point.
Great, thank you, Michael. Much appreciated. I'll wait for my fellow board members to come join me here. Good morning. Great. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, September 1st, and it is 9:35-ish, 9:33, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Laurel Firestone, Board Member Tam Dodak, and Board Member Sean McGuire. I'd also like to introduce our executive staff. With us today is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, and our two Chief Deputies, John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. With us today as well is Janine Townsend, the Clerk of the Board, and assisting her is Margie Argel. I do want to let you know that this meeting is obviously being webcast and recorded, so when you speak, please speak clearly into the phone or your microphone, and please announce who you are and your name. Also, as a result, as you know, of the COVID-19 emergency, we're conducting today's board meeting via video and teleconference. In order to comply with public gathering limitations and physical distancing requirements, and as authorized by the governor's executive orders, there's no physical meeting room. For those only wanting to listen or watch the meeting, the board's customary webcast is available on the Cal EPA website and the board website. And we are receiving public presentations and comments then through this Zoom meeting platform. If you intend to have a public comment or comment on one of the items today, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room here with us using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from the clerk. If you have not already received that password, you must email the clerk now at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will email you a link and sign you up to the virtual speaker card list. For those in the Zoom meeting, you will be on mute and your camera will be turned off until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will then unmute you, ask you to turn on your camera if you have one, and when you are done speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera turned off again. We'll be kicking off today's board meeting with actually two presentations of Superior Accomplishment Awards, and Karen Mogus will join us here in order to present those. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Can you hear me all right? All right, sounds good. I am really pleased to be here this morning to award two Superior Accomplishment Awards to my staff. The first is to Steve Jagir. He is a Staff Services Manager 1 in DWQ's Division of Water Quality. And I should introduce myself. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality here at the State Board. Steve is a Staff Services Manager in DWQ's Continuous Improvement Team. He leads that unit, which is staffed with a number of analysts who work with our scientists and engineers to manage our projects, develop schedules, and implement schedules for getting our big planning and statewide permit projects over the finish line. And Steve is an excellent manager and brings his own project management skills to lead that team. He has expertise in project management as well as portfolio management, and so he's been critical in us being able to get our work done and bring big items before the board. His skills and initiative have also been integral in DWQ successfully reaching our goal of making all of our high priority documents ADA accessible by June 30th of this year. He took a lead role in early 2019 and became a technical expert on the software and the process for making the documents accessible. He set a plan and held our DWQ staff and managers accountable for meeting the interim and final goals, and provided and continues to provide technical expertise training. He's developed a SharePoint resource site and trained the trainers. He's not only a great resource for DWQ, but also other divisions and offices at the water boards. And so I am just as pleased as punch to be able to award this Superior Accomplishment Award to him today. Well deserved, and you know, Steve just is. The ADA compliance stuff is completely the least sexy thing and that we do at the water boards, I'm thinking. And he has done it with a smile on his face and jumped right in. So I don't know if Steve is on or if he'd like to say anything, but please welcome me in the virtual clap that that is now customary for these awards. Do we have Steve on?
Yeah, I don't know if Steve was, I think he may be there, actually.
Yes, yes, I am here. Thank you.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate the virtual claps and the acknowledgement of my work. I just want to say I have thoroughly enjoyed working for the water boards since 2016, and I look forward to many more years with the water board. So thank you again. I love working with all you guys. It's been a great experience for me. So thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Steve.
that, Stephen. And thank you as well, Karen, for bringing to light Stephen's work and the attention and acknowledgement. You know, the ADA compliance and accessibility challenges that the board has are shared by many sister agencies out there. And so really appreciate Steve stepping up to that work. It is actually really critical to ensure our documents are accessible for everyone. And so, you know, and I know, again, we've been a bit challenged by some of those compliance requirements. I know a lot of state agencies have as well, and really appreciate Steve stepping up to this really critical task. So thank you for that, Karen. And I believe we have someone else as well.
We do. I have another staff person who has worked diligently to support a regional board. His name is Daniel Ellis. He's an environmental scientist in DWQ's Recycled Water and Desalination Unit. And he has spent the past 3 years providing his technical expertise to support the Santa Ana Regional Board, Region 8, in developing an NPDES permit for the Poseidon Desal facility in Huntington Beach. We were hoping to have been able to say that it got adopted by the time this award got awarded, but not so. But that does not mean that Daniel has any less effort put into this. This is the first permit issued to a not yet constructed facility under the 2016 desalination amendments to the ocean plan. So we're a bit driving the car while we're building it, trying to figure out all the kinks and issues that are related to, you know, what was adopted in 2016 in order to get a permit over the finish line. Daniel spent countless hours working with Region 8 staff to navigate this new process of approving the facility's intake and discharge. This included reviewing over 200 technical documents, negotiating permit language with the discharger regarding siting and design and operation of the planned facility, and preparing a response to comments that has now exceeded 900 pages. Daniel also assumed co-lead role in negotiating the mitigation required, working closely with the consultants, independent scientific experts, regional board staff, as well as other agencies. And I do want to mention that Region 8 management actually co-nominated Daniel for this award and strongly supports recognizing Daniel's efforts. And in fact, their executive officer asserts that Daniel's support is unprecedented example of state board, regional board collaboration in her 25-year service with the state, with the regional board. So that's saying a lot because we often get criticized by the regional boards for things we make them do. So it's really nice to hear such great praise from a regional board for staff's work. Daniel has gone above and beyond the call to ensure this permit protects both water quality and marine life while allowing communities to add to their water supplies and to their water supply portfolio through desalination. So I am extremely proud to be able to present this award to Daniel and to have him as part of the Division of Water Quality team. And for what it's worth, he has spent his entire 3-year career as staff at the water boards on this project, and so he also is just diligent and passionate and a great addition to our team. And I do see that Daniel is on, and I don't know if he wants to say anything. Don't want to put him on the spot, but would be happy. Oh, there he is.
I work on Poseidon, Karen. I'm always on the spot. I just want to say thank you to you. Big thank you to Hope and Jane for nominating me. It's like an Oscar acceptance speech is what I'm doing, except I didn't get an Oscar. But Hope and Jane are amazing, and Terry and Mark at the regional board are super awesome to work with. It's like their leadership that makes me up here accepting this award. So thanks to them, thanks to you. And then, Leslie and Rebecca and my whole team at the water board, at the state water board, they all kick butt too. So it's a big team effort. I'm up here accepting it, but I want to recognize all of them as well.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the incredible work, Daniel. And thank you for the great acceptance speech. It marks high up there. So thank you, Karen. Really appreciate the acknowledgement and opportunity to be able to make sure we spotlight some of the incredible work I know our staff do on a daily basis. So just really, really thankful for that. Thank you. That concludes the presentation of our awards here. And so then we can now move on to board business. It looks like our first item here is consideration of adoption of the August 5th and August 18th, 19th board meeting minutes. So I will entertain a motion if anyone has
Chair Escobar, you're welcome to go ahead and take items out of order, but normally we would proceed through the public forum before we get to the board business items.
That is completely my scrolling very quickly, and I apologize. We actually should get to public forum, and I will not consider an item for a vote or motion on item number 1. Thanks for that, Mr. Loffer. Public forum is actually what we should have transitioned to, and at this point, we provide public forum for any member of the public to speak before the board on an item not currently pending before the board, and would like to then flag, it looks like we have 3 items, or 3 speakers rather, for public forum. And the first that I would like to call up is Councilman Niels Nierenheim from the city of Redondo. And want to confirm that this is not regarding the item before the board later today, the once through cooling policy amendment.
It is not. No, it is. It's about sea life here in Santa Monica Bay, and yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to see you, council member. Sorry.
Good morning. Thank you.
Public forum.
Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. Let me get my notes here for 1 second. It's a real pleasure to address you guys. As you can see here from my background, I am the council member for District 1 in Redondo Beach, which encompasses the only beach portion and ocean portion of Redondo Beach, just south of King Harbor, butts up to Palos Verdes Estates and Palos Verdes Peninsula. I just want to let you know that I've been a councilman since 2017. I'm an LA County lifeguard for the last 20 plus years. I'm a boater launching out of Santa Monica Bay and LA area for over 20 years. I'm a diver, swimmer, fisherman, in short, a waterman, and enjoy the scope of the ocean in all its full glory. As you guys know, the point of the water board is to preserve, enhance, restore the quality of water resources and protection of the environment. My comments today are about the sea life of Santa Monica Bay, specifically about artificial reefs and what the water board can do to move things forward in that arena. Artificial reefs provide sanctuaries and habitat for breeding grounds, provide clean water, fish, lobsters, sea life such as or sea growth such as algae are vital for animals and fish to grow and eat, especially in their younger years. Why is this important? Well, in the California Department of Fish and Game has 32 artificial reefs in the state, 30 from Santa Barbara to Mexico. Redondo actually has 2. One just outside a quarter mile outside of our breakwall, which in and of itself acts as a area for growth for fish and wildlife. Earthquake debris makes up that area outside of Redondo. Hermosa Beach also has one as well, same type of manner. They've dropped off old concrete structures, piles. The California Department of Fish and Game said the program has come to a halt in the early 2000s due to a lack of funding. There's plenty of interest to build these reefs to mitigate for potential sea rise, to mitigate kelp forest harvesting, oyster beds, marine protected areas. It's a vital concern for the Santa Monica Bay and surrounding areas. Where's one actually currently being built, actually in Palos Verdes, and 59,000 tons of rock right now are being dropped as we speak. And that's a result of the Montrose Settlement Agreement and environmental damage that was done back in the 60s and 70s and 50s and 60s, I believe, actually. And they are dropping about 20 different spots over about 60 different acres of land. And it's really important because that area is kind of a dead zone right now. And we can bring this kind of idea to the Santa Monica Bay. Venice Beach, they did the same thing 20 plus years ago. Break walls act as a major area, such as our Redondo King Harbor. We have a large break wall, so does Marina del Rey. And a lot of sea life lives in that area. Redondo Beach used to have a sea life, white sea bass breeding location here in the harbor, but they've since lost their lease and loss of space and loss of power. So they no longer provide a white sea bass grow out area. In short, these breeding areas, especially for lobsters, when they let their eggs go, they swim around in the ocean. They float around in the ocean. These larvae are free swimming. And these lobsters need areas, habitat to snuggle up in and be safe and have their eggs and as well as their fish to have a safe area to move everything forward. So what's important about this is we have a real opportunity here to partner with Department of Fish and Game in Redondo, in Santa Monica Bay, certain watershed areas. And we can always think outside the box on partnering with different environmental groups and organizations, state organizations that can provide these habitats moving forward. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you, council member. Next up for public forum, we have Daniel Cooper with the Sycamore Law, on behalf of the Los Angeles Waterkeeper. Mr. Cooper.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here on behalf of Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and I'm here to provide LA Waterkeeper's perspective on a recent decision in the Superior Court relating to waste and unreasonable use at 4 publicly owned treatment works in the LA area: Glendale, Tillman, Burbank, and Hyperion. And I'd like to just give a little background first. These 4 plants are part of the integrated water management or wastewater management system in LA. They're permitted to discharge over 500 million gallons per day of water into the LA River and Santa Monica Bay. I think everyone knows the LA Basin imports the vast majority of its water from the Colorado River and the San Joaquin, San Francisco Bay Delta. That both of those waters are vastly over appropriated, and that diversion to Southern California has significant environmental impacts on those waters. I think everybody also knows that the LA area has pretty severe water insecurity, and it's only getting worse with climate change. And the way to achieve water security for Southern California is via integrated water management. And there's really 3 pillars to integrated water management: reducing demand, managing stormwater more appropriately via infiltration into groundwater and using stormwater as a resource rather than just waste, and lastly, water recycling from wastewater plants. And I'd like to remind the board that this California Constitution prohibits waste or unreasonable use of water, and that all state agencies are required to comply with that constitutional requirement. And specifically, the state board is required by Port of Cologne to implement that prohibition on waste and unreasonable use, and to be the central comprehensive water planning and allocation agency. I think that is the primary role, at least on the water supply half of the state board. In 2017, the regional board in LA issued NPDES permits to the 4 POTWs, reauthorizing this discharge of up to 500 million gallons a day. LA Waterkeeper urged the regional board and the state board to include an analysis of whether that use of all that water to convey waste was reasonable or perhaps wasteful. After the state board and the regional boards declined to conduct that analysis, LA Waterkeeper sued. And about a few weeks ago, the Superior Court in LA confirmed that the state board has a constitutional duty to prevent waste and unreasonable use, and that this vast volume of water discharged by these POTWs was sufficient to trigger the duty. And the state board is required to conduct an analysis to determine whether that use is wasteful or unreasonable, and if so, to do something about it, try and change that. LA Waterkeeper's perspective is that this decision provides the state board with a historic opportunity to implement integrated water management in Southern California, and specifically incorporate wastewater and wastewater recycling into integrated water management. It can also break down barriers, the barrier between the state board that's focused on water supply, at least the water supply half of the state board, and deals with waste and unreasonable use, and the regional board, which has to date taken the position that it's only a water quality agency and has no authority to consider waste and unreasonable use in NPDES permits. So this court order allows the board to integrate those things and really get a handle on that pillar of integrated water management in Southern California. The state board has a couple options on how to get there. It could conduct the analysis and then reopen the NPDES permits, incorporating whatever measures it finds are appropriate. It could also issue statewide guidance and provide a means for regional boards and state boards together to conduct a waste and unreasonable use analysis when POTW permits are reissued. But whatever it is the state board chooses, we would urge the state board to embrace this decision, take this historic opportunity to implement integrated water management, and stop spending public resources litigating, and instead come to the table and come up with a solution and take the good public policy step toward integrated water management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Really appreciate your thoughts and contribution to discussion this morning. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up on public forum, we have Nazar Pankiv. Good morning, Nazar.
Great awakening. Great awakening. Here, my name is Nazar, and from Wellness System, OLS here. I'm next to the projects that being already improved, the water flow. But right now, during listening of the board meeting, and I'm very honored to give this public comment from currently still located in northern part of California, Mount Shasta. And during listening, actually, I received some information about to include before my comment, another kind of like a comment, but it's a related comment. Is about water prioritization. It's about that we need to develop the meanings about water source areas and less water source areas. So right now, I'm currently located in the water sources areas. It's lots of water, but those water are not identified completely and not protected. And regarding those terminologies, water sources area need to comply for monthly water conditions report to the state and to control waterways to the less water sources areas down south. As we know, many areas are very dry. So this is a priority for the water quality and quantity for those prioritization. Because as we know, lots of fires are striking for the dryness of the areas, and roots are drying, and it's highly possibilities to have a fire and the smoke. So we don't want that. So when we protect water flow, we will decrease of those events. And here, as a comment goes, if I have maybe very few seconds, I even can show it. We already posted to the local government, local government not protecting the water flow. Here used to be water was just sitting, and sitting water usually are everywhere, just sitting and clogging, and vegetation is good vegetation. Vegetation is still growing, but our priority is to deliver this water to those less less water areas. This is our priority. So we calling for the assistance. We already called this assistance to the local government. So we volunteering, but we need at least tools, at least some now, and later to protect the boundaries. What is very important is a rocks, to settle a rocks. But right now we still identifying those streams, many of those streams. So we calling for those assistance from the states, at least to recognize our current those projects, or how we already mapped them. So we want this to be everywhere in states. The state regulate all water sources and know the conditions of those water sources. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And we're looking forward to give more reports of how we are doing here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pankiv, and thank you for your comments about headwaters management and the importance of it, certainly. So thank you. Next, that concludes public forum. And again, thank you, Mr. Loffer, for flagging for me that I had quickly scrolled past needing to do that. So we are now on to board business, and item number 1, which again is board consideration of adoption of the August 5th and the August 18-19 board meeting minutes. And I will now actually entertain a motion.
I'll move for adoption.
Second.
Thanks. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item carries and the meeting minutes are adopted. So thank you, everyone. Next, we have an informational item, item number 2, which is an update on the board's actions and responses to COVID-19. And I believe Ms. Sobek, you're here to provide that. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. We actually don't have an update today. We had put this item on when we were sort of in the midst of the acute COVID crisis, just to make sure we had a means of regularly updating you. I think we'll probably move to monthly updates, and then eventually probably include the information in the executive director's report. We will have an update at the next board meeting on September 15th to let you know about our efforts to collect information about rate information from drinking water and wastewater systems. But today we do not have an update. Probably next meeting when we provide that update, we'll if it's appropriate, we'll also provide an update on what if any post-fire responses and recovery efforts the board is involved in. As everybody knows, there are a number of fires, and we are only at the very beginning of fire season. During the midst of the response, the actual first response to the fires, the board is not very engaged, but we do start getting involved immediately upon the recovery phase of those operations. So I will yield back our time on this item and look forward to updating you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Ms. Sobek. I do see we have a public commenter on this item. Since there really wasn't much of an update, I don't know if we will need to, but Mr. Pankiv, want to provide the opportunity if you wanted to speak on this item. Oh, you're on mute still currently.
Hi, yes, about this comment as a COVID-19 is very simple, is that we promote how to increase the health of the humanity. Actually, it's just breathing nose, and we recommend a light meditation as requiring for all individual to evolve. So we're working on this with the Department of Education, but this is just what it is. If someone has something else, we will ready to listen, but how we can improve the health of the society, and we will not be have fear to have a mask, because we can breathe from the nose, and have more power than we have a sun, our star. This is what we also recommend and promote, but this, I don't know how to more describe on this topic, but this is related to this topic because we right now putting those conditions that we need some extra tools that we are not enough of something. We have mistakes in our sims, like we need the max, but I understand some people don't know about how to have a strong health. So this is some kind of a comment from here of North Mount Shasta, California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pankiv. Next, that concludes that item. Thank you, Ms. Sobek. Next, we have, just want to flag that item number 3 has been pulled from, and I should have maybe said at the top, has been pulled from the board meeting, and item number 4 will be rescheduled. And so we will postpone that to a future board meeting for discussion. So that simply leaves us with item number 5, which is our main event. So appropriately, we'll have plenty of time to discuss what is a critical matter before the board. And so as I transition to number 5, I have my script to read you. So bear with me as I transition to that. So we're moving on to item number 5. And in accordance with the June 19th, 2020 third revised public notice, the state board will now hold a public hearing for public comment on the proposed amendment of the water quality control policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as the once through cooling or OTC policy. The proposed amendment would revise compliance schedules for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Redondo Beach generating stations, and Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. Following the hearing, the Water Board will consider the amendment to the once through cooling policy for adoption. The hearing and consideration of adoption is being recorded. We will have presentations from staff and members of the statewide advisory committee on cooling water intake structures, known as SACWIS, followed by public comments. If you intend to speak on this item and have not done so, please send an email to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov requesting to speak. The clerk will send you a link to a sign up to receive the password and to join the meeting. When you are called on to speak, please slowly state your name and identify the organization that you are representing, if any. Time limits may be imposed on oral comments to allow all participants the opportunity to be heard. And we will now proceed with presentations from staff, followed by members of the SACWIS. And I think our first presentation will be from Julie Johnson from the State Water Board. And just for sense of timing for everyone, looking as though we have about 65 public commenters at this time. So we'll be going mainly in the order that they have been received, except for elected officials, which we'll take directly after the staff presentations. And with that, I believe we can move on to the first presentation.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just wait a second until the presentation comes up. All right, great, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Julie Johnson, and I am an engineering geologist in the Ocean Standards Unit in the Division of Water Quality. Online with me from the State Water Board are Kat Walsh, Rebecca Fitzgerald, Phil Crater, Karen Mogus, and Marley Wood. I'm presenting on the proposed amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, known as the Once Through Cooling Policy or OTC policy. We also have representatives from the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, referred to as SACWIS, and from the South Coast Air Quality Management District, who are available to respond to board members' comments and questions throughout this hearing and adoption meeting. Next slide, please. So today I will give a brief summary of the proposed amendment, discuss comments received, summarize revisions to the staff report and amendments, and present staff's recommendation for the board's consideration of this amendment. Following this presentation, several SACWIS member agencies, including the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC, the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO, the California Energy Commission, or CEC, and the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, will be giving presentations or oral statements providing additional background information, clarifications, and support for the grid reliability portion of this amendment. Next slide. As covered in the workshop on April 21st, the proposed amendment has 5 components. The first component and primary reason for this amendment are the proposed compliance state extensions to address grid reliability concerns for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Redondo Beach generating stations. The 4 other components of the amendment include revising the compliance states for Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant Units 1 and 2, changing the due date for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's annual grid reliability reports from December 31st to January 31st of a given year, clarifying the extension process, and including non-substantive edits for formatting and accessibility. This presentation will focus on the first and second components of this amendment, as we received no comments on the latter 3. Next slide, please. The primary purpose of this amendment is to address projected shortfalls in energy availability starting in summer 2021, as identified by CAISO and the CPUC. There are several causes that contribute to the projected shortfall, including shifts in peak energy demand to later in the day and later in the year, changes in the method for calculating how much energy is available from wind and solar resources, increasing uncertainty surrounding the amount of energy California can import during summer months, and unanticipated shutdowns of non-OTC generating units. In its November 2019 decision, the CPUC directed 3,300 megawatts of new procurement to come online over the next 3 years to address the projected electrical shortfall. However, since it takes time to develop new energy resources and get permits approved for construction, the CPUC recommended extending the compliance dates of Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Redondo Beach beyond the end of this year to bridge the gap for up to 3 years as these new resources come online. Since the release of the proposed amendment in mid-March, there has been a lot of activity regarding the proposed extensions, as well as unanticipated environmental and human health crises. In the CPUC's March decision, it revised its recommended extension for Ormond Beach from 1 year to 3 years, matching SACWIS's preferred alternative. In May, we received a joint letter from the CPUC, CAISO, and the CEC restating their unanimous support for the proposed compliance date extensions and affirming that the capacity of the 4 facilities, both individually and combined, are needed to compensate for the band of uncertainty and projected supply shortfalls that have been identified in 2021 and beyond. Last month, due to potential impacts from COVID-19, the CPUC communicated that it established a process to track the procurement and development of the new resources coming online. The energy agencies have communicated that they will not make a recommendation for additional compliance date revisions for these facilities unless an extension is absolutely necessary for grid reliability. Next slide. The public comment period for the amendment ran from March 18th to May 18th, and we received approximately 747 timely written comments. The vast majority of comments were on the proposed extension of Redondo Beach, mostly in opposition to an extension, but also several in favor. Based on public comments heard during the April 21st workshop and written comments that were received during the comment period, revisions were made to the staff report to provide clarifications on how these facilities will contribute to grid reliability, additional background information from previous SACWIS reports and technical studies from the CAISO and CPUC, and new information from events that occurred after the draft staff report was posted in mid-March. Before we dive into comments received specifically on Redondo Beach, I'll talk about comments received on how the OTC policy is implemented, grid reliability needs and considerations, and environmental impacts. Next slide. We received a lot of comments on how power plants comply with the OTC policy. There are 2 tracks by which facilities may comply, and owners and operators make their own business decisions on how to achieve compliance for each facility. The OTC policy does not require facilities to shut down or cease operations. However, this has been the path of compliance chosen by owners and operators for 18 of the 19 facilities under the policy. We included a comprehensive explanation of how facilities comply with the policy in the response to comments. We received several comments on energy reliability considerations and that the compliance date extensions, especially for Redondo Beach, are not needed. The intent of the OTC policy is to bring facilities into compliance with Clean Water Act Section 316B while maintaining grid reliability throughout the state. The OTC policy, as originally adopted, acknowledges that compliance state changes may be necessary in order to support grid reliability. The State Water Board created the SACWIS, which is comprised of 7 member agencies, including the CPUC, CAISO, and CEC, to monitor grid reliability and provide recommendations to the State Water Board in the event that extensions are necessary to ensure grid reliability and the welfare of the citizens of the state. Next slide, please. Many comments were received regarding grid reliability, such as the role and authority of the energy agencies and other members of the SACWIS, the role of the OTC facilities in ensuring grid reliability, how peaker plants operate, the relationship between renewable resources and grid reliability, and the projected energy supply in the CAISO's Balancing Authority area, which covers most of California. For clarification, when we use the term peaker plant, it means that facilities are dispatched many times simultaneously in response to spiking energy demand or emergencies. We revised the staff report to clarify that these OTC facilities have typically been operated like peaker plants, and that in May, the energy agencies reaffirmed their unanimous support for these proposed compliance date extensions to support grid reliability. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has increased uncertainty in numerous ways. Potential delays in new electrical resources coming online may result from COVID-19 related supply chain issues and/or potential permitting or inspection delays related to agency staff, budget, or procedural constraints. The energy agencies are tracking changes in overall electricity demand resulting from increased telework, homeschooling, and the overall decline in the economy, and will continue to monitor peak demand to determine if forecasts for 2021 and 2022 need to be adjusted. The CPUC has established a process to track the procurement and development of new resources and will be submitting quarterly reports to the State Water Board on project statuses. If the project tracking indicates a significant risk of delay in project online dates, the energy agencies may return to the State Water Board to recommend additional extensions beyond 2021 if absolutely necessary. Following this presentation, the energy agencies will speak to these topics. Next slide, please. I'll now talk a bit about environmental impacts, starting with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. So we heard concerns that a full CEQA analysis was not conducted for this amendment. In 2010, a complete CEQA analysis was conducted, which described baseline environmental impacts caused by operation of once-through-cooling facilities. The plants were all operational when the OTC policy was adopted. When considering the potential environmental impacts of adopting the policy, the potential impacts of actions the facilities would take in order to comply were compared to the baseline conditions. Since the OTC facilities are not required to shut down in order to comply with the policy, and the possibility of future compliance date extensions to address grid reliability was acknowledged in the original project, the amendment is within the scope of the original process and no additional CEQA analysis is required. Even so, the staff report contains an addendum to the 2010 final substitute environmental document to provide updates on new information relative to the project. Continuing operation of these plants does not cause new or more severe environmental effects. These facilities are expected to remain at or below current levels and below the baseline levels established in the 2010 final SED. Several comments were also received regarding water quality and impacts to marine life from continuing operation of these facilities. If the compliance dates are extended, these OTC facilities will continue complying with interim mitigation requirements, consisting of annual payments based on the volume of water pumped. Additionally, these facilities will continue to comply with applicable National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, permits, and other associated regulatory documents, which regional water boards will amend to be consistent with compliance date extensions. Next slide, please. Shifting gears now, of the comments received on Redondo Beach, in addition to comments on grid reliability, many expressed concerns about the illegal pumping and continuing damage to wetlands on the property, and a strong desire to see those wetlands protected and restored. In May, the Coastal Commission issued a notice of violation, or NOV, to AES, operator of Redondo Beach, for unpermitted pump installations and dewatering of the wetlands, which is a process outside of the State Water Board's authority. If the compliance date extension is granted, neither AES nor SLH, the new property owner, are absolved from complying with existing state and local permits. Additionally, it should be noted that the Proposition 68 grant money received by the City of Redondo Beach from the California Natural Resources Agency will be retained if Redondo Beach's compliance date is extended. As previously stated, the majority of comments expressed opposition to any extension of this facility. However, several comments were in support of a 3-year extension, both for grid reliability purposes and to potentially obtain community benefits outlined in an agreement between AES and SLH. Based on the oral and written comments we've received, it is clear that the proposed extension of Redondo Beach and future use of the property have raised controversial issues with differing and strong opinions. We appreciate the comments received and recognize that these are challenging issues. However, this amendment is not the appropriate venue to determine local land use and zoning issues. Therefore, we continue to recommend to the board a 1-year extension of Redondo Beach, as supported unanimously by the energy agencies and matching the SACWIS preferred recommendation. Next slide, please. Many comments expressed concern about impacts to air quality and public health caused by emissions from Redondo Beach, specifically focusing on particulate matter, the high population density within a 1-mile radius of the facility, and visual emissions such as black smoke events. Redondo Beach is currently in compliance with all permits and applicable regulations that were developed to be protective of human health, including ambient air quality standards. Based on our conversations with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, abnormal visual emissions, such as black smoke, generally do not occur as part of normal operations, and typically are the result of equipment malfunctions, breakdowns, or cold starts after the plant has not been operating for a while. Based on compliance records, events that result in black smoke are relatively infrequent. While air quality concerns are largely outside of the State Water Board's jurisdiction, these concerns were investigated and responded to extensively in the response to comments, and the staff report was revised to provide clarifications. Next slide, please. We received approximately 6 comment letters on the proposed extension of Ormond Beach's compliance date, 2 in support of the 3-year extension, and 4 of which expressed concerns about disproportionate environmental impacts affecting the nearby low-income and predominantly Latinx communities, which have an existing very high pollution burden. We revised the staff report acknowledging that Ormond Beach is located in a disadvantaged community and to provide additional analysis of these considerations in balancing environmental and community protection with electrical power requirements. In January, the Oxnard City Council unanimously approved a mutually negotiated agreement between the city manager of Oxnard and Genon, the owner and operator of the facility, that provides a timeline and sets aside funding for the demolition of Ormond Beach and remediation of the property by 2025 in the event of a 3-year extension. In late March, the CPUC revised its recommendation for Ormond Beach from a 1-year to a 3-year extension in a new decision based on a joint petition of modification submitted by the City of Oxnard and Genon. This updated recommendation was also added to the staff report. Next slide, please. We received 2 timely comment letters, both in support of amending the compliance dates for Diablo Canyon Units 1 and 2 to match the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC, license expiration dates. A number of late comments have also been received, some in support of the amendment and some opposed. The concerns expressed were that PG&E was not forthright in its intention to seek amendment of the compliance dates for Units 1 and 2. However, in 2016, PG&E and 6 other parties signed an agreed-upon plan to retire Diablo Canyon and replace its capacity with renewable resources. In 2018, the CPUC approved a retirement plan for Diablo Canyon that included both units retiring at the end of their current operating licenses, which are November 2nd, 2024 for Unit 1 and August 26th, 2025 for Unit 2. PG&E requested amendment of the compliance dates to match the NRC license expiration dates in accordance with the CPUC decision and the processes set forth in the OTC policy. We are taking this opportunity to match the compliance dates of Units 1 and 2 in the OTC policy to the NRC license expiration dates. Next slide, please. After reviewing and responding to comments received, staff continued to recommend adopting the resolution, amendment, and supporting documentation, which would extend the compliance date of Redondo Beach until December 31st, 2021, and the compliance dates of Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach until December 31st, 2023, to address grid reliability concerns. Additionally, this would amend the compliance dates for Diablo Canyon Units 1 and 2 and adopt the administrative changes proposed in the amendment. This amendment balances the need for grid reliability with the protection of the state's coastal and estuarine waters. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have before I turn the mic over to Ed Randolph from the CPUC to kick off the presentations and statements from 4 of the member agencies of the SACWIS. As a reminder, these representatives, as well as from the Coastal Commission and South Coast Air Quality Management District, are available to respond to board members' comments and questions throughout the audit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the good summary, and no questions from me at this point. Quickly checking in with my fellow board members, hearing none, then Mr. Randolph. And Mr. Randolph, you should be invited to share your camera and/or microphone.
Okay, can you hear me?
Good morning, yes.
All right, I had not been let in yet. Good morning, Chair and board members. Thank you very much. My name is Edward Randolph. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Energy and Climate Policy at the California Public Utilities Commission. Can we go ahead and move to the next slide, please? Today, I and my colleagues from the California Independent System Operator and the California Energy Commission are here to add on to Julie's excellent presentation on the proposed amendments. She covered the ground very thoroughly, so I will try to move through some of the points quickly and not be overly repetitive. I do want to clarify that me and my colleagues from the other energy agencies are here today as representatives of our agencies. We are members of SACWIS, but we are speaking as representatives of the energy agencies today, though those statements are very consistent with the actions that SACWIS has taken and recommendations SACWIS has already done. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay. Given public comment that was received at prior workshops and informational hearings, and then some very recent events, I'd like to spend a moment or two on this particular slide that I think a lot of you have already seen before. It is the best visualization of what the need is for the extension of the once-through cooling plants. And this slide is showing the volume of resources, the capacity that we can get from each resource type, and what's called a stack analysis. It stacks up to what the total volume of megawatts that are available to meet California demand on a peak day at the peak time of the day, which is important. And the critical line is that red line at the very top, which represents the forecast of peak demand at peak time plus a 15% reserve margin. And that 15% reserve margin, as we've learned recently, is very important because that is what is used to take into account more extreme weather events or such as a heat storm or unplanned outages at particular generation units. And as you can see from that slide in forecast, and this has not been updated to reflect recent events, but as you can see from that slide in 2020, there's just enough resources to meet that critical red line, that planning reserve margin that the California rules require. And then over the next few years, there become a drop off where we move below the lines. There's a hash line at the top of that. That represents new procurement that the Public Utilities Commission has ordered load serving entities under our jurisdiction to procure and build over the next 3 years, with the initial round coming on in 2021. And in 2021, in those early years, if those resources come online as planned, there could be sufficient resources out there, but they do dip precariously close to those lines. So given uncertainty around that, the energy agencies are recommending these extensions of the once-through cooling plants with some phase out in different years over different time periods of the plants. What I want to emphasize now, though, is in relation to the outages and shortages that happened in California in the 2 weeks ago. I should start by saying the three energy agencies that are represented here today, we're in the process of doing a root cause analysis on those events to determine exactly what happened in terms of availability of resources and other issues that could have played into that in terms of the agency forecasting and how various resources interacted with each other on those days. So it's a little too soon to speculate. That report will be out, in the next few weeks. We are doing a very quick turnaround on the root cause analysis. But on the basics, we do know that the gray line at the top, which represents imports, was smaller than we expected. We got less imports. And we know some of the other bars in there were also smaller than expected, the natural gas and hydro for various reasons. So it does show that the system is precariously close there in the forecasting as we've gone. Another issue which, and I think we can move to the next slide now. Actually, can we move one slide forward? Yeah, we can just stop on that slide. We moved back one slide. Sorry, can we move? We're on slide 2. Can we move to slide? That's 3, 4. Can we move to slide 5? Perfect. Right. Yeah. So moving into some of the issues that were brought in here with these uncertainties out there. We know there's 2 levels of uncertainty that are in play right now going forward. One I've talked about is these planning margins are tight, and we've seen that they are that the 3 agencies and the root cause analysis are probably going to need to make some adjustments over the next couple of years, but we're still looking at that root cause analysis. And then, as Julie mentioned in her report, the agencies have also identified some risk due to COVID-19. Those risks are twofold. One is potential supply chain disruptions and the ability to get the materials needed to build the resources that are supposed to come online over the next 3 years at 3,300 megawatts of new resources. And then the other is potential permitting delays out there due to shelter in place and telework arrangements. In the state, we've already seen some delays in major projects and getting the permits they need out there. And so the PUC is tracking those closely. To date, we don't see, while we see some small delays in project development, we don't see any delays that are of a time frame that would impact the ability of these resources to be online for summer of 2021, summer of 2022, or summer of 2023, which are the key dates. But we are tracking that closely. Given those uncertainties, but given the fact that there's still, it still appears that everything is on track. The three agencies continue to recommend and support the recommendation that's in the amendments today for the extensions of the plants. However, in order to be transparent and clear on what we are tracking, and that there may be some need to come back to seek additional extensions, the PUC will be providing to the Water Board and Water Board staff regular updates on what we are seeing as far as contract development and online dates. So Water Board and Water Board staff will be thoroughly aware of progress towards that. And if we can move to the next slide. And then I wanted to address something very quickly that has come up in the prior workshops and prior in some of the public comment and the prior informational hearings. And that is some confusion about how once-through cooling plants help meet the peak capacity. There have been some comments out there and some questions out there noting that because the other plants out there that are less controversial than the Redondo Beach are not operating often, they can simply be used to meet the need that Redondo Beach would happen. It's critical to understand that what we are planning for in these efforts is not how much energy is needed over the course of the year, but how much energy is needed at a particular time, at those peak demand days. And at that point in time, as we actually saw 2 weeks ago, all of these plants in combination are needed, and you can't simply shift the load from one plant to the other. As a matter of fact, during the peak demand events 2 weeks ago, the CAISO did need to rely on all the once-through cooling plants that are in question here today. So these plants, it's not simply a question of using excess capacity at one for the other. There are moments in time during the year where we need or may need the capacity of all of them, even though they run very frequently. With that, I think that's the end of my presentation, and I will hand it over to either Neil Millar or Siva Gunda. I'm not sure who's up next.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Really appreciate your presentation and participation today. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's Neil Miller here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. The camera doesn't seem to be working, but that's fine.
Just to warn you, Mr. Miller, we can see you just fine.
Oh, okay. It's just taking a while to load here. So, Chair Escobar, board members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I will also keep my comments even more brief. I want to thank Mr. Randolph for the excellent job, as well as the Water Board staff for their excellent presentation. I'm Vice President of Transmission Planning and Infrastructure Development at the ISO. And on behalf of the ISO, I just wanted to confirm our agreement and support for the comments that Mr. Randolph just made. And also wanted to strongly encourage adoption of the OTC extension that has been requested for the very important reliability reasons. So those are the key points I just wanted to make, and I would be happy to help with any questions that may come up as well later in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate it. Mr. Gunda.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning. Oh, and just briefly, Ms. Townsend, if you can take down the slide. And I don't know if Mr. Gunda or I don't think Mr. Miller did, but if Mr. Gunda has a slide, that'd be fine. But good morning, Mr. Gunda.
Both of these people have requested to keep the slide up, actually,
okay.
during their talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, then I'll leave it through.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members and stakeholders. I'm Siva Gunda, Deputy Director of the California Energy Commission. As Ed noted, We are one of 7 agencies making up SACWIS and one of the 3 energy agencies that developed the joint letter for the board. The Energy Commission supports the proposed extension of the OTC facilities as detailed by the excellent presentation that Julie made today, and also the presentation that Deputy Executive Director Ed Randolph from CPUC made. The Energy Commission remains committed to the permanent retirement of these OTC facilities that we are requesting for extensions. And we're also committed to ensuring that their retirement schedules do not in any way jeopardize grid reliability. We do not take this request lightly and want to reiterate that we will continue coordination with other energy agencies to monitor the supply and demand situations and take actions if necessary to allow these plants eventually to retire. Thank you for the Water Board to considering this item today. I have technical staff Lana Wong, Alan Lee, and myself available during this meeting if you have any questions for us. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gunda. And I believe last, Mr. Richard Corey, we have. Good morning.
Morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. As you noted, my name is Richard Corey. I'm Executive Officer of the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, as well as a member of the SACWIS. CARB is charged with protecting the public health from the harmful effects of air pollution and developing programs to fight climate change. The board's programs are part of a coordinated 3-tier approach to cleaning up air pollution from various sources, and I'll cover each of those. At the federal level, the United States Environmental Protection Agency sets national air records and oversees state efforts and enforcement. And at the state level, CARB focuses on California's unique air quality challenges by setting stricter emission standards for a range of statewide pollution sources, including vehicles, fuels, and consumer products. And at the local level, 35 local air districts regulate emissions from stationary sources, such as power plants and oil refineries, and also implement indirect source and transportation control measures. And further, CARB's responsibilities include review and submittal of the state's plan to meet the national ambient air quality standards, which involves approval of air districts' plans for incorporation into the state plan, the SIP. Each district has its own set of rules consistent with state and federal requirements. And although the air districts have primary jurisdiction over stationary source permitting and enforcement, CARB has oversight authority to monitor the performance of the programs. CARB's role in SACWIS is to assist in the review of generator implementation plans submitted to the State Water Board and advise on implementation of the OTC policy to ensure alignment with air permitting requirements. In this role, CARB staff coordinates with counterparts at air districts where the OTC plants are located and may seek information to more effectively review implementation plans, ensure consistency with permitting requirements, and formulate appropriate recommendations. As such, I'd like to recognize, though, and thank our colleagues from the South Coast Air Quality Management District for being available to help respond to permitting questions and for working collaboratively with CARB staff to address any issues that have surfaced during the OTC policy implementation effort. Now, we're aware that air-related concerns have been raised as part of the proposed OTC amendment, particularly with respect to the Redondo Beach facility, as was mentioned earlier. CARB staff have worked with staff at the South Coast District and Ventura districts to ensure that any required permit modifications are completed in a timely manner, have met all applicable district rules and permit modification procedures should the OTC compliance date extensions be approved at the Los Altos and Huntington Beach, Redondo Beach, or Ormond Beach facilities in response to the grid reliability concerns that have been discussed as part of the previous presentations. Apart from this specific role in SACWIS, CARB is responsible for the climate change scoping plan, which is the plan for how the state will meet its greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. We're also involved in efforts with our sister agencies to work towards 100% renewable and zero carbon electricity by 2045 through the SB 100 joint agency report to the legislature that's underway. We're also working in partnership with the Air District to address exposure in communities most impacted by air pollution through the AB 617 Community Air Protection Program. The AB 617 program is developing and implementing new strategies to measure air pollution and reduce health impacts. We recognize that realizing multi-pollutant benefits will require strategies that shift us away from fossil fuel resources while balancing the need for reliable electricity. And with that, I wanted to thank you, Chair and board members, for allowing our participation in the meeting, and back to the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Corey. Thank you for the continued partnership and participation in SACWIS and helping us understand, again, the scope and impact of today's decision and a necessity. Anything further from Ms. Johnson or staff at this point? Okay, hearing none, I think we can, if there aren't any questions, that is from fellow board members, we can move on to comments from elected officials. I want to flag that Patrick O'Donnell, State Assembly member, did put in a card. I don't believe he is here in the Zoom platform with us currently. So Assembly member, I know there's a lot going on. And so, but if you tune in later or wish to speak, we can bring you to the front to quickly give remarks. So thank you for that. So next, actually, I would like to call up Genevieve Regley on behalf of Assemblymember Cunningham.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Genevieve, and I'm representing Assemblyman Jordan Cunningham. And first and foremost, we support the request that Diablo Canyon's OTC license be amended to allow it to coincide with the upcoming expiration date of the existing Nuclear Regulatory Commission licenses. So this would mean a 2-month reduction for Unit 1 and an 8-month extension for Unit 2. The date alignment request is consistent with both the joint proposal, the CPUC's decision approving Diablo Canyon's retirement, and the adoption of Senate Bill 1090, co-authored by both Senator Bill Monning and Assemblyman Cunningham. These actions clearly confirm PG&E's intention to operate each unit at Diablo Canyon under its NRC licenses expire. They were done with much community input in an effort to ensure an orderly transition of the economy as the plant's reactors are retired. This amendment is in keeping with the community process understood by everyone involved. Disruption of this process would mean an early closure of Diablo Canyon power plant, and that would have an immediate negative impact on the community and its expectations. The community is not prepared for closure plans any sooner than have already been discussed and acted upon. The community could not prepare for a date sooner than the original 2025 retirement deadline. Closure of the plant in 2025 is and has been the plan for Diablo Canyon since the beginning, and any chance of that being moved up is not within the expectations of the local area. So ultimately, they're not prepared for this. So ultimately, we support the OTC license to be amended to coincide with the original date. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Regley, and thank you for delivering the Assembly members' comments for us today. I want to flag that Assembly Member O'Donnell has actually joined us here now. So Assembly Member, would welcome your public comment now. And you should be invited here momentarily to share your camera and or microphone.
I'm assuming you can hear me. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Great, and sorry for the technical difficulty.
Oh,
I got home at about 3:30 last night. The legislative session ended at 3:30 this morning, so you're all safe right now. And the legislature is out. Just quickly, I just want to thank you for your service to the state of California, be it a board member, be it a staff member, and just listening here for about an hour and a half now to kind of learn more what you do. It's very important. It's very important. As someone who represents the coastal district in the state assembly, I represent the 70th Assembly District, which is Long Beach, San Pedro, Signal Hill, and Catalina Island. I have 2 OTCs in my district that I grew up in the shadow of. So they're not very foreign to me. When we were kids, we used to sneak in there. Just can't do it anymore. But they're facilities that are very familiar to me. But I would like to commend the State Water Board for adopting a policy that contains the flexibility to address the electrical reliability and adjust OTC compliance deadlines, which is precisely what is needed today. I'm a firm believer that we need to pay attention to the integrity of the grid, the electrical grid, because if we do not, we are going to lose this whole green thing we're doing. We're going to lose the public. So when people go to turn on their light switch, they need to know that those lights will go on. If they don't, they're going to get suspicious. They're going to turn on our efforts to go green. So again, I urge you to push out the timeline for shutting down these facilities. We're going to do it. We've got a plan. But we need to make sure that the grid the integrity of the grid is so imperative, certainly for business, certainly for many reasons, but also just for the overall paradigm, the overall concept that we are going green. We go too fast, we truncate this process, it's going to blow up in our face. Again, I ask, I know as your staff report indicates, I support the staff recommendation that you push the date, the timelines out for all the OTC facilities in the state of California. Again, I have 2 that are within hundreds of feet of each other in down in Long Beach, Seal Beach. And really, I lean on that we cannot have disruption in electrical services like we just had. I mean, read your newspaper, you know what's going on out there. If we pull these off the grid, it is a threat to really our environment, because it is a threat to our overall plan. It's a threat to our goals. It's a threat to our mantra, our paradigm that we are going to go green. So I urge the board to adopt the amendment to the OTC policy that would extend all 4 plants. That's all 4 plants under consideration for an additional 3 years. I thank you again for all you do. Appreciate what you do, and it was great actually to sit in here. I was at the beginning, believe it or not, and to kind of learn what you guys do and how you interact with the other agencies, CARB, etc. So thank you for all you do again.
Thank you as well, Assembly Member. Thank you for the acknowledgement, and want to acknowledge certainly the difficult work that I know the legislature is in the middle, or was in the middle of, quite late. And so thank you as well for your representation of an incredible community down there. These aren't easy decisions, we know. And I would just make some comment that the 4 that we're extending here is of original 19, 10 years ago. And so
correct.
There's a lot to unpack in what is a good amount of progress and what is the request here, what is the amount of time, the necessity of it. We'll continue to hear from folks.
Yes.
So just wanted to provide that as well. So thank you, Assembly Member, again for your comments this morning and for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Next up, we have Mayor Tim Flynn with the City of Oxnard. And
excuse me.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. How are you? I'm just starting the video right now. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. And thank you very much for the opportunity for this hearing. And, I'm going to have a word with the city manager, because I think that the member of the assembly was given my speech today. So, as you know, we're one of the requesters for an extension here of 3 years on the power plant. And this power plant at Ormond Beach generates about 1,500 megawatts or has a 1,500 megawatt capacity. And it's in the context of the grid itself, it's only 0.03 of percent of the total energy production. But when we're looking at this situation of unpredictability, and that's a word that we don't really, we're able to make some valid predictions, but for the most part, these rolling brownouts and or blackouts have left many of us, in especially our community, in a very precarious position, especially during this time period with COVID-19, with so many individuals that are reliant on medical devices to get them through this illness period, and without energy backup or generator backup in many instances. So I want to formally request that this extension be granted. This power plant is on its, as of this year, it's its 49th anniversary. So it's just about a half century ago that the Ormond Beach facility came online. We have, as you might know, 3 coastal power plants in Ventura County. One of them has been closed. That's the Mandalay Beach power plant. All 3 of these power plants are peaker power plants. There's an additional one that Edison built that provides 50 megawatts. But this one, the Ormond Beach facility, provides the most energy of the 3 coastal power plants. And we're looking very much for this 3-year extension, not only to get us through this very difficult time period, but it's also the fact that the city manager, Alexander Nguyen, negotiated an agreement with GenOn to place money in a fund that will eventually, and my colleagues will talk about this, deconstruct this plant. And we don't have a plan to deconstruct the Mandalay Beach power plant, but we do have one here. So it's integral that we do get this extension, because the money from this extension will go to deconstruct that plant. So it's a very important factor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the board, for receiving our request, and thank you for all the work you do. This is the first time I've ever watched one of your meetings, and I hope it's not the last. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And thank you for joining us and providing an important comment here. From the community. Next up, we have Mayor Pro Tem Carmen Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez. Oh, one moment. I think you still need to be unmuted. You should be able to unmute yourself here. And there should be a dialogue that is popping up that, there you are.
Okay, great.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members and my colleagues on this call. As we say in Oxnard, buenos dias. We are a disadvantaged community in many regards, even though we have the most beautiful beaches in the area. Come and check it out. And you know that Oxnard has borne the burden of energy production for many years, as the mayor just said, 49 years at Ormond. And we're concerned about that, and our community has been included in the conversation when our city manager came up with this agreement. You know, we were so pleased with the initial decision to close the ones through cooling plants, because we know it impacts not just the health of our people who live near it, very low income farm worker, immigrant community working hard to put produce on our tables under difficult circumstances. They're out there when the fires are going, they're breathing the smoke. They don't have the opportunity to socially distance because of not the best living conditions, but they're doing it, they are sacrificing, and our city of Oxnard sacrifices too. So while we would have loved to see everything go perfectly and all of the ones through cooling plants closed down, our city manager very creatively came up with this agreement that GenOn has signed on to actually get us some compensation for the continuing that burden of energy production for our community and for our ocean. We've done a lot of things besides working very hard to close down the Mandalay station along with our allies and my colleagues on this call and others that went before. We also joined the Clean Power Alliance, providing clean, renewable energy for the region. We've invested heavily in that effort to provide renewables. We know we're not quite there yet where we need to be in the state or anywhere. We're going to again participate by this extension of 3 years. Even today, I was getting calls from a local people saying, "Are we sure this is a good idea?" And I like to say what our city manager, Mr. Nguyen, says. We cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So I do think that we we like this agreement. It is going to be perfectly safe. It can't be used for filling the potholes that people complain about. The other issues we struggle with because of lack of resources. It's safe. It's going to be used to take that plant down. You know, we have a tremendous plan for restoration of the wetlands, the largest intact wetlands in Southern California. Is very important to our community as an economic driver, as well as a place for a very important birding place, tourism, science, education, all of the things that come with it. So we do support the staff recommendation. You hear from two other colleagues of mine, and we thank you for your attention to this very important idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the good, the important comment. I know these are difficult, oftentimes balancing decisions, particularly with extension of plants that we know have environmental impacts, both for the communities and the ocean environment here. And you know, it really does take and require local leadership to work with these companies and figure out what is an equitable solution for the locals. And so that's not work we can do here at the board. And so just want to acknowledge and thank your comments and leadership there. So thank you, Ms. Ramirez. With that, next we have Vianney Lopez. Sorry, Ms. Lopez, council member.
Yes, hi, good morning. Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Vianney Lopez. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I am one of the 2 council members in South Oxnard that represents Ormond Beach, and I do want to thank you for your time and your consideration of this item. A very important item that is very beneficial for our community in South Oxnard, as has been mentioned, a disadvantaged community, but a very vibrant and culturally diverse community. We have residents who live less than half a mile from the ocean, from our coast, and we can enjoy this portion of the beach, partly because of this power plant that just towers over the coastline. And so we really think that this opportunity to extend the service of the plant will give us that opportunity to create this trust fund to dismantle it, and I think that is very key. You know, for so many residents in our city, to be able to enjoy the coast, to be able to enjoy our outdoors, especially in this time. So I do want to thank you for your consideration and the staff's recommendation to extend the service, and thinking of our Latino community who resides in this area, and how beneficial this will be. So again, thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing this through for the next 3 years, and what will come after in the dismantling of the power plant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lopez. You know, I actually had the pleasure of living in Ventura, just a little up the coast off of Pierpont, for a year there. So when I went to UC Santa Barbara, and know Oxnard to be an incredible, vibrant community with challenges though, and would drive south. And you know, the power plant does loom there, and you would have otherwise really incredible coastal access. So these resources for the community are really critical. And again, just want to thank you for your leadership and for representing the communities out there in today's proceedings. So thank you so much, Council Member. Next, we have Councilmember Basua, Gabby Basua.
Good morning, Chair, board members of the board. My name is Gabby Basua. I'm a council member for the city of Oxnard, representing District 5, where the Ormond Beach plant is currently located. I want to touch a bit in what our Pro Mayor Carmen Ramirez said in regards to everything that Oxnard has been working with. For years, Oxnard has been working with the California Coastal Conservancy and the Nature Conservancy to protect and restore the natural habitat of Ormond Beach. Ormond Beach is considered by wetland experts to be one of the most important wetland restoration opportunities in Southern California. The one impending item here is the power plant. We as Oxnard residents are asking you to approve this extension with what our city manager has worked with Mr. Alex Nguyen in allowing us to have this trust fund available in order to restore this area after the 3-year period is extremely important to Oxnard. It will allow the community to come back out and see the beautiful work that's been done by the Nature Conservancy and the Natural Habitat, along with other groups that are extremely vested in this area, Friends for Ormond Beach, the Urban Society. So I ask you today to please support staff's recommendation and extend the operation of the Ormond Beach plant. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Next up, we have Mayor Bill Brand from the City of Redondo. I believe, Mayor, you have, yes, a slide here. I believe you've also requested 10 minutes. We'll grant the 10 minutes, but if you don't need to use it all, feel free not to as well. And Mayor, you should be requested here to share your video and microphone and/or microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Escobar. Can you hear me okay? There we go. There we go. Thank you, Chair Escobar, and thank you to all the board members, and good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Brand. I'm the mayor of Redondo Beach, and I've been intimately involved in this once through cooling regulation start for a long time, well over 10 years before I was an elected official. So it's all very near and dear to my heart. And here we are 4 months away from the retirement date set for AS Redondo Beach 10 years ago, on the heels of rolling blackouts for the first time in 19 years. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. So let me just get started. Go ahead to the next slide. Number one has always been grid reliability. When I first got elected to City Council back in 2009, one of my first stops was the California Energy Commission. I met with Mike Jaskey, one of his staff people, and he, made it clear that there was capacity in this area to permanently retire a large once-through cooling power plant. And that was kind of our marching orders. So, and this date, December 31st, 2020, was agreed to 10 years ago with the cooperation, obviously, with everybody you hear on this call, and names, people I've met: Neil Millar, John, your deputy director, excuse me, his last name escapes me. Yeah, everybody. Jonathan Bishop. I met Jonathan Bishop when he was working with another state agency. So I'm very familiar with this. I have a degree in chemical engineering. I've gone to the CAISO workshops. I've visited CAISO maybe 5 times. A couple times with elected officials, so I have an intimate understanding of all this. What caused the rolling blackouts 2 weeks ago? That's unknown. Governor's ordered an investigation into that. We'll find out. There's a lot of, well, it shouldn't have happened. Let's just say that. It should never happen. The load that was seen was not something that hadn't been seen before. It wasn't even something that hadn't been planned for. So there's a lot of reasons it could have occurred. Grid management, capacity, just don't know yet. So looking forward to getting to the bottom of that. But the water board here has absolutely the opportunity here to assist with this by extending the compliance dates of the once-through cooling power plants, which was what the purpose of SACWIS was, to get these old fossil fuel power plants retired without jeopardizing grid reliability. So the question really is, what happened in these last few weeks where we had rolling blackouts? It's really not clear, and there's a lot of uncertainty about what happened. So I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what did happen. So next slide, please. CPUC testified last January to your SACWIS committee that they needed 2,750 megawatts more than they had planned in 2021. And it was simple math, really. By extending Ormond Beach, Huntington Beach, and Los Alamitos adds 2,883 megawatts of unexpected capacity for 3 more years. So this is almost 3,000 more megawatts than had been planned for another 3 years. And that is without Redondo Beach. And that is in the first year. So the CPUC made the recommendation at the SACWIS, made this presentation. Go to the next slide. This was one of the slides, sorry for the scribbling, but these were my notes I was taking, the simple subtraction I did, which shows that without extending Redondo Beach, even 1 year, you will have 133 megawatts of surplus capacity in the first year. So yeah, it was quite clear even from the PUC's own slide last January that extending Redondo Beach was not going to be necessary. Next slide, please. So the strong opposition to extending AES Redondo Beach, State Senator Ben Allen and our Assembly Member Almarid Suchi spoke with you guys. I think it was on this one of your public forums about a month ago. They're opposed to it. The community since 2001 has been looking forward to the retirement of this plant. City of Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, the school boards of Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, our Beach Cities Health District, all voted unanimously to oppose any extension, continue to vote unanimously to propose any extension. Our LA County Supervisor, Janice Hahn, the 4th District, opposed it, as well as Heal the Bay, Surfrider Foundation, South Bay Parkland Conservancy. You'll all be hearing from them. So there's very strong opposition to this. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is a slide we've shown a lot last year. This is what happens in an upset condition. This is what frightens everyone, makes a loud noise, black smoke, looks like an explosion. Everybody gets called, fire department, police, the mayor, AQMD, council members. It's startling, as you can see. And your staff report addresses this, but go to the next slide. This is not a one-off. This has been happening for many years. This is just a few weeks ago, right? And go to the next slide. This was 2 years ago. And go to the next slide. And this was 10 years ago from Hermosa Beach. So these upset conditions have been occurring for a long time. The AQMD is called. I noticed that your staff said that they've investigated it and responded, and the AQMD's investigated and responded, but nothing ever happens. There's never any fines. People just have to deal with it. And, you know, the plant's 66 years old. 66 years old. These are the facilities that you're talking about extending that are causing these great impacts to our community. And what's not shown here is the noise that is made when the pressure relief valves go off. It's tremendous, and it wakes people up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Next slide, please. And what's coming out of those stacks is not good for you. No, there's carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, sulfur dioxides, ammonia, all the nasty stuff you can think of, volatile organic compounds. And this is a very densely populated area. In fact, Hermosa Beach is the most densely populated area on the entire California coast at 14,000 residents per square mile. There are more people living within a mile of this plant than all the other power plants combined. So this is a different site. Next slide, please. AES sold recently, sold last March for $28 million, 50 acres on the waterfront of Redondo Beach for Southern California, a densely populated area for $28 million. The new owner is responsible for demolition and cleanup, not the city. Parks and open space are the only permitted use on this site, and any zoning change will require a public vote. So you're going to hear a lot of discussion probably from AES about this great offer of land, not even offer of land, just, you know, some sort of private park they want to operate. And, you know, the city does not need promises of a private parkland. The city is looking to restore the wetland. They were looking to purchase half of it. And we had agreed upon price. And when these extensions dropped on the table, everything changed. The new owner and AES withdrew their offer to sell half of it for $2 million an acre after remediation. So when the prospect of these extensions reared, that deal was off the table. And so there is no agreement between the city, and no one supports any agreement that's been suggested by AES, so, or the new owner. So next slide, please. Here's a deed of trust. There are 11 LLCs and 1 individual are the new owners. Your staff mentions SLH Investments and SLH Fund. I'm not sure why they selected them as a new owner, because according to the deed, they only own 3.45%. So you might want to check with the other 96.55% of the people that own this. So it was interesting that somehow they selected SLH. In your previous report for SACWIS, it was a different entity. So, but here's the deed of trust, and it's made up of 11 LLCs and 1 individual. Next slide, please. And these extensions are very, very valuable. It's something no one's ever talked about, but it's about $14 million per unit per year just to be on the ready for all these power plants. Nothing wrong with that. If, we need them, we need them. It costs money, it costs money. But you just need to know that the 3 units at AES Redondo, every year they're extended, is going to be about $42 million a year for them. So, and if the AES gets all their plants extended for 3 years, you're looking at almost $400 million for them just to be on the ready. Once they operate, then they charge for that. So you just need to know how much money's flying around and how much financial conflicts of interest there are when you hear the energy providers talk about, they're ready to go. Of course they are, and I don't blame them. Next slide, please. So your questions for staff, really, you guys directed your staff to come up with an alternative where AES Redondo was not extended at all. And I forgot when that hearing was. I think it was in May. But you should ask your staff why that alternative was not provided, and how did they come to choose SLH Fund and investors as the new owner when they really only own about 3.5%. Next slide, please. So the other argument you'll hear, and makes sense, right? Extend all the power plants for 3 years. If they are not needed, they won't operate and there won't be any impacts. If they do operate, then you're glad you had them. And you'll hear that. And it makes sense on the surface, but you have to understand, if you keep those power plants just available, we have 3 years of continued blight in the South Bay, you have 3 years of continued blight in these other areas, and that's an impact. If the answer is always yes, there will be extensions, they'll always be motivated to always ask for more extensions. It's very financially advantageous to them to just get extended. They don't even have to operate to make money. Fossil fuel power plants are not the future of energy production in California. And if the answer is always yes when they ask for extensions, well then, you're going to be counting on them. So everyone needs deadlines that mean something. Next slide, please. I'll wrap this up. Several pictures here. Next slide of what we have here. It used to be a salt lake. It's a historic landmark. Next slide. State landmark number 373. Next slide. It's a wetland. Coastal Commission has declared 6 acres wetland, lots of species down there. Next slide. So our recommendation is alternative 5, which was not presented, but go ahead and extend the other 3 power plants for 3 years. Do not extend AES Redondo. It's not needed, as shown by your PUC in their presentation. It's the least efficient of them all. It's the oldest, 66 years. It's the most densely populated area. You have maximum marine and community impacts and overwhelming support not to extend this particular site. Next slide, please. So in closing, I just want to say, you guys, this is your decision. It's not the CAISO's decision. It's not the PUC's decision. It's not the CEC's decision. It's certainly not the energy providers that have financial benefits for the extension. This is ultimately your decision. I think you need to set the tone that you're not going to get a yes to everything every time they come back. The reasons for these blackouts are still unknown. It's going to come out, and I think you can do your part by extending 3 of the large power plants that meet the need as said by the PUC, but you don't have to extend all 4. And I think you have to send that message really for everyone, that just extensions of old fossil fuel power plants is not going to be the answer going forward. It's time to phase these out. So anyway, thanks for the extended time. I really appreciate it. It's very important to our community. And thank you to all the work everybody's done. I know what's involved, and all the time the board members have put in and the time you've given us to be able to participate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Appreciate the comments today and previous comments as well, and the time and consideration. So thank you. Next, we have Council Member Nierenheim.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Councilmember Nils Nierenheim. I've been on council since 2017, representing the only beach portion of Redondo Beach, and currently also the Mayor Pro Tem. I've been an LA County lifeguard for 20 plus years. I'm a boat owner. I know the ocean really, really, really well. Once through cooling is World War II technology. Think about that for a moment. How old this is. Like Mayor Brand just said, 50, 60 plus years old. Ormond plant, same thing. These plants take a significant amount of time to fire up and get going. It's not just 30 minutes like peaker plants or other technology that are instantly turn on, or an hour or two to turn on. These plants take a significant amount of environmental damage just to get going. So the environmental damage that's done by the once through cooling environmental destruction steamrolls through our local aquatic life versus other technologies that don't do that. The volume of water that OTC utilizes and traps aquatic organisms including fish, lobster larvae, that all breed just outside our artificial reefs and rocky areas. Those reefs include our breakwalls, include our rock areas that have been artificially created through the years from 1980s, 1960s, 1950s, and these are all just outside the intake pipes that we currently have in Redondo Beach. Commercial fishermen have always said that power generators should be doing more after decades of destroying marine life and threatening their livelihood by the OTC's technology system. Letting this stay on just allows the status quo, as Mayor Brand just said. We can't have that move forward. The environmental destruction is what's at stake here. Additionally, they pollute air quality through the black smoke issues that they've created for so many times when they fire up and have issues. This happens multiple times this summer. I myself have seen this 2 or 3 times this summer alone. In fact, one of the photos that you just saw came from me when I was at the beach, and then thereafter I got 20+ phone calls and emails from the members of the public. It's a significant impact to the community. This versus utilizing peaker plants and other technologies that only affect air quality with extreme minimal environmental impact. That's a very key and very important that you need to think about. Once through cooling utilizes water and air resources. So it's a double hit. Marine life is destroyed and air quality is negatively affected. You should know that the white sea bass program at Redondo Beach recently ended after many, many years because the new plant owners wouldn't give them a lease and power requirements that they need. LADWP closed their scattergood once through cooling, and El Segundo also closed their once through cooling recently. Why suddenly are those being taken off, but we're being allowed to stay in place? It doesn't make any sense. In 2019, December 2019, California Energy Commission approved the demolition of General Electric's 800 megawatts Inland Empire Center in Riverside County. Since 2014, 16 gas power plant proposals have been abandoned, representing over $10 billion in aborted investments. Regarding the last power blackouts that we had, Bill Powers, a San Diego engineer who provides expert testimony to utility matters on state regulators, said, quoted, "This should not have triggered blackouts." Quote, "It makes for a compelling story. If you have blackouts because of power plants, because lack of power plants, but we know that there's no capacity problem, something odd is happening," unquote. So the CPUC and Cal ISO only care about power generation. They care about capacity, not the environmental damage, not the environmental impact, not the communities that this board takes into consideration, specifically the ocean waters. There's no need to keep Redondo Beach, put the proverbial nail into the coffin for World War II once through cooling. It doesn't need to be moving forward to kill it this year. If you do allow it, significant restoration funds should be given to Redondo Beach to replenish our fish stock and other marine life paid from the power generator. You should require a substantial increase in protection and restoration of habitat for shellfish, fish, microscopic organisms that will be harmed over the coming years. For instance, the Montrose Settlement Agreements and Palos Verdes Estates or Palos Verdes Peninsula, they're paid $64 million to create a new artificial reef that they're installing right now. Don't be shy with your demands for environmental fixes. In short, this board is here to quantify the balance of environmental destruction of once through cooling versus grid gain. Is this worth it? That's what you have to think about. We clearly think not in Redondo Beach. Shut Redondo Beach down. But if you do keep the other places going, create an additional fund to force the power generators to put in millions of dollars for artificial reefs, fish breeding programs like the one we used to have at Redondo Beach, estuary reestablishment, and many other aquatic life dependent needs that we have. So mitigate the effects of the once through cooling steam. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you as well, Council Member. Appreciated. Next, we have Council Member Todd Lowenstein from the City of Redondo as well. Council Member, good morning.
Great, good morning. Thank you, Chair Escobar, and thank you, the board, for allowing me to present. My name is Todd Lowenstein. I'm a Redondo Beach council member for District 2, which is the district where AES Redondo is located. In fact, I look down on the plant every day from my home. I don't envy you all. You've got a really tough job to do, doing what's right for the environment versus balancing our energy needs. And that's not something that you all signed up for. You're here to protect our waters and marine life and not to enable fossil fuel plants to continue operating. There's really, though, nothing new requiring you to keep AES Redondo Beach open since you mandated it to be shut down 10 years ago with OTC policy. And so speaking of energy, I find it really unusual that we haven't had rolling blackouts in California for nearly 20 years, as Mayor Brandon said. But all of a sudden, with about 9% of generating capacity left on the grid, we have them. And as Mr. Randolph had said, they're investigating the root causes of this. But according to New York Times staff energy writer Ivan Penn, the rolling blackouts left some of the state's energy experts bewildered. They set this up like this is a historic event, said Bill Powers, who's a San Diego engineer who provides expert testimony on utility matters before the state's regulators. This should not have triggered blackouts. It makes for a compelling story if you have blackouts because of lack of power plants. But we know there is no capacity problem, Mr. Powers said. Something odd happened. Again, I'll repeat that. We know there is no capacity problem. Something odd happened. So your staff report seems to recommend a 1-year extension with no guarantee that we won't be back here in another 6 to 12 months for another extension. In fact, Mr. Randolph just said to you, there may be some need to come back and seek extensions. You heard that from him directly. So, being an elected official, the easiest path is to always accept what staff recommends. And it's not always easy to go against staff recommendations. And you yourselves just saw the picture of the smokestacks next to all those houses. Think about how close those are. Any extension would not be a compromise to the residents of Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach, but would burden us residents by continuing to fill the lungs of school children, thousands of school children, with unhealthy particulates. It would disrupt densely packed neighborhoods through really loud, startling startup noises and ear-splitting noises from the pressure relief valves, which are violating all of our local noise ordinances. And it's also harming and killing marine life in the huge intakes of water used for the cooling of those turbines. So both of our cities of Redondo Beach and Hermosa have 21,000 residents within 1 mile of the plant. Think about that. And we've compromised for the past 100+ years. And now we're being asked to bear the burden of poor planning that should have taken place over the last 10 years by CAISO. We thought that the plant would close this year, and now a new buyer comes in and benefits with millions of dollars showered on him within months of buying the plant. We feel like Charlie Brown and Lucy removing the football. We can never kick the football. It's constantly moved and the goalposts are constantly moved. I find it interesting that the State Water Board, which originally ordered the closing of the plant, wants to potentially allow AES to continue operating the plant, while at the same time, the Regional Water Board has been fining the city for output of total suspended solids for the operation of the Seaside Lagoon, which uses the water from that same power plant's intake. It's as if one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. I'll wrap this up by saying that Thomas Jefferson once said, in matters of style, swim with the current, but in matters of principle, stand like a rock. In this case, principles means closing the plant, as was approved 10 years ago. And unlike what Ms. Johnson had said, there's no split in our community. There's unanimous votes from our city council in Redondo and our school board, in Hermosa, the school board and the city council, the Beach Cities Health District, the state assembly member, the state senator, Supervisor Hahn. Everybody agrees that this should be shut down. When was the last time we received 650 comments on any item? Almost all of them opposing this. So please help us shut the plant down once and for all so we can improve air and water quality in our region. You can make everyone happy that wants the extensions in the other cities and deny the one community that is opposed to this any extension. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Ismail, council member, for your comments. I do want to just make some comment just on sort of how I see certainly the decision. The recent rolling blackouts of concern, interesting, and in further investigation is happening. But the SACWIS first signaled and began to recommend that there was going to need to be some increased flexibility here for reliability August of 2019. And so this discussion was happening well within and around. So I know there's sort of a tying and feeling like, whoa, that must be additional pressure on us as decision makers or myself as to the need. But in my mind, it actually is a separate event and actually pegs to a discussion that really began August of 2019 as a discussion around, and the deadlines began to loom here. What was the status? What was the need? And less tied to that event. I also want to be careful in making sure that we were clear on the point that the board didn't mandate the shutdown in any of these plants. There was a compliance pathway and there was a stop operating pathway. Those are business decisions that are made by the companies who operate those plants. It's not lost on me that of the 19 original plants that the policy applied to in 2010, they all decided to shut down at this point, and it seems the preferred path for even these last tranche of 4. But want to make clear that the board didn't mandate those activities. We set a compliance pathway and a non-compliance pathway, if you will, and those were decisions that were made, unless necessarily the mandating of the board. But I see Chief Deputy Bishop is here. Would you like to say anything?
I just want to clarify that all the plants stopped once through cooling. They didn't all shut down. Some of them went to air cooling or recycled wet cooling. So.
Okay. Sorry. What is the percentage of those that did end up?
I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head, but
that's fair. Some did then transfer and go the compliance pathway. So I think the point there is simply that these were business decisions, and so it would be unfair to say that the board mandated or at any point mandated the shutdown of these, but had deadlines. What we're contemplating certainly are an extension of the deadline for these 4. So thank you, council member. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Well, we can move on now to our next commenter, which is Councilmember Christian Hovarth from Redondo Beach as well.
Chair Esquivel, before
yes,
doing
Vice
that,
Chair.
I just have, I think those are really good points that you just made. And maybe before we close out today, Mr. Bishop, if you could provide that information, because with this, at the end of the line here, us focusing on the remaining few plants, I do appreciate that, much has already been done. So just, to clarify that information for the record before we close out today would be helpful.
We will get on that and get that for you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, good morning. My video might go out here, just so you know. I'm actually standing in the wake of the power plant here so that my kids can surf a little bit this morning. So I just wanted to say good morning. Again, my name is Christian Horvath. I am the Redondo Beach Council member representing District 3. I also serve as the past chair of the South Bay City Council of Governments and as a director for the largest community choice aggregator in the state, Clean Power Alliance. Today, I am speaking again on behalf of both my residents who live within a mile of the plant, as well as the greater sub-regional area. I want to voice my opposition to any extension of the OTC compliance deadline for AES Redondo Beach. If there has been one aspect about the future of this power plant that I can tell my residents over the past 5 years with certainty, it was that thanks to the foresight of your body in 2010, the plant would cease to operate as of January 1st, 2021. It is incredibly frustrating, especially in a time when environmental regulations are being rolled back consistently at the federal level to consider anything but closure. So my colleagues really hit on a lot of the things I want to say. So I'm just going to reiterate some of the comments I made to you back in April. One being that AES Redondo Beach is not necessary to ensure grid reliability. If you choose to extend the other 3 plants, there will be more than enough excess capacity in the first year for grid reliability. I realize staff said otherwise, but we believe that is not the case. On top of that, CAISO and the CPUC are not taking into consideration the procurement of storage and new green generation that Clean Power Alliance is currently working to create. On April 2nd, I made a motion to approve the building of a 100 megawatt Luna battery energy storage project. This is the largest ESA deal for a CCA in California, and it's one of the largest in the entire state. And this is just the first that CPA is working towards in the coming months. This project went from bid to contract execution in less than 6 months and demonstrates the nimbleness of meeting fast-changing regulatory requirements and electrical grid dynamics. Since then, we have approved other solar and storage projects, and we will continue to do so. The Water Board should not allow an additional year of environmental damage just to use AES Redondo Beach as a safety net. 2, staff's projected frequency of power plant operation supports not extending the compliance deadline for AES Redondo Beach. Your staff report said that since 2016 that all 4 power plants have been primarily used as peakers and operated on average over the last 3 years at 4.8% capacity. Any extension would see operations expected to run at or below their current operating capacity. With that expectation, removing the comparatively small AES Redondo Beach should not have an adverse effect on grid reliability. The closure of AES Redondo Beach, which is 848 megawatts, can easily be covered by the unused 95+% capacity of the larger plants. Alamitos is 1,163 megawatts and Ormond is 1,516 megawatts. 3, AES Redondo Beach is the least efficient and most environmentally damaging of the plants being considered. It was built in 1954, as Councilmember Narenheim stated, and Mayor Brand said, one of the oldest gas-fired plants in California. According to the chart cited by staff, AES Redondo Beach is one of, if not the least efficient plants in all of California, producing more cooling water discharge per unit energy generated than Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach combined. This results in potential impacts to marine life. In conclusion, I just want to reiterate some things that were already said. Elected officials from the local to the state level have all testified against extension, as have residents and environmental groups. I stated earlier, this body made the right decision 10 years ago. It should uphold that decision and allow Redondo Beach to close at the end of this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. We appreciate your comments today. Next up, we have the City Attorney, Mr. Michael Webb from the City of Redondo. Good morning, Mr. Webb.
Good morning, Chair Escobar. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having us. Let me start by saying I'm the elected City Attorney for Redondo Beach. I've had the pleasure and honor of serving for more than 15 years. I'm a California native and I grew up in the South Bay. This is a very, very important issue to all of us. And I want to thank the members of SACWIS for attempting to meet the requests of the residents of Redondo. They did change their recommendation from the PUC recommendation to SACWIS, which is the staff recommendation. So I truly appreciate that. We don't think it's enough. And I think it's because of failure to fully understand the unique nature of Redondo compared to all the other OTC plants. And also the kind of the system is set up where each agency works in a silo. And I think it's very important that you not continue that. Next slide, please. Of the 4 plants, AES, Alamitos, and Huntington Beach had no opposition, and they're going to be having a new power plants that will continue to run. That leaves Ormond Beach and AES Redondo as the only 2 power plants that seek to end the operation. They're very different. Ormond Beach, you know, the Oxnard made, I think, a deal that they're very happy with. They've articulated it well. That deal would not be satisfactory to Redondo, and you can see why. You know, they have 17 people living within a mile. We have 21,632. That's more than the other 3 plants combined. We're very different from those other plants. So you can see why it's an essential issue to us. If even for a limited time, the pollution continues, it's going to impact those living within a mile in a very real way. Next slide, please. Basically, it's being offered up to you as kind of an easy, okay, it's insurance. We don't know what's going to happen, and therefore we want to, have the insurance just so we don't have rolling blackouts. Well, if it's insurance, and AES has been quoted as saying, it's a good insurance policy, you have to ask yourself, one, is it like you would with any insurance policy? Is it really needed? Is the cost excessive? And will it really be there when it's needed? Is it life insurance when you have multiple dependents, or is it insurance from a company that can't pay you when you really need it? Next slide. So is it really needed? And I'll skip some of the next couple of slides because of your comments, Chair Escobar, as well as been covered by previous council members. But I want to point out there's a miscalculation on page 13 of the staff report, because it doesn't truly realize the difference between the PUC recommended alternative that AES Redondo would operate for 2 years and Ormond Beach 1. Once Ormond reached the agreement and was pushing for 3 years, it provides much more energy in years 2 and 3. And so it's 2894, not the 2230 that are in the staff report. And that is really essential. Go on to the next slide. And I won't cover this, but I think you have to decide, what is the standard for evaluating if this is needed? Is it the standard that was articulated that it's absolutely necessary? Well, the answer to that is no for year 2021. Mr. Randolph's slide, I think it was slide 2, and he stated that the red line is above the projected max need plus the 15% reserve for 2021. So it's not absolutely needed. Or are you just using it in an abundance of caution? And then if it's really just insurance, because it's not absolutely necessary, then is the insurance worth it? Go to the next slide and the slide after that. Next slide. So I would say that it costs too much, and the costs are to environment and to public safety. The mayor has covered much of the pollution that occurs when AES runs, when it tries to operate as a peaker plant, which was never built as a peaker plant. When I talked about the silos, one of them is AQMD does not focus on local impacts. They focus on basin-wide. And I know that because we went through the hearings, we opposed the AES originally applied for a new power plant. They ran into significant trouble at the Energy Commission because, again, no one would put a power plant in that area. And the problem is, if you vote to extend it, if you vote to have this insurance policy, you're voting to extend a power plant that wouldn't otherwise be there using old technology in that crowded area. But so no one focuses on on local impact, but you. Staff does mention you may consider it, and just doesn't do any further analysis. They say, well, but we really need to focus on clean water, and we need to rely on SACWIS, all of which is true. But if you don't focus on the energy, you need to, then no one else will. If I can just go a couple more slides. And I just want to go ahead and pass that. I want to continue 2 more slides. One more slide. Okay, the second silo is the PUC. When we talked to them during their process, they indicated, oh, AES has told us they have all the permitting stuff needed. And that's why they wrote, when we gave convincing evidence that that wasn't true, they trust that you will take the issue of safety of the watering system into consideration when you comply it. Next slide. Next slide. There's a material risk that that energy won't be there. You know, the Coastal Commission will continue to take action. The city has action it can take, including both civil and criminal penalties. And we may end up in a situation that if staff's worst case scenario is right, the energy is not needed for you. And nothing will be done between now and August of 2021 to try to expedite new energy sources such as increased battery storage, or you can even do emergency generation like PG&E did for the fires. And so it's not even, though it's posted as the easy decision, it's not the easy decision. It's not the prudent or wise decision. And we hope that you take into consideration those areas that only you can do, and that the energy may well not be there, even if you buy this insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Next, we have Mary Campbell from the city of Hermosa Beach. Mayor, Mary Campbell, that is. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to start by extending thanks all the way around for all of the comments and presentations this morning. Really, really helpful. I learn more and more every time. And Chair Esquivel, you started this item by calling it the main event. And I simply cannot underscore that more emphatically for my city, my neighboring cities here in the South Bay, certainly the city of Redondo Beach, who has led the charge. And as I look at all my notes, I think every single point has been made. And I am incredibly impressed by the commitment that my city, and especially my neighboring city of Redondo Beach, has had to this issue over the years, the many years. These projects and these considerations are clearly not all the same, as has been well articulated again today. And I think what I'd like to point out is, as an elected official, been put in a position to address and have to make decisions on very complex issues. I very much can relate to and empathize with the hard-earned work of the staff, and yet here's where I feel really strongly, and maybe can add, and that is that it is really, really hard to trust that this 1 year request for a 1 year extension would hold. And all of the great reasons that have been brought to the fore once again about why we need to have this power plant retired and go away once and for all is really very, very hard to trust a 1 year extension around. I think that my ask of this board is to leave no stone unturned in this conversation today as you consider this 1 year extension that may come back around, asking for more. We are the people who are impacted. We are impacted greatly by the existence of this power plant. And I would like to see greater emphasis in the conversation and in the deliberation about where the responsibility and accountability lies for the power grid importance, which as we all agree, is entirely important inside of this. But there is a very specific and deliberate sense of urgency here in our region. There are multiple reasons, economic, environmental, that we need to have some sense of moving toward what is still going to be a multi-year process. And I think it's time to really take that leap, get us on that track, put responsibility where it lies. If we need to expedite permits in order to meet deadlines, I respectfully suggest that that's where the pressure should be applied. And there is as much well-informed, deeply informed and considered thoughtful input from elected officials at all levels and elected leaders in the local cities whose points being made over all of this time, and certainly here today as well, should be taken deeply to heart so that you can know that the decision that you're making is keeping on balance all of those concerns at the same time. And with that, I think that is really what's left on the table. If I could have a prop, it would be to bring the noise that we hear when these stacks go off as a show and tell. Certainly I can't do that, but add it to the list of impacts, and these are very real for thousands and thousands of people. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your continued leadership and for your comments today and helping us understand the impacts and the perspectives of the community for sure. Thank you. Next, we have Council Member Stacy Armato from the city of Hermosa Beach. Good morning. Still yes, morning. Council Member, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you to you and your fellow board members. I'm Stacy Armato, Hermosa Beach City Council member, and I wanted to join our mayor in speaking today on behalf of my colleagues on City Council and our nearly 20,000 residents, urging you to not extend the operations at the AES Redondo Beach power plant. Both the Hermosa Beach School Board and Beach Cities Health District, as you know, join us in unanimously opposing any kind of extension of operations of this outdated power plant. The cities of Redondo Beach and Hermosa have been working closely together for years now to ensure that this facility has ceased operations and transitioned to the site to a much more beneficial use. Redondo has spearheaded these efforts, and Hermosa has worked closely by their side towards these same goals. And as you know by now, through all the comments today, there are 21,000 plus people living within just 1 mile of the AES power plant. The site is located directly across the street from Hermosa Beach's southern border and has been a concern in our community for its negative effect on our environmental health and on our quality of life. The plant and its acres of radiating power transmission lines have been a highly visible source of noise, visual, and air pollution, not just for our city, but for the entire region. As your staff report points out, of the 4 power plants before you today, the Redondo power plant is the least efficient, requiring more once-through cooling intake water to produce a megawatt hour than all of the other power plants before you today, resulting in potential impacts to marine life. Now, I know the pressure you may feel to move forward staff's recommendation. And I truly appreciate the work that they've put in and the compromises they've recommended in collaboration with the other agencies. But I respectfully implore you, for the reasons we bring up today and the many concerns in the hundreds of comments submitted on the record from our community members and our stakeholders, to take a moment and consider the tremendous negative effect even 1 year extension has on our community, and oppose this extension of operations at AES Redondo Beach, and allow these 50 acres to finally become a source of pride to our region's health and our quality of life. And I want to thank you all so very much for the time and your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Council Member. Much appreciated. Next, I believe we have Lisa from AES. Ms. Kruger. One moment. Should be able to unmute now. Good morning.
Good morning. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Good morning, Chairman Escobar, board members, and water board staff. I'm Lisa Kruger, president of the U.S. Strategic Business Unit for AES. First, I'd like to thank the water board and staff for your leadership in protecting marine life and for your attention and engagement through this OTC rulemaking process. We appreciate the working relationship with Jonathan Bishop and the Water Board staff and thank them for their collaboration and cooperation through this rulemaking process. Through the Water Board's efforts, we all know that even if a 3-year extension is provided to all 4 OTC plants, that the daily average OTC statewide water use is projected to be at or below the flow rates required by the original OTC policy compliance schedule. AES has played a role in achievement of these OTC standards by retiring 7 of our 14 OTC units earlier than the compliance schedule. The decision before the Water Board today is an extremely important one, but it is not because of the impact it will have on marine life, but for the impact it will have on how California makes sure the lights stay on as California works to maintain its leadership in transitioning to a renewable energy future as every other state in the world watches. As we have expressed before, we urge the Water Board to provide 3 OTC year extensions for all 4 OTC plants because they provide an insurance policy to help ensure electric system reliability. The rolling blackouts of August 14th and 15th illustrate exactly what the Energy Agency said in their letter in response to Governor Newsom, that forecast and planning reserves need to better account for the fact that climate change will mean more heat storms, more volatile imports, and that our changing electricity system may need larger reserves. We support the staff recommendation for a 3-year extension for Huntington Beach and Alamitos. As I will discuss later, if you decide not to provide a 3-year extension for Redondo Beach, then I urge you to provide a conditional 2-year extension now, with an automatic revocation of the 2nd year should the additional analysis by the Energy Agency show that Redondo Beach is not needed for 2022 to support system and local reliability needs and to ensure Redondo Beach is still operational if it is needed. Next slide, please. At AES, our mission is to accelerate a safer and greener energy future. We are proud to be a leader of renewable energy deployment in California and in 14 countries around the world. We have over 1.25 gigawatts of solar plants in operation in California, over 115 megawatts of wind, and are the world leader in battery energy storage with our affiliate Fluence. We have 100 megawatt battery storage under construction at one of our OTC plants, Alamitos, and another 100 megawatt battery energy storage project under construction for the Clean Power Alliance. Our affiliate Fluence is providing the battery technology for each of these projects, as well as another 300 megawatts of battery storage projects in California that have been recently announced. Our mission at AES is aligned with that of California, but California's renewable transformation will be adversely impacted if reliability is not maintained and the lights go out. Next slide, please. There have been national and international attention to the rolling blackouts in California and much debate over the challenges of integrating wind and solar as the dominant energy supplies. Further outages or risk of unreliable electric service will further erode national efforts to make the transition to greater and greater reliance on those renewable energy resources. California has not only been a US leader, but a world leader in advancing climate change policies and renewable energy goals. Achievement of California's bold climate change goals and renewable energy goals are threatened if electric system reliability is not maintained. 2020 is the first major benchmark year for renewable integration and a marker for the transition from fossil fuel. As the fleet of legacy coastal plants are retired, these remaining 4 OTC plants will serve as a very important transition resource and the insurance policies to ensure the lights stay on in California and that reliability is maintained in the short term. If the lights go out, lives will be impacted and achievement of California's bold climate change and renewable goals are threatened. Next slide, please. Like the other OTC plants, if the Water Board grants an OTC extension, Redondo Beach can continue to support grid reliability over the next 3 years, just like it has and did during August 14th and 15th. When the CAISO called for rolling blackouts to maintain system reliability, Redondo Beach responded as was expected to the CAISO's directions and need. The plant came on in advance of rising demand forecasts when CAISO asked. It ramped up as CAISO was moving up towards its peak load for the day, and it ramped down as CAISO was past its peak load of the day. And it set its minimum loads overnight until needed again for the next day. Operating its full load of 850 megawatts, Redondo Beach can serve the electricity needs of over 1 million households in the Los Angeles basin. Next slide, please. The CPU indicated in its IRP proceeding that we will look to the resource adequacy market to help determine which, how much, and for how long the OTC units will be needed. Redondo Beach is fully contracted in the resource adequacy market for 100% of its capacity for 2021 and 2022, and 60% through 2023, indicating there's a market need for Redondo. If Redondo is only provided a 1-year extension, 13 load-serving entities will be back in the market trying to find energy to meet their needs for energy reserves, or RA, to safely and reliably provide services to the homes and businesses in their communities. These 13 service providers who have contracted with AES for energy from Redondo Beach are statewide, from Merced to Los Angeles County to Sonoma to the Bay Area. It's extremely unlikely that if this 850 megawatts of reserve energy is removed from the market in 15 months, all of those energy service providers will have difficulty finding replacement power in a cost-effective manner. Next slide. The electric system today is much more complicated than our historic electric system. We have renewable energy resources, which are intermittent and not dispatchable. At the same time, we're transitioning to less predictable energy resource. We're experiencing more variability in when and how much electricity is used statewide because of intense heat waves and weather patterns, because of increased work uses and shifts from office spaces to homes, which may become permanent for some of the workforce. We're also preceding intense wildfire seasons, which threaten electric delivery system, posing a risk. For reliability to be maintained, we must balance load and generation on a second by second basis. And until we have enough battery storage and other forms of energy, we need these OTC plants to provide an important bridge for reliability. Next slide, please. As a former grid operator and an energy executive who has spent decades in the energy market, I wholeheartedly agree with the California energy agencies that the state planning process must change for the world we are living in now. Different and better planning needs to happen now and going forward to ensure the lights stay on and reliability is maintained. The California agencies clearly stated in their May 27, 2020 letter to Jonathan Bishop that the CAISO analysis did not consider the impacts of drought, climate change, competition for imports, risk of higher than 1 and 2 year forecast load, or risk to transmission due to wildfires. It is clear from the recent rolling blackouts that CAISO should consider these things, because if they don't, then how can we make sure the lights stay on? In the letter to Governor Newsom, the energy agencies said basically that we're not sure if we need more planning reserves. If they're not sure, then why should we take away the safest and most reliable path to keep all 4 OTC plants available as an insurance policy? Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, Redondo Beach power plant was called into service during the rolling blackouts last month, and it provided an insurance policy against more outages, as it will continue to do through the next few years of transition if it's granted an extension. In addition to all of our operating OTC units being relied on last month, we were asked whether we could bring back into service 7 OTC units which were previously retired. Unfortunately, we can't. These units have been decommissioned, parts of piping removed, and concrete filled. Regardless of the physical state of these units, AES was pressed to detail how they could be put back in service. And we estimate it would take at least 8 months and millions of dollars to make them operational again. Should Redondo Beach only be provided a 1-year extension today, you as the regulators will have spoken, and AES will begin planning appropriately, as will the employees of Redondo Beach plant. As we begin to plan for a December 31st, 2021 shutdown, it will be, if we are granted a 1-year extension, it will be increasingly more expensive and difficult to reverse these decommissioning plans. If we are here today at September 1st, making a decision for an OTC extension for 2021, you may ask, why can't we wait until September of next year to make a decision for 2022? The difference is that last year, the CPUC in September indicated that Redondo Beach could be needed for up to 3 years. In November, in their final decision, which is referenced in the letter to this agency in May 2020, they indicated Redondo Beach could be needed for up to 2 years. As a power plant operator, key regulatory indicators until recently have been at least up to 2-year extension for Redondo Beach. Should Redondo only be provided a 1-year extension today, we will have a new specific regulatory direction with a shorter time frame, and AES will shift its plans to accommodate a new time frame for plant operations and a shutdown in 15 months at the end of 2021. Our workforce will do the same. As we shift our plans for our workforce, give notices to terminate energy contracts, and begin to plan for a December 31st, 2021 plant shutdown, it will become increasingly more expensive and difficult to reverse these plans. For these aging power plants, we have to have skilled and trained operators. It takes 6 to 9 months to properly train them, and our maintenance plans will be very different for a power plant, which is expected to operate for 15 months versus 36 months. As such, we propose a no regrets option for you to consider, which provides time for the energy agencies to update their planning analysis while gives AES regulatory directive, operational certainty, and is less disruptive to the wholesale market. We propose a conditional extension to Redondo Beach while the energy agencies reassess statewide and local energy needs. They could report back to you at the end of the year or early 2021. And if Redondo Beach is not needed, the conditional second year could be automatically revoked. We provided this in a proposed resolution, which we have shared with your staff, and we appreciate your consideration. This approach will ensure Redondo is available through 2022 if needed, and only if energy agencies make such a determination after their evaluation. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about our operations or the energy market. I would also like to request a virtual hand submission of this information into the record, which includes operational data of the Redondo Beach units during the recent rolling blackouts and other important data which is new. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. On submitting things, I believe the official written record was closed or comment period previously, so I don't know if we can accept anything additional, but Mr. Loffer can clarify, but I appreciate your comments. I do have a quick question. Or Mr. Loffer, do you want to quickly clarify on submission of?
Well, yeah, I was just going to point out, as the chair already has, that the comment period for this is closed. If the board members were interested, they could ask AES to describe some of that in greater detail, but for purposes of maintaining the record and fairness to all the other participants in this proceeding, it has closed at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. I do have one question. Just when it, I want to take a moment. Obviously, when it comes to the Redondo plant, it's the more contentious of the plants that we're considering extension for here. We've obviously heard from the mayor, from Redondo, and also from Hermosa Beach. And so when it comes to when it comes to the decommissioning of the plants, how it's handled, the community discussions, the back and forth, the benefits therein. All of that is certainly, outside of our purview. So I guess my question to you was, what was the planning or thinking around this plant and or its decommissioning? It seems that there's a lot of land use discussions and issues and general tension, I will just say candidly, between, it seems, the operator and the local community. And so trying to get just a better sense of what was the thinking and sort of planning as we came up to this deadline, at least. And what is then the sort of, where does that leave us with discussions amongst the community? Should the board consider an extension of a year or more? Interesting, it's a shift from what we're hearing from the SACWIS as what's being needed. I know, and we rely on that technical committee to really turn over the rocks, as the mayor of Hermosa Beach said, to make sure this is really what we're needed. So hearing here, that a further extension of 2 years instead of the 1 year recommended is, news a bit. But I guess, again, going back just quickly, if you could, Ms. Kruger, what is the history there of what the plans were for the decommissioning of the plant? Again, these many other issues that have been brought up to us that, I feel it is difficult from this seat for us to resolve completely in this decision making. So wanting to get a better sense if possible.
Sure, thank you for the question. I would say that, AES as part of thinking about the eventual decommissioning of the Redondo Beach plan was planning ahead. And we have sold the property as indicated by your staff. And as part of that sale, we made an agreement in that sales process that the new owner would take responsibility for decommissioning of the property. So we've made sure that decommissioning is included as part of the redevelopment of this site from industrial use. We also worked and listened to Redondo Beach, and they said they wanted a few things, and we tried to make this in the sale document. So We've created an endowment to fund early property remediation ahead of anything else that would be required, and to invest in the restoration of open space. And we did this through the sales process because we heard that was important to Redondo. We also included in the sales document a firm date that we could not continue to operate past 2023. And also, depending on the length of time at the extension, we have set aside in the sale document and in a permanent part of that document that 50% of the 50 acres will be set aside for open space if the AES plant is allowed to operate through 2023. We've been working, and we're again on the endowment. It's up to $14 million to accelerate that transition of the property. We're working closely with third-party land stewards, including tree people, to develop specific partnership framework to make early progress on the public open space and community enhancements of the project. What we really tried to do is listen to the things that were key to the city and try to address their concerns in the sale process and to make that, memorialized in the process. And we continue to work with land stewards such as tree people to advance those objectives for the property. I hope that answers your question.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, my internet connection disconnected there. Hopefully I wasn't frozen for too long. Ms. Kruger, I think I heard a majority of what you had kind of covered, but I think lost the last minute or so.
Again, I would just stress that we've tried to make sure that there's a responsible transition for the Redondo Beach plant property from industrial use to open space, and dedicating a significant portion of the property to open space in the sale agreement, depending again on the length of extension. And as one of the commenters mentioned earlier today about the Mandalay Bay project, I mean, that's part of why we put these provisions in here in our sale document, was to make sure that the property is transitioned and not just left to set. And that's, again, why we were planning with the end in mind of this transition for the Redondo property.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, Ms. Kruger. Any questions from fellow board members? Okay, hearing none. I do see Mayor Bill.
Sorry, Chair
Oh, yeah, sorry. Board Member McGuire.
I would be interested. Thank you, Ms. Kruger, for your comments. I would be interested in hearing from PUC, SACWIS, or staff at the appropriate time, their thoughts on the considerations that have been offered today in terms of the 2-year potential extension with the automatic revocation if that capacity is found not to be needed. So as we're weighing the different options that are before us today, this is sort of a new idea that's been put out there, and so I just want to make sure that I fully understand the different trade-offs and decision making that we'll be discussing later today. So whenever folks are ready, open to that information. Thanks.
If I could comment just on that topic, the reason why we put that out there is really, again, as we saw when the agencies asked if we could bring back retired plants and the length of time it takes for commissioning, as an option to make sure Redondo was available if needed by the energy agencies when they complete their work.
Right, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Want to acknowledge, I believe Mayor Bill Brand has his hand up here. I usually don't necessarily go back and forth quite a bit, but if Mr. Brand has something to add, or Mayor Brand, apologies, then by all means.
Yeah, no problem. Can you hear me okay, Chair Escobar?
Yes, I can, Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that all the offers which were wholly inadequate to the city or anyone related to this issue were contingent on Redondo Beach standing down on opposing these extensions. So it was a losing proposition right out of the gate. There's been no commitment really to, we had a deal actually, let me go back. We had a deal and there was in writing for them to sell us 25 of the 50 acres for $2 million an acre after remediation. And that was key. That was key to how we got the $4.8 million grant from the Natural Resources Agency as part of the Prop 68 grant money, was that they were willing sellers of 25 acres for $2 million an acre. Now their offer is very contingent, and it has private ownership requirements. They're going to operate the open space. It's nothing of any sort that any agency would contribute to. It's not what we're interested in. It should not be forgotten that this site is zoned 100% for open space and park already. We don't need assurances that, you know, half of it will be. It already is 100%. The only permitted use on this site right now is park and open space. And any change to that is going to require a vote of the public. So we've been told for going on 2 years now that they're coming forward with a plan, and we had all the agencies working towards this. We did not have to agree to buy the land, but we wanted to initiate action and work with them, and it all fell apart. It all fell apart when these extensions fell on the table. And for AES, it's really just about money, and they want the extensions. And for them, these extensions are like Christmas. And you guys are Santa Claus, and they're trying to find out a way to get these extensions, because they get the money whether they operate or not. And I don't blame them, but there's no deal here. There's no deal here, and it's nothing anybody's worth considering, regardless of how much they like their offer. Sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. Again, I know very complex challenges, a lot of land use decision and relationship issues, I think, when it comes to how the two entities, the city and the operators, and or the decommissioners, when title is transferred, it seems here, ensure that community benefits and the community is considered in how this is managed. I just, I implore better discussion here. I don't think we're going to solve it, certainly in this moment, but appreciate the discussion and back and forth so we can better understand the status of the plant either way as we make a decision today. So thank you both and appreciate that. I do want to point out we are now at 12:15. We have not taken a break, and I apologize that we have just kind of gone through the morning. I thought it was important to make sure we get through elected comments, really set the table for our discussion. Again, I think the Redondo plant is certainly the more contentious of the extensions we're considering here. We still have about 40 folks to go plus to go through for public comment. And so I want to, at this point, say now that we've gone through elected comments, we'll try to maintain public comments at this point to 3 minutes if folks can. Otherwise, we will find ourselves here for quite a while, and want to make sure that we have time to get to everyone. If you hear points that have been made and you just kind of want to say, I as well want to, just kind of plus up, feel free to do that as well. I'll be going through as well those of you that marked to speak as necessary. I will mention that when I call you. You can say you don't need to speak or otherwise. And again, I think we'll have 3 minutes. Let's go ahead and break for 30 minutes, have a lunch, kind of a nice little moment to reflect on what we've heard so far this morning, and still yet we'll hear with a good amount of public comment, and appreciate everyone's patience as we work through today's proceeding. Anything, fellow board members, you want to flag for follow-up as or questions or thoughts that you're having? So Jonathan, Mr. Bishop, our Chief Deputy, or others can, on the program side, can prepare themselves. Anything you want to say before we break? Okay, hearing none, then let's give ourselves a 30-minute lunch here. We'll come back at 12:45. And again, thanks everyone. Mr. Loffer, anything missing before any instruction or otherwise?
All I was going to request is that, to the extent some of our members of the public as well as staff have the ability to leave their Zoom link open during the lunch break, that certainly facilitates getting them back into the meeting and we don't have to rename them. In addition, we will leave the scroll up for a few minutes that will at least alert the first 5 or so speakers that we expect after the lunch break so they can be ready to roll.
Thank you for that. Yes, if you can, just leave your window open here. I will, and I just we'll make sure everyone's muted. No hot mic moments, but have a great lunch then, and we'll see everyone at 12:45. Thanks again.
This is Michael Loffer with the Water Board. We have one individual who is in the queue. Actually, we're now up to 2 individuals in the queue who we cannot tie to a speaker card. The first individual has called in and has a phone number ending in 656. I'm going to ask you to unmute now, but if you could let me know which speaker card I should associate you with.
So Hannah found nothing.
And again, for the individual who called in from a phone number ending in 656, I'm going to ask you to unmute the on your phone. That means you'll have to hit *6.
Hello, everyone. It's 12:45. And Mr. Loffer, I believe you're trying to still identify somebody that we have here in the queue who dialed in by phone. Last digit, 656, is that correct?
That's correct. And that individual, we're going to ask one last time to unmute. You press *6 on your phone. And the issue is if we don't tie a name to that phone number, we won't be able to bring you in to speak publicly. Yeah, and at this point in time, we've tried multiple times. Later on in the board meeting, we'll try one more time. It could be the individual stepped away for lunch as well.
Perfect.
So you have a quorum and are ready to go.
Thank you kindly. Hope everyone had a good lunch break. Thanks for, again, all the comments this morning so far. I know we have still more to consider and discuss. So we can move into, if there isn't, the lunch didn't strike any thoughts or comments from my fellow board members, we can go ahead and move into public comment here. Flag again, we'll try to ask folks to stay at 3 minutes or less if possible. And those of you who flagged to only speak if necessary, will introduce you saying as such. To provide you an opportunity to say, I don't need to speak if that's the case. So thank you.
Chair
and yes, Vice Chair.
I did have over lunch, I was thinking just to be responsive to one of the comments that was made about our request of staff at the conclusion of our last meeting, in which we asked them to look at the SACWIS recommendation, but not including Redondo. And so when Mr. Bishop, when you come back, if you could speak to that as well, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I can, if you'd like, I can just speak to that now. We went back to the energy agencies and asked them if it was possible to meet their reliability without Redondo Beach, and the answer was no. And so we didn't put forward a option with that.
Thank you. I didn't know if that was information that was readily available or not. included.
Right. Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I know there was meetings and discussion with staff and CPU staff and others, and through the SACWIS and otherwise, I guess follow up from that. And to your point, I'm not sure if that discussion or that was memorialized anywhere else. So I appreciate you bringing it up and providing an opportunity to flag that request did go back, and it was seen that the 1-year extension was needed for that reliability. With that, we can move on to Eric Watts from GenOn Energy. Mr. Watts, appropriate.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Eric Watts. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of GenOn, who owns and operates the Ormond Beach Generating Station. I'll be as brief as most of my comments have already been said today. GenOn supports the extension outlined in our previous written statement, so I won't repeat those, but I would like to update or add a few updates from our perspective. First, GenOn is very committed to our obligations to the city of Oxnard and the community. We're thankful for their support. I personally appreciate their creativity and flexibility as we worked with them over the past year. Continuing, as Ed Randolph said earlier, there's a clear reliability need for OTC extensions, especially at Ormond, as outlined by the CPUC, CAISO, CEC collective letter that was presented earlier. Furthermore, I heard this earlier, and I'll confirm. I mean, there's certainly a market need for the capacity, for reliable capacity such as Ormond Beach. That's certainly evidenced by our recently approved CPUC RA contract for 3 years, and clearly as well for the recent high load demands we've seen in August. Lastly, I'll just comment that GenOn is ready, willing, and able, stands to continue operating the plant safely, and will do so for another 3 years to protect the grid. If the board is inclined, we'd appreciate expedient approval to allow for appropriate planning time and certainty around our January 1 start. With that, I'd thank the board for the opportunity this time, and certainly over the last year, for giving us the opportunity to discuss this. And with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. I appreciate your comments. Next, we have Mark Kraus from Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
There we are. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Mark Kraus on behalf of Pacific Gas and Electric, here this afternoon to speak in support of the board's amendment of the once-through cooling policy to align it with the NRC's Nuclear Regulatory Commission licenses for Diablo Canyon. So PG&E has been actively involved in the promulgation of the once-through cooling policy since approximately 2007, and we were an early supporter of an orderly transition away from once-through cooling. When the OTC policy was adopted in 2010, we called it to the attention of the board staff that Diablo Canyon, their compliance deadline, fell 8 months before the expiration of Unit 2's NRC license. Now, observing at the time that it was more than a decade and a half away, staff reasonably informed us that this would be something we could address in a subsequent amendment. Then in June of 2016, the company announced it had negotiated an agreement with the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility, Friends of the Earth, NRDC, IBEW 1245, and other parties to retire the plant at the end of its current NRC licenses. Styled the joint proposal, this agreement and further work by the PUC, State Lands Commission, legislature, and governor reflect a complex process to retire Diablo Canyon while ensuring orderly, carbon-free transition away from once-through cooling. The joint proposal provided, and I'm quoting here, PG&E will ask the State Water Board for an amendment to the OTC policy to conform the compliance timeline table to the date of actual expiration of the Unit 1 and Unit 2 operating licenses, end of quote. So that's exactly what the policy you have before you today accomplishes. This is a culmination of a series of state actions that will lead to an orderly transition away from Diablo Canyon and to other carbon-free non-OTC resources. The additional 8 months will also allow us to fully realize the benefits of Diablo's GHG-free generation and other emissions-free, extend the employment of approximately 1,000 employees, and provide an additional 8 months to help those employees retrain and transition to other jobs. I would note that during those 8 months, PG&E will pay an additional $1.5 million approximately in mitigation fees. And those fees under your policy are based on a flow basis. At the time the policy was adopted, Diablo Canyon represented about 22% of the flow, but a disproportionately low 1%, actually less than 1% of the impingement rather, and less than 8% of the entrainment. So as an impact on the environment, if you measure it on a per gallon basis or on a megawatt basis, it is a very low impact facility. I want to, with that, just thank staff. And also I want to call out Board Member Dodek as one of the consistent threads in this entire once through cooling policy. And thank you all, and urge your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus, appreciated. And yes, unfortunate that actually Board Member Dodek isn't here with us today, knowing that she has been a very consistent voice in the policy, its implementation. And so thank you for the acknowledgement. Next, we have Caitlin Kalua with the California Coastkeeper.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I am the policy analyst for the California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents local waterkeeper organizations throughout the state. And we too have been involved with the OTC policy, its development, and now implementation for nearly 2 decades. My comments today concern the unchanged mitigation for the proposed extensions for the 4 power plants, Huntington Beach, Alamitas, Ormond, and Redondo Beach. We asked the State Water Board to adopt an extension, or really with any extension that's adopted, that an additional annual mitigation fee also be imposed in addition to the existing interim mitigation fee. When the interim mitigation for the continued use of coastal cooling plants was determined and adopted by the State Water Board in 2015, the board was clear that the mitigation was not intended to fully mitigate for ongoing impacts from these plants, but rather to encourage power plants to meet the compliance deadlines as soon as possible by imposing a fee based on the annual volume of seawater intake. This approach clearly hasn't worked, as we see today with this current extension to keep these plants online. These facilities have had 10 years to either come offline or upgrade the cooling technology used to prevent harmful impacts to California's coast and wild marine life. Yet these plants have not opted to upgrade these units, and otherwise would have had to come offline at the end of this calendar year. We understand that the interim mitigation is based on actual volume of ocean intake. However, the State Water Board should consider additional mitigation for this compliance extension. Given the fact that this interim mitigation was designed to bring coastal power plants into compliance before the compliance deadline, we encourage your board to adopt this extension with an additional mitigation fee for every year that a plant remains online with an outdated cooling system. We also encourage the State Water Board to remove the interim mitigation deduction that is imposed on the Huntington Beach facility. Very briefly, when reviewing the interim mitigation for 2019 that was released just this summer, following the last workshop on this item, it's important to note that the current interim mitigation for the 4 power plants varies quite widely. For example, Alamitos is responsible for over $605,000 in interim mitigation, Ormond with $137,000, Redondo Beach over $100,000 for only a mere $88. It's a very significant deduction given it's a deduction of over 46,000 million gallons for habitat mitigation that was done prior to 2011. And without this deduction, Huntington Beach would have been obligated to pay over $215,000 for its operations in 2019. So truly, at a minimum, Huntington Beach should be required to pay the full interim mitigation rate for any extension and the use of the facility beyond this year, and not receive a deduction for mitigation completed a decade ago. In closing, we ask that your board both maintain the existing ongoing interim mitigation fee and to direct staff to work with the Ocean Protection Council, who is the primary recipient of these fees, and relevant energy agencies to impose an additional annual fee based either on a flat yearly rate or a fee based on a percentage of the interim mitigation that is assigned for their use in the previous year. And then finally, our final ask that Huntington Beach be responsible for the full interim mitigation for any extension in its use beyond December of 2020. That concludes my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A question for Mr. Bishop. Is there, I mean, when it comes to the treatment of interim, we'll just say mitigation dollars that we know was part of the policy, as I understand it, we're simply carrying those through here. There isn't a proposal for change, and we can have some discussion around that. But when it comes to, I guess, the fees that are imposed then upon the plants, is Huntington Beach somehow getting a reduced sort of fee there, as opposed to what would just carry on naturally? Or was that just their proportion to begin with, and was low at adoption?
No, so there's two things in that question. One is the way we calculated the mitigation was we used area foregone. So essentially what it converts it to the acres of area that is impacted. And we set the fee based on the total impact on a yearly basis. So we don't really have a scientific basis for raising that interim mitigation because we based it on that to begin with, what the impact was for every gallon that they used. Huntington Beach is different. When it was adopted, and I don't have the policy right in front of me, but we can find, if you'd like the citation, we gave credit to Huntington Beach for the mitigation that they already did. And so they got they got credit for that on an ongoing basis because they already addressed the impact associated with their operations.
Thank you. So yeah, it goes back to time of adoption here. And yeah, when it comes to, I know there was, I had discussion with staff back and forth around, I know this point. I know there was a request and consideration around, okay, if we are going to extend, shouldn't we tack on some additional amount, mitigation dollars to sort of further emphasize the need to transition away from these and either decommission or otherwise. Again, I think to Mr. Bishop's point, and I'm a bit satisfied by this, I will flag that looking at it, when we first made the calculation, it was based on a yearly impact, and adding an additional amount wouldn't be able to be tied to the actual impacts or what's the impact on marine life and otherwise the mitigation dollars that were adjusted for it. So a carrying on of it is appropriate, and adding any additional would have to be, would have to be pegged and would be fully us as a board saying we're going to incentivize and further say we'll add a layer of mitigation dollars. Those dollars, would go to the Ocean Protection Council. I would say that just this is my thought. I'd be concerned about these are a limited pool of dollars, and perhaps they should be. And I am interested in how these projects are considering their communities, and there's community benefits there. So yeah, the discussion around an additional layer of mitigation dollars, I feel pretty satisfied that it is already pegged to the impacts. It's appropriate, and carrying on is that incentive, and is why we adopted them to begin with. To add an additional one would be sort of us kind of sticking to and saying, there's going to be a punitive sort of cost with us even considering extension. And I'm not sure that necessarily is, I'm not necessarily supportive of that policy at this point, but open to any board members. I think Board Member Firestone, you may have wanted to make some comment here as well, or perhaps not.
No, I think you covered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair or Board Member McGuire? Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Kalua, appreciated, and thank you for the comments. And so then we'll transition to our next commenter, Gabriel Goffman.
And Chair Escobar, we've asked Mr. Goffman if he wants to go ahead and share his video, but I'm noticing that he does not appear to have an audio feed tied to that, which means we can't unmute him. If you called in on a separate line, Mr. Goffman, can you press *9 on your phone and we can then marry up your video and audio? And I'm not seeing anything come up. So what we'll do, Mr. Goffman, if you'd like to address the board, if you could send an email to the clerk, whose name is Janine Townsend. She would have been the one that emailed you when you made a request to speak, and just let her know where you're calling in from, and we will get you back into the meeting later.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Mr. Lawfer. Next, then, we'll move on to our next speaker, Shelley Luce from Heal the Bay.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Dr. Shelley Luce, and I'm President and CEO of Heal the Bay. Heal the Bay was actively engaged and negotiating and worked hard in the development of the Once Through Cooling policy 10 years ago or more. And we have continued to engage both with the implementation of the policy and with local plans to transition away from once through cooling power generation and towards green energy power generation. And we oppose the extensions proposed today. All of these facilities have had more than adequate time to come into compliance with the OTC policy. And we know the significant negative impacts of OTC to our coastal resources and our public health. And I don't agree that the staff recommendations today balance the needs for reliable energy with the requirement to protect our coastal resources, and I would add public health. And I'd like to comment a little bit on the mitigation fees, the question of mitigation fees. It was clearly stated in a hearing back in around 2015 that the purpose of these mitigation fees was to encourage power plants to meet compliance deadlines. And as Caitlin stated, that has not been successful. So when we extend deadlines for facilities that have had more than enough time and have paid fairly minimal fees, we just reward that inaction. Now, if we want to tie fees to actual impacts, maybe we should look at the costs of implementing and continuing to support our marine protected areas. That's where some of these fees go. Enforcement, research, and expanding, or not even expanding, but changing boundaries where needed as we learn more about how those marine protected areas are functioning to as nursery areas and breeding grounds for marine life helps to make up for what's being killed by these power plants. So what are the costs there? Because right now, that's one of the only things that we're doing to make up for the impacts of once through cooling. We're not doing major wetlands restoration in Southern California. We've owned the Biono wetlands for 30 years, I think. We haven't done a thing. We have Los Cerritos wetlands waiting, languishing, absolutely critical to restore that area. And we have done, what, a 13-acre restoration of wetlands at Malibu Lagoon. Really valuable, incredibly successful, tiny relative to the need. So the tiny amount of mitigation funding that's coming in is not supporting major wetlands restoration, at least in Southern California, nor have I seen eelgrass restorations on the scale that are needed. These are the areas where fish and other marine life breed and or feed and or escape their prey and or nursery, raise their young. And that is what helps to actually mitigate for the actual marine life that is killed when these power plants are operating. So Heal the Bay opposes the extensions, and if any extensions are granted at any power plant, we feel that there should be a flat mitigation fee of a minimum of $10 million upfront upon extension and increased per gallon mitigation fees. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your good comments, Ms. Luce. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just have actually just a follow up on that with Mr. Bishop. Just and you know, you Chair and Mr. Bishop discussed this with the last comment as well, but just to refine my understanding a little bit better. So how, maybe can you talk more about what what findings were made and used as the basis for mitigation with the original adoption, and if there's some change in that would merit reconsideration?
So I will try again. Shelley is exactly correct that the purpose of the mitigation that we adopted was to provide a counter incentive to for power plants to retire earlier than needed. But we based that mitigation on the per gallon impact associated with the power plant. So yes, it is not a huge amount of money, but that's because of the impact is not a huge amount of impact. I know that we have lots of larvae that are killed, but this is based on the analysis of how you determine what the area impact and the cost associated with that restoration. So if you want more than that and a deeper dive, we're probably going to need to have staff to go through and describe, as we have when we've in the past, how the calculation was done, why it came up with this per gallon figure in costs. But it does relate to the larvae impacts and the impingement impacts on the intakes.
Thanks. And just a follow-up there, process-wise, you know, as in terms of the action that we're considering today, is there the ability to act today and still do some follow-up investigation around mitigation, you know, improved understanding and potential changes to mitigation requirements and still act today?
Well, so you would have to have a reopen the policy if you wanted to have a different mitigation. And so I don't see how we can change the mitigation today unless we were able to identify what the basis for that change would be. Michael, did you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to point out, Member Firestone, I don't think you've been around when I've made my speech to the various board members over the years, just that we are in that mode today where we are dealing with a policy that was set by the board, and those kinds of policies can be amended from time to time. They're not like permits where there's an entitlement. And so the board could go forward with whatever final action you decide to take today and direct staff to explore that option. You know, frankly, I have no idea what kind of record they'd be able to develop in terms of differentiating the mitigation fees that were decided and set a number of years ago versus what, you know, we currently understand. I don't know how long that process would take, and there, you know, we'd have to carefully evaluate whether or not we'd have it be retro. Then we certainly could continue exploring that path because, you know, the mitigation fees were established under the policy as originally set by the board.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Just a follow-on question to that, and that relates specifically to the Huntington Beach facility and the credit that's associated with that. I would like to better understand, I think, what was expected with that credit. Was the credit expected to continue to this current compliance deadline? Or was there any consideration for, you know, would that credit basically be satisfied through this year versus an extension where the credit may not make as much sense to continue?
So the restoration that Huntington Beach did was for the life of the facility. And we added on an additional small amount, which I can't remember exactly the reason for at this moment, but we'll try and go back and look for that. And so we'll look back and see if there was a year ending for what that mitigation was for. But I don't know that off the top of my head.
No, that's fair.
Look into it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it was just, I think it's a fair question, just recognizing that Huntington Beach is not paying much in the way of mitigation right now. We are talking about a 3-year extension for that facility. So I just want to make sure before we proceed today with that consideration that I understand what the mitigation fees would be. Thank you.
Both good comments. Thank you both board members. And we can continue to discuss. I think we'll have hopefully a little more information here on some of it. Okay, next we can move on to Rick London with United Way of San Luis Obispo County. Mr. London, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Great to be speaking. Thank you very much. I'm Rick London, CEO of United Way of San Luis Obispo County. And I'm here to support PG&E's amendment request to align its OTC policy compliance dates for units 1 and 2 with their respective retirement dates. A denial of this amendment request would mean San Luis Obispo County would forego 8 months of the financial benefits that we have been banking on as we phase out our reliance on one of our most substantial economic engines. In our new normal, not approving this request would be akin to discontinuing a governmental type subsidy to a vulnerable family prior to the date they were promised and counting on. The main difference between that scenario and the purpose of today's hearing is that your decision will have a potential impact on many, many families. And I just want to thank you for everything you do, for your time, and for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. London. I appreciate you taking the time today and sharing your remarks with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rochelle Becker with the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility.
Thank you very much. My camera is not working, so I'm just going to give you my talk. I'm Rochelle Becker, the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility's Executive Director, and we've been following the issues of once-through cooling for over a decade. As the Executive Director, I was appointed to serve on the Nuclear Review Committee for the State Water Board in 2011, before Fukushima. And we are now aware of millions of gallons of radioactive water that were released and millions of gallons of water in storage in Japan. The Nuclear Review Committee had also been meeting for a year when the steam generators failed at San Onofre, resulting in a shutdown of both reactors. At no time during my service on that committee or before this board was the subject of waiving the water board's once-through cooling permit expiration date of 2024 raised. In fact, the conclusion of the non-utility members of the Nuclear Review Committee was that, quote, the subcommittee, all but PG&E, finds that there is no basis for the exemption for Diablo Canyon in the OTC policy. Now we find the Water Board, without pursuing the due diligence afforded to the analysis of Southern California's OTC plants, to be recommending that the board approve an administrative waiver for Diablo Canyon. To say we are disappointed in the staff report is an understatement. To rush this waiver in the middle of a pandemic is unconscionable. Acorn-R's attorney and outreach staff will provide a more thorough review of California's OTC policy and the costs involved in continued operation. However, I will choose to close with my utter disappointment that a California oversight agency charged with protecting our precious ocean water appears to be following a path laid out by the last 3.5 years of the Trump administration and discontinuing environmental policies that have been decided by the Water Board and that were supported by the California Coastal Commission, the Energy Commission, the Public Utilities Commission, the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility, and CERT. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well, Ms. Becker. Really appreciate your comments today. Next, we have David Weissman from the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility.
And there we are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weissman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Weissman, Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. PG&E's letter of January 2020 claims that Diablo Canyon's generation is a significant benefit to the state's ongoing effort to combat global climate change. But given the high cost of its electricity, is it truly a benefit to the state's ratepayers or a bonus to the corporation? As customers desert PG&E for community choice and direct access electric, they're faced with bearing the increasingly high costs of PG&E's stranded assets, of which Diablo is the greatest driver. By their own calculations, PG&E projects the above-market cost to ratepayers from Diablo Canyon will be $1.258 billion in 2020. Extrapolate that over the remaining life of the plant for 5 years, and you have $6.25 billion in above-market costs for electricity that is inflexible and not a match for the peaking powers needed to fully integrate our renewable energy grid. Just the extra 8 months of operation of Unit 2 into the year 2025 amounts to nearly $500 million in over-market costs to be borne by the ratepayers. Further, the greenhouse gas displacement that PG&E claims comes at a cost of $157 to $209 per million metric ton. The price paid in California's cap and trade auction has never exceeded 17.8 per million metric ton, meaning that if Diablo Canyon's above market cost was considered a carbon surcharge, it could be used to purchase between 8.8 and 11.7 times more carbon displacement elsewhere. Given the extraordinarily burdensome costs, over $6 billion could hardly be claimed as a significant benefit and would be more prudently spent addressing the genuine energy needs now facing our state. PG&E's letter also speaks of Diablo Canyon's, quote, disproportionately low level of impingement and entrainment, but it neglects to acknowledge that its exceptionally large cooling water flows were what caused the SWRCB's 2010 environmental document to find significant entrainment impacts for 9 taxa of rocky reef fish across an area of roughly 93 square miles. I close by suggesting you consider the remarks of Tom Luster, the senior environmental scientist at the California Coastal Commission, which he read or were read for him to the State Water Board nearly 6 years ago. And I quote, "We'd like to remind you that the board's independent science review team has identified this entrainment as affecting more than 500 miles of California coastal shoreline waters. They've also calculated that, depending on how you measure it, the level of entrainment represents a loss of ocean productivity equal to several hundred or several thousand acres of rocky reef and nearshore habitat. It would be fair to categorize Diablo Canyon as California's largest marine predator," end quote. As such, we ask you to strike paragraphs 23 and 24 from your resolution before considering it for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weissman. I appreciate the comments. Next, we have John Giesman, also from the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. My name is John Giesman. I'm an attorney representing the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. I urge you to remove Diablo Canyon recommendation from your resolution. Your staff report downplays the Diablo waiver as simply an administrative change. It contains no analysis of the merits of abandoning the 2024 compliance requirement. I have some relevant experience with how state government works in electricity. I was a member of the California Energy Commission from 2002 to 2008. Before that, I was the executive director of the Energy Commission from 1979 to 1983. I was a board member of the Cal ISO and the board chair of the California Power Exchange. Disguising PG&E's compliance waiver as simply the correction of previously known discrepancies is not the way a major state agency should evaluate changing bedrock policy that has been in place for 10 years. I've litigated Diablo matters since 2012. I've attended nearly every meeting of your Nuclear Review Committee. I've addressed the board on past occasions with regard to your OTC policy in Diablo Canyon, but I've never heard any mention of this alleged discrepancy or any agreement by your staff to change it. I've searched each of the 707 mentions of Diablo Canyon on your website, but I found no reference beyond the staff report to even a verbal agreement, let alone one memorialized in writing. While I cannot conclusively prove that such an agreement does not exist, I can definitively say that it would be inappropriate and unlawful for the board to conduct its business in such a loose manner. PG&E is trying to piggyback Diablo Unit 2's operation in 2025 on a completely unrelated Southern California extension put forward to address potential shortages between 2021 and 2023. I don't begrudge PG&E a little opportunism, but those dates are a conspicuous mismatch. And based upon your environmental document, the entrainment impact from the 8-month Diablo Unit 2 waiver would significantly exceed the expected impact over several years at all 4 Southern California plants combined. Yet look at the absence of any substantive discussion of Diablo Canyon in your staff report and compare it to the careful assessment of the Southern California plants. Look at the absence of any mention of the Diablo extension in the January 23rd SAC-WIS report, which supposedly serves as the technical foundation for your staff's recommendations. Look at the failure to acknowledge that the Cal ISO has explicitly stated in each of its last 4 annual transmission plans that it bases its approved grid improvements on a 2024 Diablo retirement date. Significantly, the final decision adopted by the PUC to authorize Diablo's retirement provides that future developments, such as the relative Diablo Canyon, may prompt a reconsideration of the retirement timeline. And PUC decision 2003-006, adopted last March, reiterates that the commission can order an earlier retirement date. By PG&E's own calculation, Diablo has generated $2.8 billion in above market costs over the past 3 years. As my colleague indicated, the cost outlook for the future is extremely unclear. If relaxing Diablo Canyon's 2024 compliance deadline ever looks desirable, you have ample time to properly consider doing so in the future. You ought to evaluate the merits with the same intensity you've applied to the 4 Southern California plants. Ask the SAC-WIS to weigh in. Consult your previously assembled Nuclear Review Committee, which was never contacted in the staff review of PG&E's current request. Allow ample opportunity for public comment on the analysis. In the meantime, the prudent thing to do today would be to strike paragraphs 23 and 24 from your resolution before considering it for adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Giesman. Want to provide, since we did hear a good amount of comment concerning criticism around the inclusion of Diablo Canyon and process, allow for an opportunity for Mr. Bishop to respond to some of that. Mr. Bishop?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. First, I think it's a mischaracterization to say we're waiving anything. It is a change in the dates. We were notified that they didn't line up with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the licensing of the plant many years ago. But at that time, we had the we weren't sure that they weren't going to continue operating, and so we didn't think it was appropriate to try and line them up with that when it was unclear what they were doing. When the CPUC approved their decommissioning plan and retirement plan, we said to PG&E and we'll take this under consideration when we do an update. And so this was the opportunity. We said, send us a letter, which they did in January, to describe why this is necessary. So the staff didn't agree to anything. The staff agreed to bring this to the board based on the agreement to shut the plant down. Prior to that, the plant was going to continue operating, and the Nuclear Review Committee was impaneled to look at could the two nuclear power plants meet the once through cooling standard of recycled wet cooling. It wasn't to decide if they should have an extension and a realignment of their dates.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. That was helpful for me, at least. I don't know if any board members have further question or comment and want to provide an opportunity, just because this is an important point that was come up, and we heard some important comments there. So, Board Member Firestone or Vice Chair?
No, I may have. I may have follow-up questions, but I'm not ready to ask them right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the comments, and thank you, Mr. Bishop. And we'll certainly have opportunity for further discussion as we move through the comments here today. Next, we have Deirdre Brand. Ms. Brand.
Hi, my name is Deirdre Brand. Full disclosure, I am the wife of Mayor Bill Brand, but I'm speaking today on behalf of the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. I'm going to be addressing your CEQA and your permitting, and because of that, I'm going to give you a little bit of history. I'm retired as the section head of environmental planning for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, the largest treated water agency in the United States. I have prepared numerous CEQA documents. I've applied for hundreds of permits under the Clean Water Act. And I have spent a significant amount of time over the last few days reviewing your permits and your CEQA-like documents. And I hate to tell you, but I find them completely and wholly inadequate. There is no possibility whatsoever under my watch that I would ever put any of these documents on the street or rely on these documents for any kind of decision by the board that might face any kind of legal challenge. What I see here clearly is the tail wagging the dog when it comes to your CEQA compliance documents. I know you have some exemptions, but they don't apply in this matter. Your permitting and your extensions in time. There was a question from one of your board members whether SACWIS would have enough power if Redondo wasn't extended for a year. And the answer was they said no. That was your entire explanation. They said no. There's nothing in the staff report about it. There's nothing indicating why they would need an extension. And so in my review, and I'll go into a little bit more detail, but let me tell you, I can't go into as much detail as I'd like to because I'm not allotted the time. But I can tell you that an attorney could explain to you very well in a court of law what exactly is inadequate in your regulatory actions here. And trust me, I have absolutely no doubt that a plaintiff would win in this case. Literally, no doubt. You're proposing to do an addendum to a subsequent document. An addendum is done when there's a minor technical changes or minor project description changes that won't have clearly no significant impact in the environment. And your staff uses that, and they don't even do the most basic of initial studies to analyze whether there will be any impacts with extending these highly polluting power plants for another 3 or 4 years. They also have other language in this action that can make it easier for you to extend these plants in the future. And they're relying on this substitute environmental document, which once again had very little technical analysis or data to support it. I have never read such an inadequate environmental document for such a major policy in my entire career. And this is not hyperbole here. This is really what I've seen. And so if the only thing that you can really do here is a matter of public policy and acting within the law and in consistent governance is to reject this addendum and to reject what's before you today because you don't have an addendum and you don't have CEQA that will adequately support this action. I'll try to wrap it up really quickly, but you see already several comments have been brought up by people about these mitigation requirements, about other mitigation impacts that will be associated with extending this. And your deputy chief really has no answers to this. And also with the Coastal Commission permit, the staff report says, well, they've submitted for a coastal permit, so there's not going to be any problem with AES Redondo being able to operate the plant. Well, the Coastal Commission just deemed their application incomplete. And I can tell you from someone who's gotten many, many coastal permits, no time in the near future will they have an active coastal permit to operate this plant. So I really encourage you to look at what your action is here is to protect the waters of the state of California. That's what you're to do as board members. And I am making it very clear to you in the clearest terms that I can. You choose to approve extension of all of these plants, you will be in court and you will lose. And so I really think you should take this responsibility very seriously. And, California is burning. And we're having a conversation here about extending the most polluting power plants that we have. I'm afraid for our children, and I think that you need to do the right thing. And you need to have a significant look at your environmental compliance process, because I'm sorry, but it is sorely lacking. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brand. They're much appreciated.
Thank you.
I think next we have up Garrett Smith, although I'll flag, I believe Mr. Smith is not in the Zoom platform here with us. Is still that the case, Mr. Lawfer, or?
Oh, Mr. Smith is here. The dagger indicates he'd indicated that he was to speak only if necessary.
Oh, I appreciate it. Sorry, I was going off the speaker card here. He was still, I think, maybe flagged as not being around. Apologize for that. Mr. Smith, would you like to speak, or you have flagged that it's only if necessary? So.
No, I'm going to keep it very brief.
Great. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I heard a lot of great comments this morning and this afternoon. But what I don't understand is why the state can't get it together. We are decades down the road after we've been told that renewables were going to allow us to retire plants like this, and we're still having blackouts. Are we going to lose power whenever it gets hot? How about during wildfires? Because of those things, is this going to keep happening? The situation is really scary now, and you're thinking about closing a plant that could provide us backup power if needed. Are you kidding? You need to keep Redondo Beach open for 3 years. You need all the capacity you can get, and if you don't need it, don't use it. No one denies that renewables are the future, but if you can't figure it out now, the future is not here today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Much appreciated, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
We have Cindy Hench. Ms. Hench?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cindy Hench, and I respect the conflicting interests and concerns that face you on this issue. The projections that were shared earlier this morning are so tight. Even with relying on imports, the projections show that the state will have energy shortages in the future. The projections are just so tight. They're dependent upon uncertainties like the build out of alternative energies and other states selling their energy to California. I think you have to acknowledge that the projections, being projections, are wrong, but we don't know if they're high or if they're low. Given that we've experienced outages with all of these facilities operational, planning to close these facilities, especially Redondo in a year, is planning to fail. Even with maintaining all of these facilities, it's likely that there will be unacceptable outages. We need to work hard and fast to ensure alternative energy sources in the state of California. But it seems so obvious that all of these facilities need to remain in service until we have sufficient alternative energy resources in place. The extension of Redondo is your only insurance policy. And even with Redondo in the mix, we had outages. How can we be comfortable with the decision to close Redondo in a year, given that the company was already asked to recommission closed plants in order to meet capacity needs? Flexibility is needed so that we can avoid flex alerts. I hope that this board will not consider creating failure for the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hench. I appreciate your comments today. Next, I'd like to call up Jill Zamek. Good afternoon.
Did it work? Okay.
It did. Glad you could join. Thank you.
Okay. I am Jill Zamek, and I'm speaking on behalf of San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. Mothers for Peace opposes the compliance waiver for the Diablo Canyon nuclear plant. The Federal Clean Water Act Section 316B of 2010 requires coastal power plants to cease using once-through cooling due to the massive impact to the marine environment from impingement, entrainment, and thermal pollution. Sadly, exceptions were made and 9 plants continue to operate utilizing OTC, continuing to damage our oceans and waterways. Diablo Canyon nuclear plant circulates 2.5 billion gallons of seawater through its cooling system each day, killing multitudes of fish, fish larvae, and other sea life. Already out of compliance with federal law, PG&E has applied for an extension of this waiver because it is more convenient for the company's closure timeline, and this water board recommends that it be granted. But Mothers for Peace strongly urges the board to fulfill its mandate to protect our waters and reject this waiver request. The board cannot claim grid reliability as a justifiable reason to extend the waiver for Diablo Canyon. In fact, grid reliability was not part of the discussion in the draft staff report for the Diablo Canyon facility, only for the generating stations at Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Redondo Beach. Furthermore, the draft report expresses concerns over grid reliability only until the year 2023. The Diablo Canyon reactors are not scheduled for closure until 2024 and 2025. The board also claims that the extension of Diablo Canyon's waiver is to update and improve the readability of the OTC policy. That's nonsense. One must hearken back to the intent of the OTC policy, which is to minimize the harmful impacts on our waters. It is not to make PG&E's business practices more convenient. There are undocumented claims that there was a known discrepancy of dates when the OTC policy was adopted in 2010. Even if some promise was made somewhere to repair this discrepancy of dates 10 years ago, it need not be honored given the facts that 1, California does not need the power from the Diablo Canyon reactors after 2023. 2, the operation of the reactors is stunting the development of renewable energy in California. And 3, the intent of the OTC policy is to curtail damage to our waters. This waiver represents another exemption from OTC policy, which results in negative environmental impacts. Mothers for Peace urges the board to withdraw the Diablo Canyon compliance date waiver from the recommended draft OTC policy amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamek. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Reverend Clarence Moore.
So, Mr. Moore, or Reverend Moore, we're giving you the opportunity to unmute your phone if you'd like. I believe that is *6 on a phone. So, Chair Esquivel, I'd recommend moving on for now, and we can reach out to Mr. or Reverend Moore via email and see if he still wishes to speak.
That sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Luffer. Next up then is Melanie Mendoza.
And it appears Ms. Mendoza is no longer in the Zoom platform.
Okay, and so then we'll move on to Mr. David Voss. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
Voss.
afternoon. Good afternoon. I am speaking in favor of the extension for the Redondo Beach Power Plant. We understand the need to get to a carbon-free footprint in the state of California, but as we transition to renewable energy, it simply isn't acceptable to have blackouts that are as a result of insufficient capacity. We had a recent heat wave, and in response to that, we had rolling blackouts that caused our governor to describe them as, quote, unacceptable and unbefitting of the nation's largest and most innovative state. And he instructed there be an investigation as to what had gone wrong and take steps to better prepare for future heat waves. But we know what went wrong. What went wrong is in the headlong rush to transition to renewable resources, we have left ourselves with inadequate peak capacity. And as the LA Times reported just on August the 17th, there are fewer gas-fired power plants than in past years to pick up the slack each evening, and coal plants have been shutting down across the West. As I'm sure you're aware, LA voted to shut down all 10 gas-fired peaker plants, even though the consultants that were independently hired to review it said that there was no way to shut them down without sacrificing reliability. Those words are now coming home to roost because now we're actually truly having blackouts. This isn't a projection. This isn't a guess. It's actually happening. And so while it's been pointed out by our grid operators, as again is represented in the Times, that there is inadequate power for net peak, referring to the evening when solar production dries up but the cooling demand remains high, the situation we're in could have been avoided. What you're considering would only potentially make it even worse. And we need to have this transitional resource that is Redondo and indeed the others. Otherwise, as they said, it's near certain we'll be forced to cut off power to millions to balance supply and demand today, tomorrow, and perhaps beyond. I've heard speakers talk about how hypothetically batteries are going to be coming online. All of that's great that those things are going to happen, and I believe they will. I truly do. But in the meantime, until the batteries and other renewable resources are in place, it is irresponsible for us to shut down transitional resources. What needs to happen is you have to first build the capacity to be able to keep the power on before you then shut off the transitional resources, not the other way around. You don't shut off the resources in the hope that you're going to have the capacity, or we're all literally left in the dark. I note that this Labor Day weekend, only a few days away, there is another heat wave coming. It's not like this is a surprise. Climate change is happening, and we're going to have more of them. So over the next few years, if we keep shutting down our peak capacity, we can expect to enjoy more blackouts. Our electrical grid is simply not ready to take these transitional resources offline. Look, unless we have a need, i.e. the blackout's going to happen unless you turn the plant on, the plant isn't running and it's not making any pollution. So the only time it would run that those things would happen would be to avoid a blackout. So for the next few years, we need to be sure that we do not shut down these plants, lest we, and let me read the governor's words to you again, end quote, energy service shutoffs are simply too disruptive, and we must do more to prevent them in the future. Governor Newsom is right. It is too disruptive. When you get everything online so that you can guarantee the lights are going to be on, that's one thing. But until then, we need this transitional resource, and I ask you to consider that in making your decision today. Thank you. I appreciate your allowing me to wait to be heard.
Thank you for your contributions today and your comments. I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Delia Benzie-King, the Surfrider Foundation.
Benzie King, there we go. Good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Delia Benz-King, and I'm the regional manager for the Surfrider Foundation, and I'd like to speak on behalf of our SLOW chapter today. Surfrider is a nonprofit dedicated to the protection and enjoyment of our ocean waves and beaches for all people through a powerful activist network. The health of our ocean ecosystem, economy, and recreation is at risk from continued degradation from the use of the harmful practice of once-through cooling, and it makes little economic and environmental sense to run Diablo Canyon's Unit 2 for an additional 8 months into 2025. Diablo Canyon has one of the highest volume intake structures on the coast, pulling in 2.5 billion gallons each day in order to cool the reactors, resulting in severe habitat degradation and harm to local marine wildlife. Further, Diablo Canyon's open ocean intake and wastewater discharge are adjacent to the Point Buchan State Marine Reserve and Conservation Area, one of the state's most important biodiversity hotspots. Keeping Unit 2 reactor active through August 2025 will not only cause unnecessary direct harm to local marine life, it increases the amount of time that the spent fuel is stored in the higher risk spent fuel pools and delays the eventual transfer of spent fuel to the more stable dry storage. As such, Surfrider Foundation opposes the 8-month extension of Unit 2 at the Diablo Canyon nuclear plant and asks to be withdrawn from the proposed amendment. And we also support the earliest possible termination and reduction of use of OTC along California's coast. So thank you for your consideration of these comments today, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Next, we have Brandon Dawson from the Sierra Club of California.
Good afternoon, board members, chair and board members. This is Brandon Dawson with Sierra Club of California. I want to thank you and your staff today for your work on the matter. 10 years ago, our organization was part of the NGO coalition that worked with the board and the operators to develop the once-through cooling policy. And I'm sure, as you guessed or assumed, I'm here today to ask you to not adopt this amendment. And to not extend the once-through cooling policy compliance date for these 4 stations. And I'm asking this for 2 reasons. First, when the board adopted the OTC policy, it did so with the intent to protect California's coast and marine life and phase out the dangerous practice of once-through cooling. The practice kills billions of fish, degrades aquatic ecosystems, and increases the temperature of our rivers, lakes, and ocean waters. So it's incompatible with the intent of this policy, a policy this board adopted to conform with the Federal Clean Water Act and to also reduce harmful effects with cooling water intake structures on marine and estuarine life. It's incompatible with that intent to extend any type of power plant operation that would ultimately just degrade the ecosystem and the air quality in which that power plant is located. And for second, extensions of the deadline are actually unnecessary. The deadlines for compliance for several once-through cooling plants have already been extended multiple times. And the facilities in question today have had a full decade to comply with the OTC policy and end the devastating impacts to California's coastal resources that they've already inflicted. Further extension will unnecessarily harm marine life and interrupt the connectivity of California's marine protected areas and also impede air quality. So we know better options and alternatives exist for energy supply, and we should be prioritizing transitioning to such methods that are better for both the ecosystems and communities. So with that, again, I urge you to not adopt this amendment, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Next, we have Melanie Cohen. Good afternoon. One moment. It looks like you still need to unmute. You should be invited to unmute here.
Okay.
Am
Am I there?
Yes, you are.
Oh, great. Hi. My name is Melanie Cohen. Oops. I got to get up my spiel here. I am representing also the Palos Verdes South Bay Group and the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club. I want to thank my compatriot who just spoke earlier, and I won't repeat what he said, but I would like to focus on an interesting issue. It has been determined that the AES site contains a rare wetland, which we haven't been able really to talk about, and it has been designated as a historic site by the State Lands Commission. And shutting down the plant and restoring the area to a natural condition would be a rare opportunity to restore coastal wetlands. It would turn a highly polluting area into a carbon sink because wetlands are effective at capturing and storing carbon. Retiring the AES plan and restoring coastal wetlands will also improve ocean water quality, help protect marine life, and provide needed habitat for migrating birds along the Pacific Flyway. The PB South Bay Regional Group has over 4,000 members, many of whom surf, hike, and swim and enjoy our great Pacific Ocean. Now I'd like to just talk as a Redondo Beach resident. I have lived 4/10 of a mile from this belching, smelling, loud plant, and I go to the doctor every 6 weeks, and my lung capacity is going down. And we don't talk about what's going on in front of us. We have a pandemic, and this plant also affects everybody, not just the 21,000 and 11,000 people per square mile in this, I'm a little nervous, in Redondo and in Hermosa Beach. There's also the cities of Torrance, Gardena, Hawthorne, Compton, PV Peninsula, and we don't talk about the added pollution from a plant, a refinery that is 1.9 miles away from here. We don't talk about the added pollution from the other refinery, which is 4 miles away from here. We don't talk about the cars that go on our streets. So I'm begging you and to listen to the people of Redondo who came, hundreds of them. And please, the only reason why this plant even is being considered in this fashion is because the citizens of Redondo Beach stood up. Bill Brand stood up over the years. And I'm sorry to get emotional, but we have worked hard to make our city better, and we need this plant closed. It is not our fault that both SACWIS and the AQMD have ignored our pleas. We asked to be monitored, and we were told, oh no, we monitor down the street. Well, that's not acceptable. I really appreciate you listening. Please do not allow this power plant to continue. Shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cohen. Really appreciate your honest comments and feedback here, and know that this isn't an easy decision and or discussion here before the board, but appreciate your participation and comments today. Next is Craig Cadwallader. Apologies in butchering the last name. Mr. Cadwallader, there you are. We can hear you now. Good afternoon. Or I apologize, we can't actually hear you currently. If you look on the bottom left of your screen where your mute button is, there's a small arrow. If you click on that, where it says select a microphone, you may need to select a different microphone, and we may be able to hear you at that point. That is helpful. Alternatively, you can use your phone to call in, and we can link your audio that way. It looks like you are muted. We'll ask to unmute you again. Maybe now try. No, we still can't hear you.
So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we will email Mr. Cadwallader with the phone-in information, and then there will be an option where he can add the phone line to his existing video feed. So maybe if we can move on to the next speakers and we'll come back. I apologize for that. Unless you want to try one more attempt. I see you just unmuted, Mr. Cadwallader.
Yeah, just to see if we can. Okay, yeah, we're still not getting you. Apologies, Mr. Cadwallader. What we'll do is provide a phone number that you can call in here, and we'll get back. We'll circle back to you so you can provide comment. Next, we'll call up Christina Davis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, awesome. Sorry, I've got a little one knocking at my door, so I apologize if they go running through the back of the screen. My name is Christina Davis, and I know a lot of residents and organizations are telling you today that they want the power plants closed down. And I want them closed down too, but not before we know that the state has enough power to keep the lights on. I also want to make sure that my city, Redondo Beach, is guaranteed to get open space at the AES site and that there's money available to make sure that the site is developed into something that will benefit our whole city. Extending operations at Redondo Beach until 2023 will accomplish all of that. You are a state board, so it might not be important to you, but extending operations will enable us to save half the site as open space in perpetuity, and we will get $14 million to clean up the site. That all benefits those of us who live in Redondo and beyond. Those are real guarantees. AES even filed an enforceable document with the county guaranteeing that it will not operate past 2023. Saving this land as open space and having funds needed to begin the cleanup efforts is important to all of us Redondo residents. Again, this might not be a determining factor for you, but what you really should care about is the grid reliability, the fact that millions of people were out of power when they needed it most. I'm not saying keeping Redondo Beach online will solve all the problems with the grid, but it doesn't seem like a very good idea to decommission plants like AES that play an important role in providing reliable power to the people throughout Los Angeles when we are experiencing blackouts. Renewable energy is wonderful. I support it, but it is clear that renewables alone cannot address our energy needs, especially when we are experiencing extreme heat and wildfires. Your job is to keep the lights on, and I'm not sure how eliminating backup emergency sources of power like AES accomplish that goal. Anything short of 3 additional years for the AES plant presents a tremendous risk to energy users, especially during peak usage when we might not be sure that the lights will go on when we flip the switch. That is something you can address today. Please extend AES throughout 2023. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Davis. Much appreciated. Next, we have Wayne Craig. Good afternoon, Mr. Craig.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Craig, and I'm the president of Rescue Our Waterfront, a local community group primarily composed of Redondo Beach residents. Currently, we are appealing to the state Supreme Court to uphold the provision of the Coastal Commission that was recently put in jeopardy by a case that happened in Redondo Beach. Our approximately 5,000 members support the shutdown of the power generator plant at the AES Redondo site on December 31st, as was decided nearly 10 years ago. We are incensed that for 10 years, we have been promised the shutdown would take place, and yet we once again find it may be continued after a recent concerted lobbying effort by the new owner. For nearly 5 years in the late 1990s and early 2000s, I lived downwind from this power plant and saw firsthand the problems with this antiquated 1950s technology. On a regular basis, the exterior decks and the roof of my house were covered in soot-like matter that had to be swept up several times a week. Surely, this debris wasn't healthy to the nearly 21,000 residents living in the immediate neighborhood. Also to the children who attend one of the 6 schools that, due to the hilly topography immediately downwind, are at the same height as the top of the power plants, so the power plant's smokestacks. In early 2000, I could look out my window and I saw that the AES plant was finally being dismantled as the power generated wasn't needed. Sadly, that was put to a stop after Enron decided to game the state power grid. In the infamous phrase, burn baby burn, they forced the collapse of the state power grid so that the plant has remained active until now. In that time, it rarely runs, so the power it could generate it isn't even necessary. With this past history, does anyone find it odd, not a coincidence, that in a few weeks before a vote to shut down the power plant is scheduled, we'd have a similar, possibly artificial emergency? As we speak, the most recent reports indicate this last issue had more to do with had little to do with power generation and more to do with the transmission lines and their maintenance. Since this plant is not a peaker plant, it doesn't even make sense that this would be available as a backup. I don't see how this will change in the future, as it's still a 66-year-old plant that can't start up quickly. In the staff report, it implies that a few people wanted to keep it operating, but somehow contrast that to the nearly 600 or more people that said no. On a final note, being a Redondo Beach resident, I'm also a realtor and a developer. When showing property to prospective buyers, the local term we use to describe the AES plant is Chernobyl. It's not a cute way to endear this environmental disaster, but to let people know it is a real problem. You see, in California, the law requires that realtors disclose any and all potential conditions that could impact the health and safety of potential buyers. In closing, please don't experiment with the health of nearly 21,000 residents that live within 1 mile of this plant and a half dozen schools that are downwind of this environmental hazard. Please vote to shut down the power plant on December 21st, 2020, as decided nearly 10 years ago. Then I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Next up, we have Jeffrey Cooper. Reading a little too quickly.
And at this point, Chair Esquivel, Mr. Cooper has not joined the meeting, the Zoom platform.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Cooper, if you're viewing through the webcast, you'll need to get on the Zoom platform here to comment. And then otherwise, if you didn't need to, then that's okay too. Next, we have Paula Gurez.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, my name's Paula Jerez. I hope you can explain to me why you're giving Redondo Beach a pass here. They get a 1-year extension while everyone else gets a 3-year extension because they whine the loudest. Every community should do its fair share because we all benefit from the power generated at the AES plant and the other plants you are considering today. They should all remain open through 2023 or until we know for certain that the grid is reliable. Our number one issue should be making sure everyone has the power when they need it. It shouldn't matter if it's hot outside or there are fires or the sun goes down or the wind stops blowing. The Redondo Beach plant is as critical as all the other OTC power plants in providing the energy we need to power Los Angeles. The state has had 20 years to figure all of this out, and we're still having blackouts. And now you expect us to believe you can reduce the amount of energy we create and all things will be better. I don't think so. Redondo is a plant that hardly ever runs if we don't need it. So why is this even a question? Why would we take it offline until you know renewables can really do the job? I think of it as an insurance policy. We hope we don't need it, but we will sure be glad it's there when we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jerez. It looks like we may have Craig Cadwallader. I'm on the list here, at least, Mr. Lawford.
Yeah, we're going to try one more time with Mr. Cadwallader. And I know I'm probably butchering his name as well, so I apologize, Craig. You should have the information from the clerk, and we think you may have just called on in. So
I have. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I think.
And hold on one second. It sounds like you may have your computer going in the background. So if you can turn that down or mute that. We've given you another chance to unmute your phone or microphone, whichever you called in on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, okay, is that right?
Yeah, it sounds like we're no longer getting the feedback, so you should be good to go.
Okay, I am talking through my computer now, so I don't know what that problem was. My apologies. So, yes, this is, thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members and staff. This is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter. And I would just like to second all the comments made by the elected officials who spoke earlier, and as well as the comments made by some of the environmental organizations, including Dr. Luz from Heal the Bay. And I just wanted to say that a couple of points to observe very quickly. First, the issue that AES is saying they need to do this. We all know that this policy has been in place for 10 years, and all of a sudden at the 11th hour to say we have an urgent need to extend a permit that's been around for a decade is not very good planning. And if I were in a business environment, I'd probably get fired for doing that. I realize that things changed, but when I hear the AES saying, well, we need an insurance policy to keep the lights on, insurance policies don't come free, and who's paying for that policy? Not only do ratepayers pay for it, but the residents and environment are paying for the impacts that this facility has on our environment. And it is not free. And even though these, in the responses to our written comments, we hear that the board does not deal with air or land use items, there's still an impact. And even if all of the impacts on the water quality, on the air quality, and on land are within regulations, that doesn't mean that there are no impacts. There are impacts, they just fall within a regulation. To continue to operate this facility is something that we object to strongly. And we feel that it's appropriate to shut it down on December 31st, 2020, as has been in place for 10 years. And the real concern is if you can get an exemption every year, if you say, well, I have a need, I'm going to go back and get another exemption, it's in effect like having no OTC policy at all. If you can modify it every year at will, then in effect, it doesn't exist. We've shown enough evidence where we can get by without this. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it's just rather interesting that the blackouts happen just before these hearings. And I only consider conspiracy theories as entertainment, but it's suspicious. And I think it's appropriate to stop the impacts on the environment, stop the impacts on the humans living around this very crowded facility, and shut this down at the end of this year as has been planned. And I respectfully request that the board come to that conclusion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you as well. And thank you for bearing with us through the technical issues. I appreciate your comments. Next, we have up Barbara Epstein. And Ms. Epstein, I think you did flag speak as necessary, but by all means, would appreciate your comments.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Barbara Epstein, Redondo Beach. We in Redondo Beach request that the AES power plant close as scheduled this year as planned by December 31st, 2020. It is unreasonable for this board to consider any extension due to environmental concerns for human health, marine life, and our plan to restore the ancient wetlands that still exist under the plant. This wetlands represents part of the 90% plus of all California wetlands over the years that have been destroyed. Our South Bay Parkland Conservancy have been planning to restore our wetlands for the past 10 years at least. Please don't let us down. We're ready to begin.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein. Really
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the time you've taken today to provide us comment.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charles Rich.
And Mr. Rich is another individual who has not yet joined us in the Zoom platform.
Thanks. Okay, and I think that's what the asterisks are trying to denote to me on the public speaker card. So thank you, Mr. Loffer. Next, we have Tracy Horowitz. And I saw you there for a moment, Ms. Horowitz.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
I am here. I don't know how to.
Oh, it's okay. If you want to just provide audio, that's okay too.
Okay. Oh, wait, here we go. Here I am.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thanks for hearing me today. I'm a South Bay native. I've lived here my whole life. Hermosa Beach is a wonderful place to live. Like our neighbor Redondo, it's a community of active, mindful, generous individuals packed together in the most densely populated area in the state. As you've already heard, 22,000 people live within 1 mile of the plant, more than any other of the coastal facilities combined. And I'm one of them. I live right across the street from the AES power plant scheduled to be shut down, literally across the street. I'm awakened every now and then with a noise that could wake the dead, and I'm not really exaggerating. My dad stayed here once and he yelled down the hall at me at 4 a.m. asking what that was. And I said, it's the plant. You never get used to it. It surprises me every time. When the decision was made 10 years ago to shut it down, I was elated. Not only did it protect the ocean and marine life so damaged by the once-through cooling system used to power the plant, but closing the plant will protect the health and well-being of my neighbors, my community, my family, and myself. As you know, the plant generates very little power. It runs at about 5% capacity, and every time it's turned on, black plumes of what can only be described as toxic air are spread across our city like a smelly, unwelcome hug from the creepy guy across the street. But worse, because this hug can actually hurt us. According to the California Air Resources Board and the American Cancer Society, exposure to this fine particulate emissions kills more than double the number of people who die from breast cancer in California. The plant was scheduled to be shut down because it isn't needed. You've heard from Mayor Brand and others who showed you that the output from the other plants, proving that Redondo Beach's plant isn't a necessity on the grid. It was scheduled to be shut down because we deserve to have clean ocean, clean air, and a healthy atmosphere in which to live. None of that has changed. The LA Times reported just last week that the state could have been prepared for the perfect storm, the blackouts that we just had, if the utility companies had prepared for it, basically saying it was a lack of preparation and not a lack of supply. I implore you not to extend the life of this plant. Instead, please help save the marine life, improving the lives of my neighbors and myself. This may sound dramatic, but it's true, and this really matters. Your decision will impact tens of thousands of lives for years to come. Keeping the plant open will benefit no one. Well, I learned today it will benefit the bottom line of AES and the new owner. Financial gain should not outweigh the benefits to the community of the permanent shutdown. I'm in good company. The cities of Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, our elected officials, our school boards, the Beach Cities Health District, and everyone unanimously opposes any extension of the AES plant. I know you've heard all of this already and it's been redundant, but I hope that only reinforces the importance of this issue and how much we care about the health of our neighbors, our environment, and our community. Thank you for your attention to this very important matter. Please allow the plant to close as scheduled. You have an incredible opportunity to help clean the ocean, protect marine life, and create a safer and healthier environment for us all to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horowitz. I appreciate your contributions and your voice from the community here today. Much appreciated. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
I believe next we have Mara Lang, but I believe Mara is not on the platform. So if you're viewing from the webcast, please do email the clerk of the board the instructions for getting onto the Zoom platform if you're wishing to speak. Next, then we have Robert Gaddis. Good afternoon, Mr. Gaddis. We can't hear you yet. There you are.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. I'm Rob Gaddis, resident of Redondo Beach. Thank you for allowing me to comment on this very important matter. I too am stunned that there's no analysis presented of a scenario excluding AES Redondo, just a no, it's not enough. Why would that be an acceptable answer when it clearly contradicts analysis that's been presented in the past? And I realize you're not here to deal with our urban land use issues, but let me encourage you to have skepticism with regards to AES warnings. I won't call them threats. If AES had its way, the AES Redondo site would be all condos and mixed use development right now, no open space, as they had spent over $1 million trying to push through that redevelopment plan some 5 years ago, but they were defeated at the polls. Additionally, please be skeptical of AES's claims of offering open space, et cetera, to the city. All of those AES offers were contingent on the city not opposing the extension And the so-called open space would be their private property to be deployed when, where, and how much, at their own discretion. It wasn't public open space. Concern with the recent and sudden power blackouts is understandable, as is the troubling fact that the finger pointing between the various agencies have not yet led to a conclusion regarding whether the problem was transmission grid mismanagement, grid obsolescence, a tight safety margin in generation, or what. But do be aware, we have some history with AES and manufactured blackouts, as evidenced by a consent agreement issued in 2001 by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission with AES and Enron. Also, it's described in a report submitted to the United States Congress by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in 2005. This agreement is with regards to blackouts that were caused by market manipulation by Enron together with AES starting in January 2000. The agreement, now I quote from it, resolves a number of complex issues with respect to the operation of generation units in an environment in which financial incentives existed for the withholding of capacity. Mind you, there was a surplus in generating capacity at the time, but providers constrained supply to drive up spot prices, leading to inexplicable blackouts. So here we are, 10 years, these things are supposed to close down, a decision is up on extension, and suddenly we have rolling blackouts. What a coincidence. Please be very skeptical of AES in these events and circumstances, and nobody wants to realize later that they've been played by these folks who are trying to generate millions in profits for themselves at the expense of the health of thousands of residents and environmental damage. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Gaddis. Appreciate your time and your comments today. Next, I'd like to call up Julia Severson. And to flag for folks, what I'll plan to do is at 2:45, we'll take a 15-minute break. And so everyone can kind of plan accordingly there.
And so, Ms. Severson, you have been given the opportunity to unmute your phone, which should be *6. And if for some reason, it's not working for you, you can go ahead and send an email to the clerk and Janine Townsend, and we'll try to figure out an alternate way to get you in.
Sounding like we may have to. Or Ms. Severson, are you there? It sounds like you're there. It sounds like video playing in the background.
I've been going through trying to figure out. It doesn't look like the board member microphone is not.
Okay, we'll have Ms. Townsend work on Severson, it sounds like. Is that coming from the coastal room, Michael?
All the microphones in here were shut down.
It sounds like it may be actually coming from the coastal room there. Okay, it sounds like our technical glitch is past. Let's go ahead and again, Ms. Severson, do communicate with Ms. Townsend. We'll try to get you in here. And then otherwise, Leah Tabush will be next. Bear with us a moment. I think we're trying to get the coastal room back here. So one moment. And I'm not seeing Ms. Tabish actually here, and I'm going to try to go ahead and call folks up, and I can host and unmute here. So next would be Connor Everts. And so Mr. Everts, I'm going to ask you to start your video and ask you to unmute as well, if you would like here. Good afternoon, Mr. Everts.
Yeah, just a moment. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. It's been a long day already, but for those of us that have waited, the simple line in the Clean Water Act in 1972 for 316B was to deal with the intakes of the massive amounts, what my mentor would call rivers of the life force of the ocean, being pulled in and killed through entrainment and impingement. That means all the fish larvae, fish eggs, and plankton, to the point that over the years, we have lost much of our nearshore fisheries. I know that because I'm a fisherman who fished on the piers. I fished along the beaches as I was growing up, to the point where there were so few fish left, so little diversity, and they were much smaller. But at this point, I think the concern is for those of us that negotiated, compromised, and worked on this over 10 years ago, to hear at this point that we are going to not only extend, but they may be extended again, the very deadlines that we had agreed to, is very frustrating. I think there's a lot of conflation about the recent blackouts. I think those decisions should be made on the reports that are yet to be done. But I would like to compliment the John Gleesman, who's had many years working on this, and ask that you not only shut down the intakes on the power plants along the coast, but the nuclear power plants for the huge amounts of water they have taken and the impacts they've had. And also, I'd like to thank Mayor Brand in Redondo Beach, who I've known for many years, fighting tirelessly on this issue before he was elected and now that he's elected. But I think this impacts the whole region, and you have an opportunity to make change here and not extend it again and again and again, and I hope in my lifetime. And I too lived in Oxnard off of Harbor and Fifth, and that big hulking old dinosaur of a power plant would start up and the walls would shake, and it would be dusty and it would be hard to breathe. And it's long after the time all of these plants should be shut down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Everts. I appreciate your comments and contributions today. Next on the list is Elizabeth Byrne, but I believe she's not on the platform here with us, Ms. Byrne. If you're viewing on the webcast instead, please do email the clerk, and there are instructions to be able to join us here on the Zoom platform to provide the comment. Means we will move on to Sandy Marchese. And Sandy, you should be invited to start your video and unmute here.
Hold that for my 2 minutes. I did it.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. My name is Sandy Marchese. I'm a 28-year homeowner and resident here in Redondo Beach. I served 4 years as a commissioner on the Historic Commission and 8 years as a commissioner on the Safety Commission. So with my prior experience, I know a history of the AES power plant, and I have some information on and concerns of our residents on the safety. In 1992, I purchased my home in Redondo Beach, close to the power plant, and I never made a complaint because I don't believe people buying houses next to the airport should complain. They know about it going in. However, 10 years ago, I was advised the plant would be retired on December 31st, 2020. Wow, I said, this is great. And for every year since then, I checked off a year at a time. And starting last year, I started checking off a month at a time. The power plant in Redondo Beach is in the most densely area, and it damages the ocean and the air, and you saw the smoke, but you didn't hear the sounds that plant makes when it starts up. A few years ago, one of my neighbors, a new neighbor, just recently moved into the area, all of a sudden heard the boom, and it was such a great noise that he came knocking at my door saying, "Do we need to evacuate? What's happening next? Is there a big danger?" Well, no, it's just typically the power plant firing up. So I'm a senior in the community, and I've looked forward to this shutting down at the end of 2020. And I want to encourage you, don't make me and others in a similar situation wait any longer. Let's close this plant down December 31st, 2020. I thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you so much for taking the time and your important comments, Ms. Marquez. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next is, one moment, let me look at my list again here, Scott Wetch. Oh, and also wanted to acknowledge, I believe, Ms. Julia Severson may have made her way back here onto the platform and may be looking to speak here still yet. But first we'll go to Scott Wetch, and then I can prepare for that. And Mr. Loffer, I don't know if you were going to comment.
Well, I was just going to say, Mr. Wetch, if you do wish to speak, it would be *6 on your phone. If you're having any problems and that's not working for you, go ahead and send an email to janine.townsend@waterboards.ca.gov. She was the one that sent you the credentials for the meeting. But if you don't wish to speak, that's fine. We will move on to the next two individuals. Also, Chair Esquivel, are not in the Zoom platform at this point.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Should we provide a quick moment for Ms. Severson to attempt to provide comment again?
I think that makes sense. And as well, I'll alert, it appears Mr. or Reverend Moore has joined us again, and so it may be worth giving him an opportunity to speak after Ms. Severson.
I think that makes sense. We'll provide that both. So Ms. Severson, you should be invited to share video and audio here.
Great. My name is Julia Severson, and I'm an advocate for the Protect Our Communities Foundation. Loretta Lynch and Bill Powers are both energy experts with the Protect Our Communities Foundation, and they have both provided information to the public detailing that the recent blackouts were not caused by a lack of generation capacity. Both Lynch and Powers provided this information to several public sources, including an article in the New York Times on August 16th by Ivan Penn, an op-ed in the San Diego Union Tribune on August 28th by Loretta Lynch, and numerous other news outlets. Here's some information provided to the public by our energy experts, pardon me. The peak demand on August 14th of 46,800 megawatts was well within the range for which utilities had procured resources. The peak demand on August 14th was more than 3,000 megawatts lower than peak demand in both 2006 and 2017, and no blackouts occurred in either of those years. And 3, CAISO failed Californians when it ordered rolling blackouts. However, you don't have to take the Protect Our Communities Foundation's word for any of this, because GTM published an article on August 17th where CAISO CEO Steve Berberich admitted that CAISO had held 3,000 megawatts of excess generating capacity in reserve, while at the same time it ordered blackouts across California. The August 14th blackouts were a clear failure of the grid operator to appropriately manage the grid. The blackouts had absolutely nothing to do with a scarcity of capacity. And thank you for my time, and that concludes my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Severson. I appreciate your comments and bearing with us with technical challenges. Thank you. Next, I believe, Reverend Clarence Moore, I believe, wanted to provide you an opportunity to speak. It looks like you are back in the platform here with us.
And Reverend Moore, if you wish to speak, you can press *6 on your phone.
Mr. Moore, if you're having challenges, please do email Janine Townsend at waterboards@ca.gov, and then otherwise we'll move on to the next speaker. And that would be Nick Garelli. Mr. Garelli, you should be invited to share your video. There you are. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Nick Garelli. I'm with the law firm of Richards, Watson, and Gershon. We serve as special counsel to the city of Redondo Beach, and we've been retained to evaluate and possibly file a CEQA lawsuit against an OTC policy extension that includes AES Redondo Beach. The city strongly believes that CEQA requires further environmental review of the proposed OTC policy extension. This extension should not move forward until additional environmental impacts are fully evaluated through a supplemental substitute environmental document or other form of further CEQA review. Importantly, changes are being proposed to the policy and the circumstances under which it will be implemented that will cause new or increased environmental impacts. Water Board staff defend the addendum by asserting that the baseline environmental setting will remain unchanged if the OTC policy is extended and AES Redondo Beach is given more time to fully comply. But this conclusion is seriously flawed. This is simply not the case where the state board is asked to extend a compliance deadline for a policy that is intended to achieve specific environmental benefits at the earliest possible time. The current baseline anticipates full compliance with the OTC policy by the end of the year. Any extension necessarily results in a greater environmental impact above the baseline. This is because more marine life will be killed through entrainment and impingement that would not have occurred if full compliance is timely achieved. And indirectly, further air quality impacts above the baseline will be caused by this extension. At this point, it is reasonably foreseeable that AES Redondo Beach will shut down absent this extension. As a result, the extension will cause AES Redondo Beach to continue operating and emitting harmful air quality pollutants that would not have been emitted absent this extension. So extending compliance deadlines is a significant change to the project that results in new and increased impacts that will not be fully evaluated if an addendum is used. This is inconsistent with CEQA's policy of disclosing all potential impacts to the public and decision makers. Finally, the city is exploring its legal options if the state board adopts the OTC policy extension without fully complying with CEQA. Assuming a court agrees with our arguments, a writ would be issued to set aside the board's approval until it complies with CEQA. As a practical and legal matter, this could mean that AES Redondo Beach is required to shut down or achieve full OTC compliance despite your action today. But the city wishes to avoid the cost, time, and unintended consequences of litigation. If the city's CEQA arguments are successful, we believe the proposed extensions of the other 3 OTC power plants could be cast in doubt, which is not what the city wants nor what the state necessarily needs right now. So a reasonable alternative proposal that excludes AES Redondo Beach from this OTC policy extension is available, appropriate, and should be adopted. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you as well. Much appreciated. Next up, actually, we have Tommy Favo. And I apologize. I also wanted to flag that William Palamateri is available to speak as well, and he can go after Tommy here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Esquivel and fellow Water Board members. My name is Tommy Falvai. I represent the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11 in Los Angeles. And we are proud of the work that we do, ensure that power plants like the AES plant are built safely. I've been in the industry, energy industry for pretty much my whole career. And we know how it is to keep the lights on. Shutting down the AES plant in Redondo Beach will leave many at risk of blackouts and brownouts during some of the most crucial times. We just experienced worst heat waves in recent years. And right now, because of COVID-19, we're seeing a dramatic slowdown of projects that we are expected to come online to replace other plants and to help support the rising energy needs. The 3-year extension will not only protect our most vulnerable communities from blackouts. I urge this board to approve the 3-year extension and do right to my brothers and sisters with Local 11 and for the people who live in the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your comments. Next, we have William Palamateri, and it looks like Mr. Wetch has also been able to join us here. So Mr. Wetch, you can go after Mr. Palamateri here. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you for your time, Mr. Esquivel and board members. I'm sure you're all wondering what fresh Zoom call hell you've been thrust into in hour 5 or so, and maybe wondering why no one will shut up about Redondo. And I feel you. I'm in this hell with you because it hurts so many people and neighbors that I love. I've only got 8 paragraphs here, so I'll be quick. I'm William Jason. I'm admin of a 3,500 member strong Hermosa residents group and one of the 21,000 people living within the mile of AES Redondo. I, my family, and home are often directly downwind of AES power plant, about a quarter mile away. In that picture of the black smoke you saw, my home was covered. I've had a window in my deck because of the black soot that collects on everything. I want to thank Mayor of Redondo, Bill Brand, for a fantastic and extensive presentation, and I urge you to take what he said into focused consideration. The right decision was already made 10 years ago to shut the AES plant down. When the plant was first being built in 1954, she made some sense. That year, it also made sense to administer the polio vaccine for the first time. This plant is old and not needed for grid reliability. Let's make a decision that shows that timelines matter and can be counted on. Let's show that actual capacity numbers and real math matters. The AES slide said, preparing for California's future. That almost seems like sarcasm considering this debate is over a plant that was built the same year they broadcast the World Series in color for the first time. If you were a 40-year-old power plant board member planning for the future back then, you'd be going on 107 years old right now. The fact they brought up an anomalous rolling blackout shows me they're desperately grasping at straws. One rolling blackout in 19 years is an argument that there aren't problems, not that there are. I'm sure everyone saw that though. They make an argument that LSCs rely on their power and in the same sentence state that their power is only for overload and as insurance policy. Well, which is it? Is it vital or is it temporary? They claim that they will gift parkland, but you all know that land can only be parkland unless it's voted on. And as you have seen from the callers here, they can't gift a gift that is already being given by ourselves. AES can't keep their argument straight. But with tens of millions of dollars in profit coming from AES, if they can convince you, it's no surprise they're playing both angles. 2020 has been an awful year. Let's not contribute to 2020's stated goal of being the worst year of all time by adding aging and unneeded killer power plant allowed to continue polluting and diminishing the health and lives of its neighbors to 2020's tally. The good news is that AES Redondo plant is in the middle of a packed city. It is not the best producing or least polluting plant on the chopping block. It's absolutely the worst on both accounts. It's an easy decision. Let's go with Redondo Beach in the South Bay. We're finally allowed to move on with long-held plans that improve the lives of its residents because a fantastic compromise to shut down the weakest of 4 plants and leave the other 3 was reached in the last hour. Please follow through on your decision to shut her down this time. We are counting on you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well. Appreciate taking the time and your comments today. Next up, we will go to Scott Wetch. I believe Mr. Wetch is able to join us now. And then I think at that point, we'll be pretty close to 2:45. And so we will take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 3.
Yes, hello, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you. Scott Wetch on behalf of the State Association of Electrical Workers, the California State Pipe Trades Council, the Western States Council of Sheet Metal Workers, and the California Coalition of Utility Employees, collectively representing well over 225,000 Californians. I'm here today on 2 items. First, I'd like to urge the Water Board to adopt a 2-year extension for the Redondo Beach AES power plant with a automatic 1-year rollback if in fact the SAGWITH board determines after CalISO and the CPUC's finishes their revised resource adequacy analysis. I think it's important to note, I've heard a number of speakers today continue to say that they've been waiting for this plant to be closed for 10 years. I just would like to make sure the board members remember that at the time, and I was involved in the process, that the once-through cooling policy was adopted, we had San Onofre Nuclear Power Station operating with its full 2,400 megawatts of baseload power. The state of California had yet to adopt a 33% renewable portfolio standard, much less a 60% RPS, which we have today. And the state of California had not yet spent billions and billions of dollars in investments in distributed solar power, all of which have impacted the state's reliability considerably. One thing that has not been mentioned today, other than by Mrs. Brand, which has me greatly concerned, is the potential impact of wildfire on the state's reliability and resource adequacy. I believe it's malpractice to make this decision without a full and thorough analysis of the fire risk. One only needs to look at the experience last year with the Saddle Ridge fire, where we had 6 transmission towers importing into the LA basin that were knocked out for more than 10 days. LADWP will testify, and their reports, internal reports have shown that the only thing that kept the lights on in Los Angeles for more than a week was firing up all their OTC plants. As we know, Southern California Edison's Vincent substation is located in the Angeles National Forest, which is an extremely high-risk fire zone. That's a major feeder for the LA basin with 17 interconnecting transmission lines. We very easily could find ourselves in the same situation and needing the Redondo plant in a future wildfire scenario. In conclusion, there is absolutely zero downside to the board adopting a 2-year extension with a 1-year rescission in order to give Californians who just suffered widespread blackouts confidence that reliability will be met going forward, especially during times of wildfire and other extreme needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wetch. I know I did say we would break, but I did see that Reverend Moore is on our list again. And before we go to break, because we've going back and forth to some technical difficulties with him, would provide the opportunity for the Reverend to speak before we go to break, if appropriate.
No, I think that would be appropriate, and we can certainly unmute him. He's now got both devices running, so we should be good. But I also wanted to point out we did have one speaker who apparently has another obligation, Mr. Cooper. If it's okay, amenable for the chair, we'd like to go ahead and bring him in after Reverend Moore.
I think that's fine, and we'll just tack on the minutes to the back end of it. So thanks, appreciated. And thanks for everyone for their patience in getting through these critical comments. Really appreciate it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Reverend Clarence Moore, president of the Los Angeles Ministers of Pastors Forum. I'm here to urge you to give grant the extension of 3 years to Redondo Beach. With the recent blackouts, it's just it has devastated. It really has impacted the community that I work with and serve. The low income, the fixed income families that are many of the churches in the area that it had a major effect on. I would think that you would consider this simply because of the blackouts. This is devastating. In 2020, there's blackouts. This is just unbelievable. So I would think that as a backup, you would keep Redondo Beach plant open until you made sure that this won't occur again. It's totally unbelievable. The families that suffered and the families that it has impacted. So I'm appealing to you today to grant the extension And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board members, for allowing me to speak. And thanks for holding on and letting me get on, because I kept trying several times and I couldn't get in. So thank you again.
Of course. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you for bearing with us with technical difficulties, and glad you were able to provide important comment here to us. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And have a good rest of your afternoon then. And so next we have then I believe it was Mr. Cooper. Welcome.
Correct.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the board chair and to the board. My name is Jeff Cooper. I'm a former mayor of the city of Culver City. I'll be brief. The issue before you today is really about balancing our state's commitment to renewable energy against our need to ensure that power stays on no matter what. Wildfires, heat, and poor planning shouldn't be the reason people are without power. I encourage you to really look at the needs of all Californians. As a former mayor myself, I understand the pressure you guys have to be under, and there are lots of loud voices pushing you in one direction, but you have to be able to cut through the emotion and look at what truly is best for all the people you serve. And trust me, as a former mayor, decisions I had to make, I had people at me with pitchforks, and those are the toughest times when you're either an appointed or an elected to come through and make really the most sound and true best decisions. Renewables are the future, and in many instances, they are the present. But until we can absolutely guarantee that the power stays on no matter what, we should keep the AES power plant in Redondo Beach open. Because it operates at such a low level, the environmental impacts of keeping it open through 2023 really are minimal, but the insurance that it will provide for millions of Southern Californians is invaluable. It's critical we do everything we can to make sure these blackouts are a thing of the past, because as the environment changes, these blackouts aren't going to be so uncommon and rare as what happened a couple of weeks ago. I encourage you to make your decision today based on what your reports are telling you. It is likely that we will need power from all these plants in the future and maintain grid reliability. Thank you and enjoy your break.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I appreciate you providing comment today, and thank you for bearing with us here. So thank you. Okay, that does bring us to the 15-minute break I promised everyone. And so we will go ahead and take that and come back at 3:05. As you can see, we have a scroll here for those of you on the platform that lists the next folks that are coming up. Take a glance at it so that you're prepared when we come back. And so we'll see everyone at 3:05. Thanks everyone for, again, the great discussion, comments, participation, and bearing with us through technical difficulties as they present themselves. So thanks, we'll see you here in 15. All right, we're at 3:05, so I think we can begin coming back here. All right, and I believe our first speaker here will be our Marcy Guillermo. And Ms. Guillermo, I'm not sure if you were able to make it onto the platform yet.
So she has not been on the platform at all.
Okay. And if you're viewing, again, from the webcast, do refer back to the email you should have received confirming your participation and hopefully get you back on to the platform here, the Zoom platform and the link. And if not, please email Janine Townsend, the clerk of the board. So then we will move on to Jim Danton from San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. Mr. And I apologize if I have it wrong here as well, so good afternoon.
No problem, sir. Hello, Mr. Chair, board members, and staff. First, let me thank all of you for taking all this time to consider all of these issues and comments. It's very clear to me that you take your jobs very seriously, and please know your work's appreciated by a lot of us. My name is Jim D'Antona. I am the president and CEO of the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. We represent our 1,400 member businesses across the Central Coast. We support staff's recommendation and PGE's application to align the Diablo Canyon operational licenses with the expiration date of the existing nuclear regulatory licenses, including the once through cooling license. The date alignment would be consistent with the joint proposal, the CPUC's decision approving Diablo Canyon's retirement, and the adoption of Senate Bill 1090, co-authored by Senator Monning and Assemblyman Cunningham, all of which are key to ensuring an orderly transition of the economy as the plant's reactors are retired. With respect to the previous speaker's points about Diablo Canyon, we are talking months of amendments and not any extension of its planned operation that the NRC and CPUC had approved. Any disruption of this process could mean an early closure of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, and that would have an immediate negative impact on the state's energy reliability, the community, and our economy. We thank you for your support of this application. And just as a side note for you, Mr. Chair, and the Water Board staff, Molly Kern, one of the upcoming speakers, is with my staff, and she and I were going back in and out to make sure to provide this comment. So you can remove her from the upcoming speaker list. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. D'Antona. I appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Mr. John Wellner.
All right, I'm just turning on my video. There.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is John Wellner. I'm outside counsel for the city of Redondo Beach. I have just 2 points that I'd like to make as to why the OTC deadline for Redondo Beach should not be extended. The first point is that Redondo Beach really is different from the other power plants, and you should not be hesitant to treat it differently, even though the temptation might be to treat them all the same. Here's the reason. Alamitos and Huntington Beach, those facilities were both applied and both were able to get approval from the Energy Commission to repower and obtain new power plants. So regardless of what you do today, power will continue to be generated at those sites for decades. The difference is Redondo Beach was not able to get approval. AES was not able to get approval to rebuild its power plant. So unlike the others, the date of the OTC deadline is actually the date that all power generation stops in Redondo Beach. This is fundamentally different. You can decide to extend Huntington Beach and Alamitos for as long as you like, and there's still going to be, you're not going to be making a fundamental environmental change there. The failure of AES to get approval from the Energy Commission was no accident. It was the result of a massive community effort by the residents of Redondo Beach and neighboring communities over more than a decade. It's the will of the people that this site be closed. The Energy Commission during the hearings was very concerned because of the issues raised about local air impacts, the kind that the AQMD South Coast does not look at, about the damage to jurisdictional wetlands that had been identified at the site, and about the incredible population density around the power plant. AES applied in 2012 and suspended the proceedings in 2015 because it saw the writing on the wall and realized that they were not going to get approved. The bottom line is a new plant would never be approved here today in Redondo Beach. Each year of an extension is a decision by the Water Board to continue generation in a site that is not suitable for energy production. That decision is different in Huntington Beach and Alamitos. It's different in Ormond, where you have only 17 people in the surrounding mile. Redondo Beach is different, and you should not hesitate or be reluctant to set it aside and treat it as different from the others that you're looking at. The second issue is that Redondo Beach is not a reliable form of insurance. This was the issue that was raised at the end of the city attorney's remarks. Repeatedly, it's described as you might as well extend it because you can use it if you need it. The problem is that in 2015, the Coastal Commission identified 5 acres of jurisdictional wetlands at the site. Since 2015, the Commission and the city have been trying unsuccessfully to get AES to comply with the Coastal Act and stop pumping the wetlands, stop dewatering them. But they've repeatedly done it. Now there was an NOV issued in 2015. There was an NOV issued 6 years later, only 2 months ago, because AES continues to pump. Why? Because it's not safe to operate the power plant in the middle of a wetland. And they explicitly said this to the city and the Coastal Commission during a site visit in 2018, that the water is hazardous and they have to keep pumping. So the bottom line is the plant can't safely operate without destroying wetlands. Either it pumps and destroys wetlands, or it doesn't pump and it can't operate. So while the city cannot speak for the Coastal Commission, it is true that the city is likely to bring, if this extension is approved, the city is likely to bring an enforcement action to stop destruction of wetlands, which means that the plant will not be able to safely operate. And the point is, in practical terms for the Water Board, this means that despite all the reasons not to extend, another reason is that you cannot rely on this power to be available next year if it's shut down by enforcement action. So anyway, that's the second point. I'm available to answer any questions you might have about those topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilner. I appreciate the time and the comments. Much appreciated. Next, we have Leah Silverthorne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. Leah Silverthorne with the California Chamber of Commerce. Thanks for having me today. I'll try to keep my comments pretty brief since it's been a long day, and most of the comments were covered by Mrs. Johnson and the other agencies and other presenters today. So in our written comments, we did express concern with potential impacts starting in 2021 from failing to maintain sufficient reliability resources. Unfortunately, we got our first glimpse of what could happen during rolling blackouts last week. So we continue to support modest, thoughtful extensions of each plant's OTC compliance deadlines to meet our energy needs while continuing to meet water quality goals. And I'll sum up a couple points. So as outlined in the staff report, extension of compliance deadlines for each of these plants for up to 3 years will not result in immediate or in impacts to marine life above the compliance baseline that prompted the OTC in the first place. As a result, extension of the plants for up to 3 years does not undermine the goals of the original OTC requirements. The CPUC has also ordered additional procurement, which will come in line over the next 4 years, and the CPUC is closely tracking potential delays. As the CPUC indicated in its presentation, the system is precariously close, and these actions are recommended to be able to meet our reliability needs and keep the lights on. So until additional procurement comes online, compliance extensions that are consistent with the Water Board's OTC water quality and mitigation goals are necessary. And these resources should be kept in place until such a time as reliability procurement is well above the precariously close situation that the CPUC described earlier. And so for these reasons, CalChamber supports extensions of each plant's OTC compliance for additional 3 years. and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Silverthorne. Appreciate it. Next, let me see, one moment. I believe it's Irma Elman. Hello, good afternoon. You should be,
Hello.
there you are. Good afternoon.
Hi, how you doing? Thanks for the lively debate today. I'll try not to be too redundant. So I wanted to read a couple clips out of the staff report that I thought might be pertinent to the discussion. First, here it is, quote, Redondo Beach is the least efficient, requiring more OTC intake water to produce megawatt hour than the other power plants and resulting in potential impacts to marine life, unquote. And then there's one more little segment I thought that might be interesting, which is, quote, sometime before May of 2020, AES stopped using the groundwater pumping system and installed portable sump pumps in utility vaults. The pumping occurred due to safety concerns regarding water near utility and electrical lines. The Coastal Commission issued a notice of violation to AES and SLH on May 26th, so just a couple months ago, for illegally dewatering the wetlands through the unpermitted installation and use of groundwater pumps in the former tank basin area, and installation and use of new potable pumps to dewater utility vaults that may be hydraulically connected to the wetlands in the former tank basin, unquote. Bottom line with that is, I'm just not sure that AES has any credibility for anything they've said. They certainly have a major, like it's been repeated, they have a major financial interest in this extension. I live about quarter of a mile, I'm in Hermosa Beach from the plant. And when I go by, I notice the plant is deteriorating. Walking around the plant, one can see the walls are crumbling, the glass is breaking, it's kind of an eyesore, and it's right across from the really nice Redondo Beach waterfront. So we would assume that based on this and the age of the plant, crucial mechanical and structural structures inside are probably outdated and unsafe, even though we don't have access to see what they're like. Multiple times each year, we hear the deafening and scary blaring noises that roar across adjacent neighborhoods, including us, who are quite a distance away, eighth or a quarter of a mile away. And as we've heard, there's 22,000 residents in Hermosa and Redondo that live near the plant. So bottom line is, I just hope you'll choose to close the AES plant upon the agreed closure date at the end of this year. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time and sticking with, yes, what has been a long but good discussion today. So thanks for your contributions. Really appreciate it. I believe now we do have Ms. Mara Lang. And you should be invited to share your video if you'd like, and then otherwise unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay. Okay, good afternoon. Apologies for not being on for the earlier call. Okay. So my comments are more to the process here. So I'm a Redondo Beach resident of about 12 years, and I've been involved in a local issue that's not entirely related to AES, but the Torrance refinery. And what I've seen with the procedures and that have gone through with the AQMD, I've noticed that outside PR firms will oftentimes get involved in these sort of meetings, public forum meetings that are supposed to be for the public to come forth, and businesses as well. But it all seems like it should be on the surface. And, if you dig a little deeper, you see a lot of these chambers of commerce that are involved, and they've been coming forth and talking about reasons why they support the extension. But if you dig a little deeper, you see that they're on the California Energy. There's a blog out there for groups that want to further. I'm sorry, I'm like bumbling this, but it seems like what you see on the surface is not entirely what you get. So I really truly feel like a lot of these businesses that are coming forth that seem to have no real tie to the extension of AES, especially in Redondo Beach, are coming on here and they're saying they have skin in the game, that they really want this this power plant to stay open, when in reality, you know, we have this PR firm that's being paid lots of money to come in and sort of manipulate the process to make it seem like it's one thing when it's really another. So I really just ask the board to maybe peel back a few layers and kind of use some of your investigative tools to really dig deep and see if what you see on the surface is really what's going on. And that's it.
Ms. Lang, I appreciate it, and thanks for making sure to come back and provide your comment. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, and I believe this is the last speaker, as I think being indicated here by folks, but it's Marcy Guillermo. And I will flag for, I can see here there's probably around 10 or so individuals that have not spoken, but did previously indicate that they would like to have done so. If you find yourself on the webcast and not on the Zoom platform here, please do refer to the email that you should have received from the clerk of the board, Janine Townsend. But otherwise, with Ms. Guillermo, if she's prepared.
So she has come in via video only, but there is a blocked phone call, and I'm going to try unmuting that person, and that may explain why we did not find her previously. So Ms. Guillermo, if you can, on your phone, go ahead and press *6 at this point, and we will see if you are the lone caller.
Okay. It seems like perhaps not. And Ms. Guillermo, if you are listening in, please do email the clerk of the board. I believe we may have an email address for you here. We'll try to reach out, and you can still provide a comment here. We're not fully finished. We still have discussion here amongst us as a board, so there's time.
So I will go ahead and ask. There is, as I indicated, this one individual who's called in from a blocked number that we haven't been able to identify yet. If they would like to speak, if they could press *9, that will raise their hand, and we will then try an alternative process of getting them in. Okay, so again, the individual who just rose his or her hand, you've been asked to unmute. *6 should do that on your phone.
Not seeming like we're going to connect there.
I'm going to try, actually, if I can try one additional thing. Again, the individual who just successfully raised their hand through *9, if you could try *6 now. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with that. Obviously, the phone was working in order to get the hand raised, but it is not working to unmute for some reason.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laffer. I appreciate the effort. And to the individual, again, if you email Janine Townsend, the clerk of the board, you should have received an email from her to get on here to the platform. Maybe we can try to resolve what your connectivity issues may be. We do take great care to make sure that anyone that is looking to speak before the board does get that opportunity. So appreciate everyone's patience as we work through various technical assistance issues. It's simply the life we all lead now. So thank you. Well, and so not seeing then any further comment. And again, Ms. Guillermo, if you need, continue to please reach out to the clerk of the board, and we can try to resolve your issues. But then hearing none, or having no further speakers here before me, board discussion. Fellow board members, how are you feeling? Questions that we want to, I can start maybe with what is my general sense here. I know that this conversation, this decision doesn't come lightly to us as board members, especially knowing it's a decadal effort, you know, that there has, and that I think we can get back to a data point as to, you know, of the 19 plants originally 10 years ago when the policy was implemented, how did they all shake out? How are we left with, you know, these 4? What happened to the others? But there is this issue about, you know, as we make this you know, decision for what is the recommendation as a short-term extension for AES Redondo and the 3-year extension for the other plants, and then conforming Diablo Canyon with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's decommissioning and PUC and others that are, you know, that is a very complicated discussion. I know there may be some back and forth and follow-up as to, again, what we're doing here in this process, how it is or isn't, what folks are really concerned about being here, which is, you know, some way that we're allowing Diablo Canyon to exist further than would have otherwise. And so all that to say, I think that there's an issue here around, is this, are we going to be requested to do this again? That, okay, you know, we can do the analysis and sort of the weighing of this decision, and that there is still an open door to further adjustment. I would say at the beginning of the policy, and is why the SACWIS was even convened, was always an understanding that we needed to balance grid reliability, that we don't have the technical expertise to make that call fully upon ourselves. And so what we've had is a year plus now of a process unfolding where the SACWIS identified issues with the plants going off so far as grid reliability, and again, these concerns, and a discussion that is, I saw, you know, play out of the last year therein. And so we don't want to be here again. This was a decadal effort. It is important. And I know, and want to hear then I know that there was back and forth, you know, around that, making sure that this is the ask, that this isn't more than was needed and or less. And maybe Mr. Bishop, you can point to, you know, those discussions. And again, I want to hear some certainty that we aren't going to be here asked further. But again, if there is something catastrophic happening, if there are, you know, as we've seen this year, any number of things that can play out beyond our control, we need to be able to adjust. And it isn't fair to, you know, arbitrarily bind the hands of this or some future board as it has to weigh what are these difficult issues. But I want to hear that there is some comfort and certainty that there won't be a point here where we will be asked further still to extend a really critical policy that we know has impacts. And again, you know, generally weigh that this is for plants out of the original 19, that it is for a term limited, you know, 3-year on the 3 plants and a 1 at Redondo, at least as recommended currently by the SACWIS and the staff report. And so it's kind of generally kind of hopefully cogently some sense of where I'm kind of coming from in my thoughts, wanting to get that better sense. I know there's a discussion here around mitigation as well still. So mitigation, Diablo Canyon, and then term certainty, I guess, is maybe where I would kind of couch the 3 buckets. But Mr. Bishop, you know, any response to what is something of a rambling summary, or any other board members want to add before Mr. Bishop speaks, please do as well.
So I'm happy to touch on those issues. We have, during the breaks, had some discussion with staff. Janine, if you could put up the slide that was sent to you on the plants. I'll try and walk through a little bit. This is essentially your first question on how compliance has gone in the past. And it's a little bit confusing because the ceased operations is ceased operations of ones for cooling. As you can see, we have up through 2017, 2018, we have a number of facilities that have both either ceased operations, such as number 2 on the list, Potrero Power Plant. They just shut down. The power plant went away. But we also have ones where, like El Segundo station, they repowered unit 3. So they stopped once through cooling, but they didn't stop the power plant. They repowered it, tore it down and rebuilt it with air cooling. And so those are a combination of ways that folks have come into compliance. There is also Moss Landing, which is the only power plant that that used track 2, which was a meeting the reduction in flow that is equivalent to closed cycle wet cooling. No plant has gone to closed cycle wet cooling as the preferred technology. Once they've repowered, they've gone to once through cooling requirements. So hopefully that answers this question about, the amendment actually didn't require anyone to shut down. What it required was either they reduce their flow to equivalent to recycled wet cooling, move to recycled wet cooling, or shut down. So these weren't met in that way. I would also like to have our staff address some of your other comments, but one thing that you were discussing was the need for certainty and not wanting to come back. I think the board has a few options here that they should consider. One is that they can deny the request altogether. They always have that option. Two, you can accept the staff report, but along with that comes the risk that that there will be delays in the replacement power, and the energy agencies might need to come back. They sent us a letter this last week trying to clarify that issue. They are pretty confident, is my assessment, that they won't need to come back, but they can't guarantee it. The third option is that you can say, well, we need 1 year at Redondo for grid reliability, and but we are very concerned about this potential to come back in a year, and so you could make a decision to make it a 2-year extension so that you're not coming back. That would require us to take a little break and address the findings on that decision. It really wouldn't be on grid reliability so much as on uncertainty in analysis. And the fourth option would be, you could ask us to look at, is there a way to do a conditional approval that says it's for 2 years, but it would automatically revert to 1 year? We would not be able to do that today. We would need to be able to go back and see if that is, if we could make that work. And we're not sure that we can, but we would then have to analyze that and look at how to make that work. So those are kind of the big picture choices you have at this point. I do believe that Rebecca has a couple of comments that she wants to make that were brought up during the comment period, and then Marley, and then we'll be, we can either do those now or later.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Really appreciate that. Thank you for this table. It does help flesh out what's actually happened and to the various fates for the power plants. And again, there is a compliance, a pathway to compliance for these plants, and there was, and there are business decisions ultimately. Ms. Fitzgerald, well, anything from Vice Chair Diadella? Yes.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. If we were to stay the course with the staff recommendation, 1 year Redondo, and recognize that there may be ongoing issues with grid reliability and with the potential of having to come back, considering the amount of time that's gone into this process, would we be able to come back within the time frame needed in order to do an additional extension? It's because it's involves a lot of resources and time. So, and that's an option that I personally am more interested in. So just want to understand the likelihood if things did play out, not that we want them to play out with grid reliability issues, but if there were further grid reliability issues, could we respond within the time needed?
So the once through cooling policy that we have anticipated that there might need to be a extension with not enough time to go through our full process. And so there is a opportunity in the amendment for the Cal ISO to send us a letter saying that there is a need to extend a plant's operation for grid reliability. And if the other energy agencies don't object, they get an automatic 90-day extension to it. And then the board has to hold a hearing within 90 days on that. And at that hearing, the board has an opportunity to suspend the compliance date while they evaluate and create the record and evaluate the issue and bring forth a staff report. All of those things take many months. This time it took us 9 months. We might be able to do it a little faster than that, but there is that. The process takes time. We have to have a public comment period. We have to respond to the comments. We have to hold a hearing. So those things all take time. So that's why there is this ability to hold a hearing within 90 days of the request by Cal ISO so that we can address the problem immediately and then evaluate if what the final compliance date should be. So there is that that option. Now, that still, it depends on when, if that option was invoked by the Cal ISO, depending on when they invoke it, may or may not be, it's hard to say. There is the issue of when the plant would go into decommissioning. And at a certain point, it can't come back. But there's nothing certain in all of this.
Well, but presumably if there were decommissioning issues and sort of point of no return, Cal ISO, it would be up to them to raise that flag.
Yep.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry, following up on that, it sounds, so the, my understanding of the letter that was sent out is that there is a commitment to continue to monitor and update quarterly so that we're not cutting it to the last minute if there's a problem. And that they're not anticipating having to come back to us. And there's a, as they said, they can't be sure, of course, but, the weight of their determination is that they won't need to, and they're going to, there's a commitment to continue to monitor and update us quarterly. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it seems like, through those updates and through the SACWIZ update that, the letters that we've received have indicated that there's a number of issues that they didn't look at, and that was effects of drought on hydropower operations and climate change and other factors, which I think are attributed to a lot of what we've experienced this summer. Not to say there's a direct link, and obviously we have to wait to see what the report says, but it would be good as we go forward with the reporting to understand if there is an extension request, are these other factors still playing into that uncertainty in terms of grid reliability? just to get a better sense and a better comfort level that, not only with Redondo, but with the other facilities that we're thinking about with 3-year extensions, that we're not going to be 2 years down the road here and having the same conversation about those facilities as well. So I want to have as much assurance and rigor in the analysis as we can reasonably expect to say that these dates are our best guess and we won't have to come back again or twice more or 3 times more.
Totally understand. And we've had many discussions about the confidence in the analysis and their risk, how confident they are that they won't need to come back. In the end, they felt confident enough that they didn't ask for additional time, even after the COVID-19 and the power outages, which were both after the SACWIS made their recommendation. We did give them the opportunity to analyze as best they could that information in the short period of time and give us, if they needed a new recommendation, which in the end they didn't. Now, Ed Randolph is available to talk more about their issues if you want.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I appreciate that. Want to flag as well, though, I think Maria Guillermo is able to join us, or I see she may have popped on here. I want to provide her an opportunity to speak if she's able to. So you should be invited again to share your video and unmute yourself, Ms. Guillermo.
So I understand Ms. Guillermo doesn't want to share video, and that's fine. At this point, we've merged her phone into her Zoom on her computer, so she should be able to use the unmute on her computer and be able to speak with us.
Hello?
So again, either option should work at this point, either on the computer, selecting the unmute button in the lower left corner of the Zoom, or pressing *6 on the phone. There we go. We can hear you now. We think this is Ms. Guillermo. And you do need to be careful with the *6 because it's a toggle. If you hit it a second time, it's going to mute yourself.
Okay, apologies, Ms. Guillermo. Give it a moment more here. Again, you should be able to either hit, I believe it's *6 on your phone, or unmute on your computer connection.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Oh,
Thanks.
wonderful. Oh my gosh. Okay.
We did it. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, board members. My name is Marcy Guillermo, resident of Redondo Beach for the past 20 years. Like many residents, I strongly opposed to any extension to continue the operations of the most inefficient power plant to generate energy. While I understand there are several parties at the table trying to decide about the extension request, I would remind the board members and callers that the community of Redondo Beach is also a party to these discussions. In my opinion, it would be the most important party to the table. We live here. We see it daily. We breathe the very air when the power plant is running. We hear the loud noise. And it is a painful reminder that it's time to move on from this polluting, loud, and dangerous monstrosity to the residents' well-being and health. My health and the 21,000 residents residing between 1 mile radius should not be considered as an insurance policy to produce energy in the most inefficient way. What is it going to be? Money over health or health over money? Can we use other power plants to add capacity? Improve grid reliability. Importing is also an option. Please respect the deadline date of December 31st, 2020 as the retirement date. The owners knew of this 10-year deadline. They knew it. They had plenty of time to prepare. So did AES. There are no excuses. Please protect the waters of California, protect marine life, and protect the residents' health. I would appreciate the board members deny any extension. Thanks. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Ms. Guillermo. Thank you for bearing with us and providing a really critical voice and comments today. They've been very important. Thank you. Fellow board members.
So I have a few thoughts and really do appreciate Mr. Bishop and Chair Esquivel, you getting us focused on the discussion here and the options that we have. And I think it's just important to note that what's before us is a process that was set in place by a previous board. And I do want to acknowledge board member Dodek, even though she's not able to be here with us today. I know in my own investigation of what occurred back when this once through cooling policy was adopted, it was extremely contentious and challenging. And there was a lot of thought that went into both protecting waters and also providing for a pathway to continue to monitor grid reliability. And I also appreciate what you said, Chair Esquivel, that we are not the technical experts on grid reliability. And so part of that process was to ensure that we hear from those that are experts. And I am very satisfied with the information that we've received, and also feel strongly that although we are the decision makers, for me personally, I provide a great deal of deference to the information that we're receiving from CPUC, Cal ISO, SACWIS, the Energy Commission. And so these are our sister agencies. I would hope that they would defer to us if they had an item come before them and they recognized our process in terms of a water quality or a water rights issue or something of that nature. And so that's just to give background as to why I think the staff recommendation is the appropriate course for us to move forward. But I also want to recognize that if I were living in the Redondo Beach community, I absolutely would undertake the course of action that many of the advocates took. I would come before anybody that had a public forum to say, look, this is a challenging issue for our community, not just in terms of water quality, but also the many other factors that were raised, air quality, quality of life, noise, and just expectation. And so I appreciate getting the chart up about the progress that's been made. Unfortunately, we're at the tail end here where it was envisioned that as we progress, you know, it's going to get harder and harder, and these issues of grid reliability could potentially become more and more important. And so even though I see the value in doing a one and done decision, I think that it's important for us to provide an opportunity for the communities that are impacted to come before us again in the event that there would be any consideration of a further extension. So I'm comfortable with what staff has recommended. I appreciate that there's that opportunity for Cal ISO to send a letter to us, have a 90-day suspension, and then a process to come back before our board. And I think that, you know, that is a process that we need to avail the communities that are impacted and all stakeholders to come back and provide us with information as to the impacts and their opinions about any further extensions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for your good summary and comments and thoughts there. Further thoughts from fellow board members? I would invite actually at this point, if appropriate, if Board Member McGuire, if you would like to speak, or otherwise I was going to say maybe Mr. Randolph can come back and maybe just engage, help us again understand the letter that was sent, this issue around some certainty, but I think again the appropriateness of our reliance on the technical expertise and assistance of the SACWIS and its members to understand that very complex landscape. And so, yeah, Mr. Randolph, if you don't mind, maybe providing us just a little more sort of thought as well to what you've heard today would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple additions, and thank you for the opportunity to come back in and add to this. And first off, I didn't say this at the beginning of my statement this morning, and I should, and I will say this on behalf of my commissioners, but it is true of the ISO and the CEC as well, as I'm sure. We don't take this recommendation or this decision lightly either. This is part of the progress towards our clean energy future. All the agencies understand the impacts of climate change are happening quickly, and there are many places we need to move fast and faster than we have been doing. So a recommendation to extend the life of these plants is not something my commissioners or other commissioners took lightly. As far as the discussion that's been going on a little bit about timing of report backs from the agencies and how that would impact decisions for future extensions. The one thing I do want to clarify there is our commitment there. We will provide quarterly reports on details on what we see going on in terms of the timing of construction for the plants that are needed to replace this. And as I said this morning, initially, we were not concerned about timing of those plants. This is pre-COVID. There's a little bit of cushion built into the recommendations for the extensions of the OTC plants for there to be some delay in some of that construction, because that's always inevitable. When COVID-19 came about, that did raise a red flag on what that means, and we are tracking that very closely. We have heard from the load serving entities that have contracts with AES and from AES directly, that if there were to be an extension of the plant beyond 2020 into 2021, i.e. an additional year beyond what's on the table right now, they would all need to know that for contracting purposes sooner rather than later. So from the agency standpoint, our commitment is to start providing information to the Water Board and to the public, in the next quarter, and most likely having recommendations on what the need would be, no later than January of this following year. So coming up fairly quickly, so that if we were recommending extensions, there's plenty of opportunity to plan for that. Yeah, I don't know. Other than that, I'm happy to answer other questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Randolph. Any Board Member McGuire?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Randolph. I appreciate that clarification and the commitment to make the quarterly reports and any requests as soon as possible. I understand it's challenging and we're dealing with a really unprecedented situation this year, and and it's not an easy decision or path forward in any respect. So, my remark earlier, about some of the caveats that were listed in the letter about things that weren't looked at, different variables. Are you planning to take a closer look at some of those different, influential factors? Drought is one issue where, that's something that is near and dear to our hearts at the board. We deal with water supply, as you know, very closely. We've been monitoring hydrology and concerned about, frankly, dry conditions continuing this coming year. So that question in particular is one that comes to the forefront of my mind. So how are you grappling with those different types of unknowns?
It's kind of a nuanced question there, because it's different analysis we'd be talking about. The analysis that we're committed to, that I was just talking about, is looking specifically at the construction of the 3,300 megawatts of new resources that are being built. However, there are other uncertainties out there that, largely the joint agencies planning process built reserves in to deal with those sort of uncertainties on a year-by-year basis, a reduce in hydroelectric power or loss of a power plant. And part of the root cause analysis that 3 agencies are doing right now, that we're committed to have finished in the next few weeks in a very short order, is looking at those base assumptions out there. And are there changes we need to make quickly to our forecasting, to our reserve margin, our planning reserve margins that the PUC requires the load serving entities to have out there? But that gets into those questions that still haven't been answered. And you've heard both sides of it in the public comments today of, was there enough supply, or, was it an issue with dispatch? This we'll look at. And quite frankly, the outcome of that could inform some of our recommendations going forward as well. But again, that is something that we will have prepared in very short order.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, board member, and Mr. Randolph. Anything else from Philip? Oh,
yeah, I do just have some general comments if the questions were done for Mr. Randolph.
Just checking with board member Firestone or vice chair. Okay, sounds like it. So we'll let you off the hook, Mr. Randolph. Thank you for coming back and providing further clarity.
Well, and thank you very much to all of you. This is a difficult issue. I appreciate your time on it.
Thank you. Board member.
Sure, thank you. And so I think Vice Chair Diadamo summarized a lot of my thoughts already. So thank you for articulating those comments well. But I have been, struggling with this decision a bit over the past several months, and, hearing from the community, the Redondo Beach, and, frankly, all the communities that are impacted by these facilities, I don't take that lightly. We are tasked with balancing, in this case, normally it's water supply, it's beneficial uses of water for different uses. And in this case, we have the additional area of electrical grid reliability. And, like Vice Chair Diadamo stated, we're not the experts in that. And so I do put significant weight into the SACWIS and the state agencies that are behind that. And Mr. Randolph is included in that bunch. And I greatly appreciate their expertise and input in the recommendations that are here. And it's true that a variety of alternatives were evaluated. Some of them included a 3-year extension of Redondo Beach. And so, what we're settling at here is a 1-year extension. And I think that really does show that, consideration of community dynamics and some of the issues that you're facing, we're taking into account here. And I know 1 year seems like a long time, and it is a long time. But I think in light of the uncertainty, in light of all the investment that's going on to bring additional renewable energy assets into the grid, and knowing that there's additional scrutiny now in terms of making sure that those assets come online when expected, provides me greater comfort that we won't have to hopefully be back here too many more times before we see full implementation of the once through cooling policy, and that is important to me. It was a commitment made 10 years ago for these plants to retire once through cooling, whether they're staying online or decommissioning. That's obviously their decision. And at the same time, I don't want to see undue risks to the communities if we're pending the results of the root cause analysis or really any future unknown that these plants could be needed before additional resources come online as peakers. So they're not operating full time, right? They're only operating a very small amount of any given year. But to just ensure that the communities in the Los Angeles area do have that reliability of their energy system. So I think it's tough. This is not an easy decision by any stretch, but I do think the staff recommendations are appropriate here to proceed.
Thank you, board member.
I can add on my thoughts. So I do think it's important for us to have our deadlines mean something, and that's especially true when there's a decade of runway time to achieve them. I think it's really frustrating for all of us to have to extend compliance dates at a really late hour. But I think as Vice Chair said, this was the process that was developed given that there is this uncertainty and need to ensure grid reliability. And I just think, we have to rely on the expertise of SACWIS on that issue. And I certainly do. I also, want to say that it's, I think our board really values the importance of getting community input to help our decision making in the actions that we take and ensuring that we're hearing from those that are most impacted by these decisions. And I really appreciate all of those representatives and leaders and residents in all of these communities for helping to provide that perspective and helping us make better decisions. I just think that's something that we really value and rely on. And I also appreciate our sister agencies for digging in and ensuring they're recommending the most narrowly tailored extension requirements and balancing and respecting the local and statewide needs in terms of protecting public health and grid reliability, but also listening, when the local community in Oxnard is, expressing their needs and Redondo is expressing their needs, there's a change in adapting and listening to that. Of course, it's not where everyone wants it to be, but I do appreciate that balancing and flexibility. I think for me, I keep trying to think about what our role is as the State Water Board in terms of protecting our water resources and balancing the needs of all the beneficial users. I personally am concerned that extension should merit some reconsideration of the mitigation requirements in order to adequately protect water resources, including ecosystem and community impacts. My understanding would love clarification from Mr. Laffer and staff, but my understanding is that we don't have an adequate analysis and record today to be able to adopt an amendment on mitigation requirements today. So first I wanted to just get corrected if that's not the case. And then secondly, just wanted to, if that is the case, understand what the practical potential is to reassess mitigation requirements, given that, you know, this is a 1-year extension for Redondo and, you know, a 3-year for those others. And it does take significant time and resources to further consider amending the policy.
Go ahead and start. We'll certainly want to do a little bit of a two-step with Chief Deputy Bishop and some of his staff in the Division of Water Quality. But yes, Board Member Firestone, at this point in time, the way that this particular project was scoped, we have not done any analysis that would lead to a new calculation methodology for the mitigation fee for the ongoing once through cooling water impacts. So what we have at this point is still the original record. I'll let John, our Chief Deputy Bishop, amplify kind of what the level of effort that would be necessary in order for staff to bring something back. But as I think both he and I alluded to earlier, if that is something the board is interested in, we would, you know, task staff with developing that work, and it would have to come back as an amendment to the once through cooling policy. At the same time, we also would want to think very carefully about the ability to, for example, have it reach back in time. I mean, there are some serious issues there, but on a going forward basis, once the new mitigation fee was analyzed and presented to the board for consideration, we'd be able to move from there.
So I want to reassure the board that we did look at this issue. And that doesn't mean that we can't relook at it. But what we determined originally was that when we set this mitigation, we set it to address the impacts on an ongoing basis by the amount of water that was extracted. So it wasn't set on a certain time frame. You know, as I said before, we did add this because we wanted to have some countervalence to the to just leaving the power plants running as long as their time schedule was. And so that people would consider, as some units did, of shutting down early, so as not to continue paying that. That probably wasn't the major factor because it isn't that huge amount, but it probably weighed into it. What we would take is for us to analyze other ways to look at the mitigation and determine if we think there's an appropriate way and bring that information back to the board to for you all to make a decision on. It would take us a few months to do the analysis. I just don't think it's going to be something that we can do in a day or two. But given the time frame and that the extensions start in January, we'd like to do it as quickly as possible. If we end up adopting it, we want it to bring it back to the board as soon as we can, so that it's not going to be much use to bring it back, at least in Redondo, next October, you know, with a couple of months. So we would want to do it soon. And so we would commit to you that we would look at that. I can't commit to you what the outcome would be because I don't know at this point. But looking at different avenues and different ways of looking at the mitigation to see if there was and it was appropriate to apply additional mitigation.
Great, that's really helpful. Yeah, I mean, I think to me, you know, there's both information now looking back in terms of maybe evaluating what the impacts and of past or inadequate impacts of past mitigation requirements, but also just thinking about with extension, it's not just a continuation. There is this added burden to communities, frankly, that are like Redondo and others that are having to, you know, bear that brunt, including the sea life and marine ecosystems that are along their coastlines, and that the folks there enjoy and form the communities that lie along there. So I guess I would certainly want to ask that staff look at that more closely. I do recognize that there's, we are constantly asking staff to add more workload, and that, doing a whole additional amendment to the policy and continuing to do that is a large workload. And so I don't take that lightly. And I'd really, I have faith in staff to bring that as part of their analysis back, to just help inform us potential is for, that sort of amendment to also result in real impacts, if we considered it. And I agree, if in order to do that, it would need to happen fairly soon. So appreciate that. Yeah, I guess I'd be interested in other board members' thoughts on that question.
I appreciate your concerns and the fact that these mitigation fees were set 10 years ago and they really haven't had another look, and they don't address, Board Member Firestone, all of the concerns that you've laid out as it relates to community impacts. I think that's a given. I am concerned. I'm not uncomfortable looking at the issue, but I am concerned about the notion of bringing it back within the next few months. So I was trying to think of another way to do this. And so I was thinking, if we run into a situation where there does need to be another, frankly, another amendment for the Redondo facility, why don't we consider revisiting the mitigation fees at that time? And then at that point, then that would provide staff enough time to kind of look closely into this issue and then, make the appropriate decision and really have, frankly, one amendment to address both those issues if they come up. It doesn't get at what happens next year, but I just wanted to throw that out there for discussion.
Yeah. On that issue, I mean, I'd been thinking the same thing, and that I think it is a huge deal to do an additional amendment. And I think we all want to not have to have this come back to us next year with a further extension. So certainly from my standpoint, if we did have to consider an additional extension, I absolutely would expect that there would be, I would expect that staff analyze mitigation changes to the mitigation requirements. I do think it would, we all are, relying on the analysis from our sister agencies that won't be necessary. And so I do think it would be helpful to consider what may be appropriate without relying on that. But what I guess my proposal would be is just to make sure that staff bring back to us what's feasible and workload considerations as well, because like I said, I do very much understand that there are workload limitations, and as our executive director would say, what are we not going to do if we're adding that on? So appreciate that concern, but I think my request would be to continue to ask staff to analyze it without a determination of whether they have to bring it to us for a full reconsideration or amendment.
That's fair. To me, personally, it would make sense to know what the options are when and if we come across that bridge. We'll be well suited and prepared to take action. So I appreciate that.
Vice Chair, I'd give you an opportunity to say something if you're going to, because I was going to ask a question then.
I think where you ended up is fine. So just by way of briefings, a quick analysis, briefing us, and then, you know, determining from there, as Board Member McGuire said, you know, various options.
I'm hearing a consensus there. And just a question for an opportunity for, I know staff, I think folks in the program were perhaps wanting to make a few more points as well. And a question to them then, what is with the 3 plants for 3 years and the 1-year extension at Redondo, how much money are we talking about insofar as what's currently required then and would come to, at this point, the Ocean Protection Council? What do we, just so we have kind of a sense of what we're talking about is the existing mitigation?
John, you're mute.
John, you're on mute, sorry.
Sorry, I muted myself again. All of these plants are run very limited. So their amount of mitigation is pretty limited, the amount that they produce. The plants that produce the most mitigation funds are the LA City's plants and Diablo Canyon, because they are baseload plants and they run a lot. These plants run sparingly, and so they have a limited amount of mitigation. I don't have the exact numbers from the last few years. I don't know if Rebecca, if you know them, but every year we reassess based on how many gallons they use in the past year, and they get charged by that.
That's helpful. And again, a helpful reminder that it is volumetric, and since they're not running 24/7 or, you know, even I think it's 4 or 3% was the numbers we're hearing for the plants. It's then tied to that amount. Thanks, helpful. Ms. Fitzgerald and Ms. Wood, were there any other points that you all were looking to make as well?
So, hello everybody, Rebecca Fitzgerald of your staff. I just wanted to add a few things in response to some of the comments that we heard earlier during this item. In regards, since we're talking about mitigation fees, I'll touch back on the Huntington Beach mitigation fee that Ms. Luce in particular raised. And wanted to just let you know that the credit that we had mentioned that Huntington Beach receives for their annual interim mitigation payment has been ongoing for about 10 years now and is in place in order to offset the actual flow volume of once through cooling water that is used each year. So the credit then applies each year. AES is required, or was required and still does, so they acquired, improved, and are maintaining about 66 acres of wetland areas. They still have each year payments that are associated to a trust that has been set up in order to continue maintenance of those 66 acres of wetlands. And the habitat production foregone method was used to calculate the amount of marine impact that would need to be offset based on their million gallons per day. Then that's rolled up to gallons per year that they use for once through cooling every year. I also just wanted to touch base on a comment that we heard from Mr. Webb in regards to an error that we made embarrassingly on our staff report on page 13. He is correct that we made an error there in the number of megawatts that would be available under our alternative 4 in the staff report, which is the staff recommendation. An error in the number of megawatts that is a bridge until new energy procurement comes online. The number in the staff report inaccurately reads 2,230 megawatts. It should be 2,892 megawatts would be available as a bridge until the 3,300 megawatts new procurement comes online. So appreciate him catching that. My thought at this point was to turn it over to you, Ms. Wood, in order to kind of touch on the CEQA comments that I know we heard as well.
Yes, hello, board members. I'm Marley Wood. I am the staff attorney who advises of the Division of Water Quality on West through Cooling, and I've been around with this almost as long as Mr. Bishop. I just did want to address some of the issues that we heard relative to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, to the effect that this could be considered a new project that could require additional analysis with respect to these extensions. And staff believe this is not the case. This is very much part of the original project that we considered when we adopted the policy. If you look at the original policy and the CEQA documentation that we adopted to analyze it, the State Water Board impaneled CEQA specifically to monitor grid reliability and provide annual updates with recommendations on any necessary extensions. So that was part of the project. That was what we looked at when we analyzed those environmental impacts of adopting this policy. And to look at those impacts, we compared it to the baseline under CEQA, which was the physical conditions of the environment at the time that we adopted the policy. And those physical conditions included operation of all of these power plants at a level above what they are operating now, from my understanding. So we don't believe that it requires that additional analysis, at least under CEQA. And as you've heard, we've talked about mitigation quite a bit. That is a separate issue. It is not CEQA mitigation. That's the mitigation that we adopted as part of this policy to address the impingement and entrainment. So I just did want to make that clarification that we don't view this as a new project.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. That's appreciated. The clarification is helpful. Oh, Ms. Fitzgerald, you're muted.
Always, right? I just wanted to add, Ms. Julie Johnson was able to answer your question in regards to the amount of mitigation payments that would, should the extensions happen as recommended, those facilities would generate approximately $2.5 million over the next 3 years in interim mitigation payments that would then go to the Ocean Protection Council and the California Coastal Conservancy.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I imagine we've seen a ramp down of those mitigation dollars as the policy has unfolded over the last 10 years, and is why we're kind of left with it's a relatively small amount for the 3 years. But it speaks to the relative infrequency, I think, that the plants are actually used.
Yeah, and that is assuming similar operation and water usage as last year.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Yeah, there may be other impacts. They may be used more or less for that matter. Yeah, I appreciate the quick estimate. Thank you. Discussion?
Would you be willing to entertain a motion at this time?
I certainly am, if folks are so moved.
Further?
Yeah, I think, just providing maybe just some recap. I know there is a desire to relook at those mitigation formulas that were done 10 years ago. Are they appropriate? Quick assessment, and then discussion with board members, it sounds like, in briefings internally to help us understand there, and appreciate that there may be an opportunity or need to adjust those in there, and that we need time. So I appreciate that. My personal feelings are that, again, looking at the last year plus of an unfolding of a consultation and discussion and layers of committees and bureaucracy here that were established just for this sort of feedback and discussion, I see that all the rocks have been unturned, that there is a good and thorough, if not still considering, to Board Member McGuire's point, some issues around or thought around drought or climate change, but those are actually bigger. I think those are very topical issues. I think for all of us agencies, I think us included, when it comes to how are we or aren't we best including climate change data and adaptation to our programs. Important to know then that great uncertainty space as we're called here to make a definitive decision around a time that these plants will be extended, and hoping that they don't come back to us again for a further extension. But again, appropriately, the policy was built, established, and adopted, wanting to make sure to be sensitive to these other issues, these balancing needs that we're not technically capable of solving on our own, and do require the good faith and institutions that we all build around our sister agencies to provide that feedback. And I think that it has appropriately been explored and provided to us both here in today's discussion, but again, over the last year plus of both signaling and then reports from SACWIS to us and the development of this amendment that we have before us. So I do feel it's tailored, that it did balance what is the real needs for grid reliability against what are these real critical needs as well, and water protection and water quality and protection of communities as well. I want to acknowledge the complicated political landscape that these projects exist in locally. You know, we heard from a lot of elected officials with incredible leadership and experience in these discussions, and I implore the AES and the local community, particularly in Redondo, where we have heard the majority of the tension today around a possible, well, year-long extension, and so just would continue to encourage folks to come together, because these are, as these plants are decommissioned, opportunities for communities to build back values that maybe weren't as prominent when they were first built so long ago, or didn't have the considerations that maybe we all certainly embrace now. And that is a sensitivity to communities leading their future, particularly on such critical issues. And here to encourage, hopefully, continued good discussion as we, I think, my comfort with adopting the staff proposal here. So with that, I think I will now entertain a motion, unless we have anything more to make sure we clarify or touch on before everyone feels comfortable making a vote. And again, thank you, Board Member Firestone, and for the recommendation and thought to better look at those mitigation dollars and see if there is an opportunity or need for change therein. And I don't know if that's best provided in the motion or if we need something more specific in writing here for the resolution or otherwise, but would defer.
It's absolutely fine that it can be part of the motion.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't have anything to add, because Mr. Chair, your description of where we are was just very eloquent and touched on all the points. I just want to note that we have a lot of people that are still following this, and thank you all for your incredible engagement. This was, as we've all said, not easy. You all have been thoughtful. We hope that you recognize that we've been thoughtful as well, and we want to encourage your continued participation as we go forward here. And hopefully we won't be coming back. But if we do, you know, open public dialogue is always best. So with that, I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution with direction to staff to analyze potential change for the future with respect to mitigation of the remaining projects.
I would also request that you include a correction in the staff report for the subtraction error that Rebecca mentioned.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So included in the motion.
Okay, and I will just also want to thank staff for their extensive work on this past year. You know, perhaps we walked into this thinking this, you know, wouldn't be as substantial a change and an effort as it's ended up being, and for the better, because we've heard, you know, from so many about their concerns, and I feel now, you know, more comfortable with this decision moving forward. But I know staff put in so many hours and months over the past year to get this to where we are today. And so I just want to thank the entire team, really, and our sister agencies as well, you know, for the time that they've put in, and the letters, you know, better explaining the situation and what's going on and keeping us apprised is very helpful. So with that, I will second the motion.
Thank you, board members. And with the second, then, Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Sure. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries, and so the amendment is adopted. And again, incredible appreciation and thanks to everyone's participation today. The the decision doesn't come easy. We do know that these have critical impacts in communities, and called to balance really competing, strong, but critical needs, and just appreciate everyone's time and contributions to that discussion as we voted today. So thank you. So that concludes item number 5, and we are left with, I believe, board member reports as our last item. But let me double check, make sure I pull up my calendar, my item appropriately here. Yes, that's where we're at, board member reports. And so I'll entertain any reports from my fellow colleagues. Let me quickly pull up my calendar as well and see if there's anything. I know we are here in the late time of summer in August, and I know as evidenced even today, I think board member Dodek is on vacation. Anyway, it's a slow time, and so we may not have as much on our board member reports, but would welcome anyone to chime in first here. Unless nobody has much. Yeah, Vice Chair.
I'll jump in. The only thing I have to report is that I participated in Region 1's meeting on Thursday, the 20th, and the highlight for me was an information item on the Potter Valley project, and which is a collaborative effort between NGOs and water agencies with respect to PG&E's decision not to move forward with relicensure of their project. And it was a really good report, and I would just encourage you all, if you want more information, to reach out to Pam Jean with the Sonoma County Water Agency. She did a really good job and has a good PowerPoint that for me was just super useful, because it's more complicated than what you read in the press. There's a number of components to it, and the PowerPoint, I believe, is also on Region 1's website.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Much appreciated. I'll flag, I don't think I had any real public convenings in the last 2 weeks. The parade of Zoom conferences trickled down a bit, so don't have anything to necessarily report.
I don't have anything to report either, unless you want to hear about my semi-working vacation in Tahoe last week to escape the smoke.
I mean, you could share your screen and perhaps do a little, family vacation photo time.
I'll spare you this time, but maybe another time when we can see each other in person.
Sounds good. Thank you, board member.
And I don't have anything to report. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well then that concludes our last item here with our board member reports, and I dare think we're at the end of our meeting. So unless there's any closing thoughts and or need from Mr. Lawfer or others.
Nothing from me.
And hearing none, we will adjourn here timely. And again, appreciate the discussion today and everyone's good contributions, and we will see you in 2 weeks. So thank you all.